elected official. Not that that would matter anyway.
Yeah.
But this is just a guy in the grand scheme of things, at least officially. And she did that on her own personal Instagram, not on the air, not to coworkers, not in the office, on Instagram.
Yeah.
Now, before we get into the reporting on the story, here's exactly what she posted for context. One was a video of Musk doing the gesture, and she added, "You fuck with this and this man, I don't fuck with you, full stop." Which is typically a reasonable response for someone that is doing a Sieg Heil in front of you.
Yeah.
I don't want to be around anyone who agrees with this person.
Yeah.
That was, if you're in a room, that's the old saying, and there's a Nazi in there, well, you've entered a room full of Nazis, and you should probably leave.
The opposite of this would have been, I want to see more of this, which that would be concerning.
Yes, I would find that way more concerning.
I fuck with this. I want more of this. And if you do this, I fuck with you.
Yeah, I would be upset with that, yes. She also posted a clip from It's Always Sunny where Mac is just saying, screw that old bitch, he's a Nazi.
Yeah, so they definitely screwed this weather lady over, but I by using the swears, I don't know. I feel like that might be how they got around it. Is like, oh, that foul language you used on Instagram goes against the employee code of conduct for whatever. Yeah, it's stupid.
What actually happened is a local conservative radio host signal boosted it and said how outraged he was.
A guy who pretty much exclusively posts about cancel culture did some cancel
very
culture.
eager to get on top of some of cancel culture of his own, yeah. So, yeah, those were the posts, and here's local outlet Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel with more.
A Milwaukee TV weather forecaster has been dropped by her station one day after she criticized Elon Musk on social media for his straight-arm gesture that many have likened to a Nazi salute. Staffers at WDJT-TV were alerted by email on Wednesday that meteorologist Sam Cuffle had left the station.
Well, there's the problem right there. The station is W. Donald J. Trump. WDJT, there's no way she was ever going to last there.
Yeah, it was doomed.
Yeah.
Her biography and picture had been removed from Channel 58's website by Wednesday afternoon. Meteorologist Sam Cuffle is no longer employed at CBS 58, said the staff memo from news director Jesse Garcia that was obtained by the Journal-Sentinel. A search for a replacement is underway. So it looks like the whole entire industry is eagerly looking for reasons to fire their weather staff anyway, after a major media group decided to replace their local meteorologists with a feed from the Weather Channel, leaving weather reporters who have worked at their local stations for decades without a job.
Yeah, Sam Cuffle.
And soon we'll just have AI do it for us.
Yeah, well, that's the end goal, I guess. Sam Cuffle, who criticized Musk, that woman, was one of the people who spoke out about the Weather Channel taking everyone's jobs. She spoke out about that publicly on the same day she was fired for criticizing Musk. From a CNN report on that day, recent weather-related disasters have also highlighted the need for local news reporting during emergencies. Some meteorologists warned that the loss of local weather forecasters across the country will come at a cost to their communities. Local meteorologists are essential to local news. Sam Cuffle, a meteorologist at Milwaukee CBS affiliate who was not impacted by the layoffs, wrote on X, communities will suffer during major local weather events because of this decision. Well, they got her.
They got her, and I mean, I'm not victim blaming at all, but like she gave them multiple ways for them to do this in a way where it's totally legal.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, obviously, she's right, and she should say it. But you got to be careful out there, folks.
Yeah, no,
living in
your
a weird
livelihood's
fucking
on the
time.
line.
Yeah.
Just don't post. Just don't
Yeah.
post. If your livelihood's on the line, someone's going to be coming after you. Someone that doesn't like you or that you don't like or you've gotten into it with before online is going to come after you and fucking take that.
Yeah, we all need
yeah.
to post less.
Yeah.
Especially, yeah.
Let us do your dirty work.
Especially, I mean, like, that's the great thing about our jobs is I am the manager. I am the manager. But, you know, we're a very special case.
Yeah.
Most of the time, your manager is someone else, and that someone else does not have your best interests at heart a lot of the time. So just pick your battles.
In a lot of cases, they're looking for reasons to fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say in any normal operating society, calling out one of the most powerful people in the country for doing a Nazi salute is a natural reaction from any citizen.
Natural and correct reaction.
Yeah. So it does kind of rub me the wrong way. It seems like a very specific scenario in which they would say, you know what? I can see why this would make someone very upset.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that she has a case, and if she does have a case, someone takes up that case. Because, this is fucked up. They shouldn't do this to people, but They do this.
You're gonna have to start putting my thoughts are my own in your bios again.
Yeah. You got to say, do what they do on the like drug forums. Someone who isn't me.
Yeah, a guy I know.
Yes.
Yeah. But back to the reporting from Milwaukee, though, because for whatever reason, people seem to be basing their coverage of Musk's salute on the Anti-Defamation League's response. And they gave him a pass, so everyone else seems to be giving him a pass too, despite the fact that his salute, or whatever you want to call it, was, of course, widely celebrated by Nazis online.
Well, looks like the ADL might have spoken too soon, because after giving Musk a free pass, the ADL shockingly emboldened him further. And so he decided to post some, what I will loosely describe as jokes about the Holocaust relating to the press coverage of his definitely not a Nazi salute. In the post, which was still up as of when we filmed this, Musk, who stands at the levers of power in the United States and is never far from the president's side, said, "Don't say Hess to Nazi accusations. Some people will Goebbels anything down. Stop gurring your enemies. His pronouns would have been he, Himmler. Bet you did Nazi that coming." Then that emoji of his, the laughing, smiling emoji.
Yeah.
And first of all, not a funny man. You can have everything in the world. You can have all the money in the world, all the power in the world, but you can't buy a sense of humor. And that's why he is a fundamentally broken man who will never be satisfied.
And that's why he invented an AI to make jokes for him, and he probably used it for that, and it still sucks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Anyway, this didn't really go over all that well with the ADL or its CEO, who had just given him a pass for doing that salute. Really stuck their neck out. First, their CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt, quoted Musk's post and added, "We've said it hundreds of times before, and we will say it again. The Holocaust was a singularly evil event, and it is inappropriate and offensive to make light of it. Elon Musk, the Holocaust is not a joke." And I just want to be clear here: the ADL is not an organization to be taken seriously, and on in a lot of ways never was. Although at least historically, you could say that they were even-handed with how they dealt with what they perceived as anti-Semitism. The ADL of today is just yet another extension of the Republican Party and the government of Israel, and their definition of anti-Semitism is very different than what I think most people would consider anti-Semitism.
This whole thing is just a perfect example of what happens when there are no consequences for people in power's actions.
Netanyahu went on Twitter to say Elon did nothing wrong.
It's with the ADL thing specifically. It's like they just defended him, and then he fucking pushed it again. Like he was doing Nazi shit earlier in the week, and then he was getting a bunch of Nazis online clapping like seals.
Hell yeah, that's our guy.
What did you think was going to happen? Anyways, the ADL itself also tweeted a response, adding, "Making inappropriate and highly offensive jokes that trivialize the Holocaust only serve to minimize the evil and inhumanity of Nazi crimes, denigrate the suffering of both victims and survivors, and insult the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the show." And look, it's not wrong, but the fact is you just gave him a pass, and that's coming off of months, if not years, of him platforming Nazis, posting
They gave him a pass for that, too.
Yes.
And it was like, it was literally because he did that little trip to Israel.
No, he did the trip
right
to
after
Auschwitz.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did a trip to Auschwitz, but he also did a trip to Israel, like
with Ben Shapiro.
At another point, it's like, well, he supports Israel, so how could he be anti-Semitic? And it's like, oh, buddy. That's an interesting way to look at things.
Again, just defending him on Monday and then being like, okay, well, now he's getting a little carried away on Wednesday is insane. So
he's got the mind of a child. His brain is legitimately needs to be studied once he's no longer on this physical plane, because it's probably full of holes. How much ketamine can one man do in one lifetime? We're gonna find out someday.
Yeah, it's look, all of this is so, of course, stupid, but also very aggravating. Like, what the hell does anyone think is going to happen? All this shit, all the Trump shit, all the Elon shit, it's all going to end horrifically, because everyone keeps saying they're just kidding or it's not so bad.
Yeah, it's just a meme, bro.
And we're all just slowly being boiled alive, quite literally by the climate, but also figuratively too.
Yeah. Ugh. Anyways, at least the Department of Government Efficiency is being very, very efficient.
Yeah.
They already fired or parted ways with Vivek Ramaswamy, before he even took the job.
Yeah.
Because, probably because he called white people a bunch of lazy, entitled morons. And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. Like, he was kind of spitting, like he was cringe, and all of his references to 90s sitcoms was very strange and kind of a weird insight into his mind. But he was essentially correct.
I mean, a lot of American dudes just sit on their ass and complain about things. Yeah.
Like what he was essentially saying, he was talking about white privilege.
Yeah. He's like, you're entitled.
Yeah.
You feel so entitled, Paul. But that didn't really go over too well.
No, it didn't. You got to know your audience, buddy.
And then Trump. So
Vivek is out.
Yeah.
Now the Doge agency department has already lost its lead legal counsel, William McGinley. According to the Wall Street Journal, the top lawyer at Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency said he is leaving just days after President Trump's return to the White House. Bill McGinley, who Trump appointed as Doge's legal counsel in December, is in discussions with several large companies to return to the private sector. So he just wanted that on his resume?
No. It's even dumber than that. It might be a move for a few reasons. One is that the Doge job was basically a consolation prize from the president, who had apparently in December told this guy that he was going to be the White House legal counsel. Like, he was going to be the direct advisor to the president.
Oh.
And then at the last minute was like, hey, by the way, you know that job you were looking for? How about being the head legal counsel of Doge?
Yeah, after he certainly told everyone in his life about this important new step he was taking. Yeah.
Also, he's the lawyer for Doge. It's not a job that you really go for. He apparently didn't really want it anyway.
Well, especially now that we know what Doge is, and it's just like installing new software on all the government's computers.
Yeah, and this guy's the legal counsel. And they've already been sued multiple times the day that Trump entered office. So he's probably just like, what am I fucking doing here?
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
I was supposed to be the White House's lawyer.
Yeah. Well, back to the private sector.
Anyways, yeah, that guy's bailing. Bye-bye, Doge.
Meanwhile, Doge is cutting costs elsewhere, like in their graphics department, which is apparently non-existent and will rely entirely on artificial intelligence to produce its artwork and web design. And honestly, you wouldn't even know it if we told you. Just look at that beautiful Department of Government Efficiency logo and website. Doesn't look weird at all.
No.
Oh, wait, the fonts are all fucked up. None of the stars look right. There's no consistency anywhere. The American flag is all fucked up. They desecrated the flag.
They sure did.
So thanks, everyone. Great job. Very efficient. Here's futurism with more on this abomination. With Donald Trump firmly in place as president, Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, is finally off to the races. As such, its brand new website, doge.gov, launched yesterday. And as we couldn't help but notice, it was adorned with a graphic of an AI-generated Shiba Inu waving an American flag that featured 11 stripes and a deformed mush of about 37 stars. Stupid.
Look what he did to our beautiful flag. Now, true to its name, the Doge website certainly takes an austere approach to web design. American taxpayers loading the government website won't find themselves burdened by wasteful copy or reckless hamburger menus, but rather a single landing page. An official website of the United States government, it currently reads, Department of Government Efficiency. The people voted for major reform.
Hello, world.
As of today, the site has been stripped of the image, but not before snapshots of it were saved to the Internet Archive, hopefully preserving this blip of American history for centuries to come. And, of course, they add that, for what it's worth, Trump has previously called for prison time if you do anything to desecrate the American flag.
Yeah, I think this is worse than burning it.
Yeah.
At least when you burn it, you give it a death. This is you're experimenting on it.
The American flag is bubbling through its last breaths and saying, "Kill me, please."
Yeah, you gave the American flag the substance.
Yeah. Obviously, that won't extend to Elon's AI slop. You can desecrate the flag as much as you want digitally, I guess. But at least this time it was bad enough that they actually removed it. They were like, you know what? Yeah, that actually does suck. Grok, bad.
Get it out of here.
They hit Grok with a stick. And yeah, now they're probably burning through an entire country's worth of energy trying to type in the perfect prompt for a brilliant, amazing new design. Don't worry, Mr. President, we're on it. We're typing away.
Just needs the right prompt.
Instead of, I don't know, hiring anyone, any artist, and paying them anything to knock this shit out in a few hours. Though I will say, mostly the creative community probably doesn't want to work directly with Elon Musk, especially with the track record of never getting paid.
Yeah.
I can never hire anyone,
But,
so I must get a
Yes.
robot.
But the
That's
graphics
how you
community
break
is
up.
also one of the most precarious and most desperate. So, well, it wouldn't take long to find someone who really needs it that much.
The Doge logo would be would have a very furry forest.
Anytime,
Immediately.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't care. Anyway, finally today, just so you can argue about them in the comments. Hollywood!
Hollywood, the stars are all out.
Where's that big hat? No, he left in the other office. Anyway,
It's somewhere.
the Oscar nominations were announced, and we're only going to read off the Best Picture nominees. Let me see how many of these I've seen or even heard of.
Yeah, link to the full list will be in the description. I didn't really see a lot of these this
Yeah.
year, so you're gonna have to tell us how they were in the comments.
I've heard one of them, the one that's got the most nominations, is terrible from people whose opinions I trust. Sounds like it's
That's
another.
the Netflix movie.
I don't even know. It
Yeah.
sounds like it's another like Green Book / Crash situation. Anyway, here you go. Plead your case for which movie should win in the comments below. I don't even know if both of us collectively have seen even half of these, but
Yeah.
we usually knock most of them out before the ceremony. I mean, you got a plug for screeners. I don't.
I've only seen one of these off of a screener though, and I would have actually preferred to see it in the theaters after watching it. I thought it was incredible, and that was it's alphabetical, so it's the first on the list, and that's Nora.
Fucking fantastic movie.
Loved it.
Here you go. So yeah, for Best Picture, you've got A Complete Unknown. That's the Bob Dylan movie, which I hear is actually.
I heard it's great, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't need another fucking Walk the Line or Ray, but people are like, no, it's actually it's not what you think.
Yeah.
Nora, which fucking I
Incredible.
adore that movie. It is so good and so not what I expected. It is genuinely hilarious. Like I was expecting some like really self-serious A24 shit, and it kind of is in some ways, but it is like so many fucking laugh out loud funny parts.
Oh yeah, for sure. But then yeah, the second half of the movie is
It's very dark.
very stressful.
Yeah,
the second half.
it's a very dark, kind of fucked up movie.
There's always this like
It's
looming
very
threat
funny.
of just
yeah, it's-
danger.
If you liked Uncut Gems,
Yeah,
you would
Good
like
Time, yeah.
Nora. The Brutalist, which apparently used some AI, and people are mad about that. Conclave, I think that's the Vatican one. Dune Part 2, hey, I saw that.
Hey, I still haven't seen that.
It's good.
I'm gonna wait till the 10th anniversary when they put it back in
It's
IMAX.
real good. I need to watch it again. A lot happens in it. Emilia Perez, that's the one that got the most noms, and all the critics I know are saying it's trash.
Okay.
I'm Still Here, Nickel Boys, The Substance. Hey, that I think it's kind of weird that it got nominated for Best Picture, but cool. It's got some crazy effects.
Yeah.
It's really don't eat when you're watching that movie. It's fucking gross. And then what? Wicked? Okay. All right.
I mean,
Wicked.
at this point, whatever movie is floating the entire industry, they kind of got to give it all the awards.
Yeah.
So, please tell me what to watch. I've seen Nora.
Yeah. Which of these are actually good?
I think I've only seen Nora off of that. I've been meaning to watch The Substance. I really want to see that.
Oh, you got to see it. It's crazy.
I switched back to TV last year. I was all TV last year.
You're on a
I can
TV
only
diet.
I swear to God, I go like, I only do movies for sometimes, and then
Yeah.
I switch to TV, and then I only do video games.
I would listen. I really like The Substance. I would never put it on call it the best movie of the year, but it's still very worth watching. It's if you like body horror and Cronenberg-y kind of stuff, it's very enjoyable.
I like the
Demi
memes.
Moore is great. The girl who plays her daughter, the name I can't think of, also great. Dennis Quaid, career performance in that, playing himself.
Hell yeah.
Anyways,
Well,
please list out these
yeah.
movies and the reasons that our viewers should watch them in the comments below. If you have been going to the movies and seeing things when they come out, unlike me.
I keep trying to swipe my movie pass, and they won't let me in.
Yeah,
In
well-
fact, they keep calling security.
Yeah, sir.
Anyways, there's more going on out there in those content mines, but we're going to have to leave some meat on the bones for weekly weird news because a lot of weird shit going on out there. So
Yeah.
make sure you please click the like button. Click that like button. Keep our videos in the algorithm. Please. And then also leave a comment with all your favorite Oscars.
Yeah.
Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar Mayer,
Yeah.
Patton Oscars,
You got them all in there.
Oscar Schindler. That's probably objectively the best Oscar right there.
So I remember every Pride Month when Western companies put rainbows all over their social media profiles or incorporate it into just their logo design. But then if you look at their like Middle Eastern pages where there are stricter anti-LGBT laws, and of course, you know, I love my rainbow version of Wayland Yutani or the Tyrell Corporation or the Wallace Corporation But what we are seeing with Donald Trump's presidency is basically the death of woke capitalism, particularly in America. But this actually has been going on for like the last year or so, where loads of Western corporations have decided that they don't want to support LGBT rights anymore outwardly. They don't want to support socially progressive things because they can sense the climate is changing in politics. And now Donald Trump is president, they're basically all just bending the knee in such an embarrassing fashion. So just before we go any further, I saw this going around yesterday. So Sam Altman, who's the head of ChatGPT, saying, watching POTUS more carefully recently has really changed my perspective on him. I wish I had done more of my own thinking and definitely fell in the NPC trap. I'm not going to agree with him on everything, but I think he will be incredible for the country in many ways. So that is just the insight into one of these rich tech bros we are going to be talking about today, but also just generally corporate CEOs. They just feel like now the climate is people don't like social progressivism. And I'd say they'd be wrong, but it just shows you and shows people, like I guess explicitly, that the thing they were doing in the Middle East with their rainbow banners and pride flags and everything like that, by like, you know, not showing them compared to like America, obviously was all in the cynical pursuit of profit and marketing, because often these corporations would be headed by guys who would give loads of money to the Republican Party anyway and would be personally like homophobic and racist and stuff. So it was all basically a marketing scam to get you to buy their product and feel comfortable supporting their product, when, as we're seeing now across various corporations, it's just very naked that they want to get in bed with the Trump administration, and they feel like to bend the knee they have to start saying shit about LGBT people, or they have to start getting rid of either hiring practices like DEI or just taking down support for marginalized communities. Now, I think this is a complex issue because before we get into woke capitalism, the one thing I think we can all agree is bad, and I wouldn't see many people defend it, apart from the legal basis of not discriminating against people in like a job, is woke US imperialism. And we saw this rebrand recently. I think there was like a girl boss CIA agent from a minority background and a US soldier with two mums. And that is just like completely woke washing imperialism.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems. It begins in California with a little girl raised by two moms. I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. And after meeting with an army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way.
When I was 17, I quoted Zora Neale Hurston's How It Feels to Be Colored Me in my college application essay. At 17, I had no idea what life would bring, but Zora's sentiment articulated so beautifully how I felt as a daughter of immigrants then and now. I can wax eloquent on complex legal issues in English while also belting Guayaquil de mis amores in Spanish. I am a woman of color. I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence is not a box-checking exercise. I am educated, qualified, and competent, and sometimes I struggle. I struggle feeling like I could do more, be more to my two sons, and I struggle leaving the office when I feel there's so much more to do. I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be. I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me, full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA, an officer at CIA, an officer at CIA.
And I think that's gross because we see the end result of that, and that is what Israel have done to Gaza while justifying it behind liberal identity politics for Western audiences. So in my opinion, if stuff like that went away in promoting the US Army or like literally the CIA, like the most evil organization on planet Earth, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, as long as like the legal requirements, I guess, within the armed forces aren't discriminating people based on race or gender or anything like that. Because at least with that, you have to realize that the US military is the enemy of humanity, and we don't want people from marginalized communities in the heart of the empire joining this armed forces and basically showing them it doesn't benefit them. Now, with woke capitalism, I have some complex thoughts on this. Mainly because a lot of these LGBT initiatives, for example, or things about like marginalized history, it comes from employees within a company, and it's not always like a top-down thing. Sometimes it is just employees wanting to push that within their own company, and these companies now getting rid of it, I don't think is a massive positive like it would be for getting rid of it when it comes to the US Armed Forces. So just an article on Newsweek went through like all the corporations doing this after Donald Trump had done some anti-DEI executive orders. So it says, several US companies began scaling back and changing their DEI initiatives in recent months, a trend that has now intensified following President Donald Trump's executive order dismantling federal DEI programs. For some businesses, the rollback on DEI policies was tied to the US Supreme Court decision in June 2023, which ended affirmative action in college admissions. Other companies received pushback from some conservative customers, both in person and online. So just some examples of some companies rolling back DEI recently. So Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, announced it was getting rid of certain DEI programs earlier this month. The move included diversity programs related to hiring, training, and picking suppliers. Janelle Gale, Vice President of Human Resources at Meta, told CBS that legal and policy landscape surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in the US is changing, which prompted the pivot, meaning they're just, trying to be more in line with the fascist Trump administration, so that's good. McDonald's also revised its DEI protocols last year. Walmart did this earlier this year. This included no longer considering race and gender when awarding supplier contracts and not renewing a 5-year commitment to an equity racial center set up in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd. And I'm going to talk about Facebook and Amazon in a bit more detail, but Amazon earlier this month announced they are altering their approach to DEI as well. A statement from Candy Castleberry, Amazon's VP of Inclusive Experiences and Technology, said, as part of this evolution, we've been winding down outdated programs and materials, and we're aiming to complete that by the end of 2024. You also have like American Airlines, Starbucks, Lowe's, and a couple others, and this follows Donald Trump's executive order, which ended DEI programs in the federal government. It directed all of them to place DEI staff on paid admin leave and dismantle their departments. It further mandated that all DEI initiatives, contracts, and websites be removed. So why I'm bringing up the DEI stuff first is because this is the element of the death of woke capitalism that really hurts people and actually hurts equality in the workplace, because they're saying it's not equality to hire people based on race and gender, and people have conjured up this image that anyone who gets a top job, if they're black or transgender or gay or something like that, that means they only got that job because of their identity. These programs incentivize workplaces to look and reflect more the society they were in. Anyone who actually believes these corporations wouldn't hire good people for their jobs and hire people that they think would be the best fit for their companies in either culture or experience is just absolutely deluding themselves. And what it's going to be is an excuse to just discriminate against people. It's going to be used to discriminate against black people and just primarily hire more white men. And why it's also terrible, because it reflects the culture so much that they all feel comfortable doing this now. They don't fear backlash from society. They don't fear backlash from the government or from shareholders. The worst thing about Donald Trump the first time was that he emboldened so many people to just be insanely racist and bigoted, because he would just say it. So everyone thought, now I can say it too. It's gone a step further now, where while everyone back in the day, like your Zuckerbergs and everything, would look on in horror as Donald Trump would say terrible things about every marginalized groups, now they're revealing their true face and being like, hell yeah, I'm going to do this at policy level. So this was the most stupid one I saw. Mark Zuckerberg orders to remove tampons from men's restrooms at Facebook parent Meta's offices. These had been provided to support non-binary and transgender employees who might need them. Facility managers across Meta's Silicon Valley, Texas, and New York offices were ordered to get rid of tampons and sanitary pads from the men's bathrooms, according to
all those assholes should fucking get their heads bashed in.
The New York Times report also said that these changes have sparked internal controversy and on the company's internal platform Workplace, employees in the Pride group expressed concerns and objections, and some even announced their resignation or plans to leave the company. Meta's chief marketing officer, Alex Schultz, attempted to address the concerns in a post suggesting that issues like transgender rights had become politicized. So on the Facebook one, it's just purely pathetic for people like Zuckerberg to put these policies in to remove tampons from the men's bathrooms. Like, it's just so ridiculous. But also, you can see what they're doing. They can say, well, we're not technically discriminating against you based on gender, but let me just make you feel really, really unwelcome in this workplace and show you to your face that, yeah, we're changing our rules to make you feel less secure at work and feel like you're less accepted. And we're going to get all the corporate heads of these companies to justify it. Transgender rights has become politicized. Well, who politicized it to an insane degree? Who only talks about it? Hateful, bigoted conservatives, right? So they've politicized it in this way, but you're giving in to what they want. They want this done. It's such a cowardly excuse. But talking about one last supervillain, Jeff Bezos. So he deletes LGBTQ plus rights and equity for black people from Amazon corporate policies. They've recently made several major internal changes, including removing a statement advocating for LGBTQ rights and racial equity from its public listing of corporate policies. Amazon's website previously stated the company stood in solidarity with black employees and customers and supported legislation to combat misconduct and racial bias in policing, efforts to protect and expand voting rights, and initiatives that provide better health and educational outcomes for black people, and this section has been deleted. References to federal and state laws that safeguard transgender individuals, along with mentions of the company's health benefits for transgender employees, were also omitted. Amazon's decision to eliminate the section on gender-affirming healthcare benefits has sparked concern that employees may lose insurance coverage for gender-affirming treatments. So I think that Amazon example perfectly sums up just like the problems with the death of woke capitalism, because on one hand, the silver lining of companies like Amazon removing like just statements about supporting reforms to police and supporting like black civil rights and supporting the LGBT community, everyone knows it's like one of the most evil companies in the world, so we didn't buy that, right? But why there's a silver lining is because now that's gone, people can realize, oh yeah, these companies are just like fucking evil. There's like no redeeming qualities about them because they're not even promoting like the bare minimum of like corporate liberal woke washing of their terrible business practices and their active targeting of union movements. So, you know, when we see the rainbow flag not appearing on these things anymore, that's the silver lining to me, because like with woke imperialism, it hopefully makes people realize, especially either marginalized people or people who support the rights of marginalized communities but might be like ignorant about political theory or economic theory, makes them realize that, yeah, corporations are not your friend. You cannot change the system from within, because in the pursuit of maximum profit, companies will always do what they feel is to their benefit. So what we're seeing right now is maybe not them taking the temperature of like, I don't know, American customers. It's more about cozying up to the political elite, Donald Trump and the conservatives in the Republican Party, who hate social progressive change. But as you can also see in all these examples, what actually results in is actual harm to employees. So it's talking there, now transgender employees at Amazon are now like, you know, will my health coverage cover stuff related to like gender affirming care or something like that? And obviously it both creates a hostile environment for these people itself, emboldens terrible people within the workforce to discriminate, and also has the real impact of people like losing their healthcare, which in America is tied to their employment. Now, on criticism, people might say is, well, you know, these people should know better, they shouldn't work for these terrible companies. And I'm just gonna say, you know, under capitalism, people just have to get jobs to survive, right? And yes, of course, there may be companies a lot of us wouldn't work for as like principled leftists who really believe in like leftist values and really try and live our values. But most people around the world are not left-wing, and they don't even really understand having these values in the first place because of capitalist realism. So the adoption of woke capitalism by these corporations obviously had its downsides, but the positive side was They were reacting to this progressive change that was being enacted in society and making their workplaces more accommodating for these marginalized groups and people who have to go and work in these places, right? So obviously the huge downside is with fascism rising around the world, now the corporations have decided we're gonna openly side with the fascists, and you saw all those tech bros at the inauguration, and we're gonna roll back all these protections and benefits for our marginalized employees and basically make them feel terrible about even getting jobs here and emboldening people to say they're all like diversity hires who have no right to these jobs. And it's only going to get worse and worse, and we're going to see the effects of this in increasing discrimination, loads of like health benefits being rolled away, and just people being like really vindictive, like removing the tampons from the men's bathroom just feels like so pointless and just being cruel. So you can have this display to the Trump administration to say, oh yeah, we're actually on your side. So that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
So let me talk to you about another thing which I'm radicalized on. I've done a total 180 on my perception of new media. I used to be of the belief that virtually everybody in new media, you can take them at face value. They're honest actors. You might disagree with them, but they mean what they say, etc. Now I'm the exact opposite. I think virtually everybody in new media is a fucking liar. They're a dishonest hack, or they're paid to spew the opinions that they spew. And just to give an example, we were talking about Trump's scam meme coin, which he launched 2 days before his inauguration, where he made tens of billions of dollars. And here's the thing, everybody knew that was a scam. There's not a single person who looks at that who doesn't know that it's a scam. But, you know, everybody go take a look. How many of the MAGA influencers and podcasters talked about it and condemned it properly? How many did that, right? Very few, if any. There were some, I guess, in the crypto community who were like, this is not good, but almost all of them were. They just ignored it. They ignored it or they supported it.
Yeah,
right?
I love how Portnoy was like, this is bad. And then he was like, I bought some. I made a lot of money. Now I might launch my own. It's like, oh, look at this principled reaction.
So every MAGA influencer and non-MAGA influencer who didn't vociferously condemn that, I literally don't take anything you have to say seriously ever again, ever. Yeah. You're a paid hack or you're dishonest. And I want to know your thoughts on new media, because I look now, I mean, it is a fucking cesspool. I see Slow Rogan was defending Elon's Nazi salute. Of course, because he's got his little peanut brain. Yeah. Oh, I can never disagree with Elon. He's such a genius. It's the most pathetic cuckery I've ever seen in my life. Jimmy Jor was defending Trump's first day executive orders. He literally did a segment where he was like, the glorious Trump has saved the whales. Because he went after windmill. I was like, this is like an AI parody of what Jimmy Dore was going to become, right? I was like, you really got nothing to say about the executive order that raised drug prices. You got nothing to say about the executive order that laid the groundwork for war with Mexico. You got nothing to say about the executive order that increased corruption in Trump's cabinet, where he said, you guys could take bribes now. Nothing on any of that. So my question for you is, are you as blackpilled as I am on new media? Of course, we're blackpilled on mainstream media, but new media was a separate question. But now I'm like, motherfucker, I got a 7-front war going on. I got to go to war against all these motherfuckers because they're all completely and utterly full of shit and dishonest hacks, and many of them are just paid to spew their opinions.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And to your point about Dimmy, the dude brought on Roseanne Barr with the QAnon hat at a live show, and I'm just like, man, I thought his brain was cooked back in like
he's just out-lefting us, guys. Yeah. We just don't understand.
Trump and Dimmy are just out-lefting everybody. We just don't get it. His own audience.
You just don't get how Trump saved the whales, bro. Like, why would you never give him credit for that?
At his point, his own audience has got to be like, why are you pretending like he's on the left? Like, we're on the right. We want you to be on the right.
Right.
We want him to be on the right. What do you like? It's this weird ghost of like 2018 where, like it's a parody of what he was going to become.
Yeah.
He's reached his end stage.
I guess so.
He thinks Trump is doing praxis. He actually thinks Trump is doing praxis. It's so fucking hilarious. No, so like, here's the thing about new media. I think that it has opened a lot of doors for better analysis. One example being Palestine. Like, you just can't see the analyses that Breaking Points or Secular Talk does on MSNBC. I mean, sometimes you do, right, to be fair, Chris Hayes, but that's that's an exception to the rule, not like what you see common. But ultimately, new media is accessible. For every Kyle or Crystal, there's 10 Demi Doors. For every David Dole, there's 15 Joe Rogans. The problem is that like what made it good has kind of made it bad. And to show you what I mean, before it seemed awesome to have this direct connection to your audience, to where if you mess up, they can correct you. You can see the comments, you can see them grilling you. But that actually kind of became a double-edged sword, because now that's facilitated this audience capture where you say something, you get praised for it. It kind of creates this feedback loop, and then can corner these pundits in certain ways. And you want to ride the wave. It feels good to get views and clicks and to do well, so maybe you kind of become captured by the audience. And to show, like, anyone is susceptible to this. Like, back when I first started out, I was shitting on Democrats and Hillary Clinton incessantly, and I had built up a lot of right-wing followers. And then all of a sudden I do a video shitting on Pizzagate and calling them stupid. And then I realized, wow, I got like majority dislikes, and something is going on here. Is my audience Pizzagators? Like, what am I doing? And I didn't realize that like I'd kind of cultivated this, right? By just shitting on Democrats and not contrasting enough with how bad Republicans were. I had created this situation where a lot of my audience were seemingly right-wingers, and they didn't care that I was criticizing Democrats from the left. They just cared that I was shitting on Democrats.
That's right.
Right.
And at that point in time, I had to make a choice. Do I lean into that because that's my audience, or do I shun them? And the answer was, no, I had to shun them. Because even though I'm building an audience and I'm getting views and clicks, I'm not going to basically sell out my own principles to get claps. I don't give a shit. Like, why did I start doing this in the first place? And I think that a lot of people, they're gonna have moments like that, and it's gonna change them, right? They start as lefties, and then little by little they realize, okay, I got pushback when I said this, I won't say that, and they start to self-censor. A lot of people go. I mean, look at the Vanguard when they first started out. Jimmy Dore attacked them on the subject of him. I think it was because they interviewed Brian Grimm. I might be misremembering, and they had their whole audience shit on them. And what do? They doubled down on shitting on Jimmy Dore, and they stayed the course, and they just started to say what they wanted to say. A lot of people, they are presented with this option, like, do you want to go this way or that way? And it's really easy to choose the easy route to just get views and clicks. It's really easy to be lazy.
Now look at them, though. The wave riders and the narrative humpers are all in the doghouse, every last one of them. And Crystal, tell me what you think of this. I've brought this up many times, but I always say this, there's a difference between your nominal politics and your effective politics. Your nominal politics, that's what you label yourself. I am X. That's your nominal politics. Your effective politics, it's not what you say and what you think you are, it's what everybody hears.
That's right.
So take a guy like Tim Pool. He's been saying forever he's a liberal or he's center-left or whatever. He's been saying this for so long. Meanwhile, go look at his content. 98% of it is shitting on Democrats, liberals, and leftists. And he's cultivated an audience that just wants to hear him shit on Democrats, liberals, and leftists. So the audience are right-wingers. Piers Morgan, same thing. He does the game, I'm an old school liberal or I'm an enlightened centrist. Okay, 90% of his coverage shits on Democrats, liberals, and leftists. So he attracts the audience that wants you to shit on Democrats, liberals, and leftists. Jimmy Dore, exact same thing. Yeah, I'm attacking the Democrats from the left. And I will still somehow pretend to be on the left, even though 98% of his coverage is shitting on Democrats, liberals, and leftists, and even going now as far as to just give Trump credit and say stupid shit like he's out-lefting the Democrats. And so, like, it's funny to me that, like, these simpletons, none of them considered, people aren't going to be on to my trick, right? They're not going to be on to, like, yes, my nominal politics are this, but really, effectively, this is my real politics, is I'm actually a right-winger because this is what I manifest in the world. These are the type of people I create. These are the talking points I put out there 24/7. I guess I'm just in awe that, like, what, you thought we would never catch on to this?
Right.
You thought, like, people see how immensely dishonest it was. For a while, it works. At the beginning, it works because people think, oh, that's interesting. So you're on the left, and we think you're genuinely on the left. And you're really going after the Democrats hard for not being sufficiently leftist. That's curious. That's interesting. Let me watch this. Let me follow this. It'll work for a little bit, but then eventually the jig is up. and effectively everybody knows you're pure MAGA now.
Yeah.
And nobody's interested. Why would they go to you when they can go to Steven Crowder, where he get the straight dope from Steven Crowder?
That's
You
right.
get the straight dope from Ben Shapiro. You get the straight dope from every host on the Daily Wire. You get the straight dope from Fox News and Newsmax. Why would anybody go to you? You're irrelevant.
Right. But you have to continue. If you're going to keep getting the hit, you have to continue going more and more and more right.
But now,
so like,
what do you actually believe at this point then,
well,
right?
that's it. Is, you know, you start off with something that's like a real legitimate critique of Democrats that a lefty should hold, and you get the praise for that. But if you're going to keep getting that same hit, you know, just like a drug, you got to go more and more and more and more. And then eventually you're just...
You get 18,000 views on a
you're
video.
You're just right-wing.
And you're
now
like, okay.
You're like, you know, that's not all that interesting. Okay, you're another right-winger. Big deal. And there are other, like, right-wingers out there who are willing to be all the way MAGA and have been all the way MAGA the whole time. And so, yeah, it's obvious what happened. I mean, it took me a while, Mike, like you, to figure out, like, you know, I felt like I should focus more of my criticism on the Democratic Party, because the way we criticize the Democratic Party from the left is different from the way, you know, Republicans criticize the Democratic Party. So it's sort of a unique market niche, if you want to say. Like, there aren't other people who are making these arguments. And because of that, you know, this is, I need to be part of filling this void in the conversation and, you know, critique the Democratic Party. But, you know, same thing. Then you realize, like, oh, no, they're not making the distinction between, like, oh, you're doing it from this principled place of the left and you want them to move to the left. No, it's just, this is just like right-wingers who are happy to see you shitting on Pelosi or Hillary Clinton or whoever, and they're not really distinguishing in that way. I mean, there would still be many members of the Breaking Points audience who would be very happy if I would be a little more like, you know, yeah, how about those Democrats being too woke, guys, right? But I am not interested.
And now it's boring. Now it's everybody says it.
Totally.
It's so boring. You're going to talk more about fucking Pelosi's investments, which is a much lower number than the fucking meme coin, shit coin, crypto scam Trump just pulled on his own supporters where he made tens of billions of dollars.
That's the other thing, too, is some of the cope can be like, well, if I'm even-handed, right, and I criticize Pelosi for her investments, and also Dan Crenshaw for his investments, and Trump for his corruption, Kushner for his corruption, and the Biden family for their corruption, then we're gonna have this like shared view of the world that like corruption is bad and we shouldn't have politicians that sell out the country and do insider trading. And then you see Trump launch a crypto meme coin and scam people to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, and you hear crickets and you're like, you all never cared about this shit.
Never.
You only cared about it because it was a Democrat.
Yes.
And I don't like, oh, Hunter's anonymous art sales. As if that is pennies compared to what Trump just pulled
or
off.
Jared Kushner's $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, which they said fucking fuck all about.
Exactly.
Could you imagine if we're doing proportional criticism, which I agree with, then by the very numbers, you have to be the hardest on Donald Trump, who's done the most corruption and did the biggest scam, second hardest on Jared Kushner for the $2 billion scam with Saudi Arabia, and then way down the list is Nancy Pelosi, is Hunter Biden,
or
is
like
Joe
Hunter
Biden.
Getting a board seat or whatever.
Right.
Like,
If
it
we're
sucks,
just doing
it's
the
bad.
numbers.
I don't support it.
If we're
I've been
just
very
doing the
critical.
numbers.
It is nowhere in the same league as Trump's meme coin, Live Golf selling out,
Right.
Jared Kushner $2 billion.
$160 million from foreign governments as president, which if Biden did that, they would be fucking, you know, insane about it 24/7.
Imagine the reaction if Kamala had gotten elected and on her at the inauguration, at the dais was 4 of the 5 richest people on the entire fucking planet.
$1 trillion of
Imagine
net
what
worth.
they would have said. Nothing. Crickets. No concerns.
Yep.
Only like, you know, maybe the Steve Bannons of the world are like, I'm not so sure about this. But he was totally cool with it when Elon Musk was putting in $250 million to get his guy elected.
And not only that, during the H-1B visa fight, he was focusing all of his ire on Elon Musk, even though Trump came out and said, Elon is right. I agree with Elon on the H-1B
we
visa.
Need high-skilled waiters.
Yeah. And then Bannon's acting like he's fighting a war. He didn't say a fucking word against the big guy, not a word against the boss.
Yeah.
Because you're all going to fucking fall in line. Because
Yeah.
effectively, MAGA is a cult. That's what we're witnessing. It acts like a cult. And the fact that people don't notice it at this late date is how many horrible executive orders does he have to sign before people wake up and say, he doesn't give a fuck about the American people? Not in the slightest. All of these things are bad for the American people. And that's what drives me crazy is like if the theory of the case was correct, that, oh, MAGA will hold Trump accountable when he does bad things. If you couldn't break up with him, first, even before this race, because you should have based on the stuff he did last time, but the meme coin crypto scam, and then now the executive orders on the first day. I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you.
Yeah.
I got nothing for you. If you can't see it, I have nothing for you because you don't want to see it. It's blah, 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 I love Trump. I don't care. Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Mm-hmm. Being purposefully obtuse is part of it. And
That's
what
true.
you don't cover is as equally as important as what you do cover. I mean, if you're just like one person or you're a small crew doing independent media, you know, you can't cover everything, but like each story that you choose to talk about, that's a choice. That's going to kind of dictate, you're going to dictate what audience is going to get that message. And so like the thing about this and why there's so many people who are sellouts is because, you know, you kind of start fresh. The barrier to entry is low. It's gotten higher, but it's lower now to where you can get in and just start making videos and cultivate an audience for yourself. The problem with that is nobody knows what they're doing. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't supposed to be doing media. Before this, I was a political science nerd doing graphs and fucking grading papers. So I had no idea. And you have to learn as you go along. It's really difficult to understand where to contextualize, where to emphasize to make sure you're cultivating the correct kind of audience. So like every little thing, you kind of have to overanalyze in a way to where I talk about, you know, if I'm talking about trans people and trans rights, I can't just anticipate pro-trans people hearing that. I can't just anticipate, you know, I have to anticipate anti-trans people hearing that as well. So then I have to throw in some you know, nuggets for them and talk about the class war as well. And where it's like, hey, trans people, they're not your enemy. They would like to fight alongside you, but they can't if they're fighting for just basic existence and basic healthcare. So like trying to like grow an audience that actually doesn't control you or capture you is really important. But to your point, Crystal, it is like a drug for a lot of these people. And it's a high that you always chase after that. Like Jimmy Dore in 2025 is still talking about vaccines. I believe he talked about, it was Emma Vigeland, I think, and he was talking about how she got her 5th booster or 10th booster or something. And the whole crowd is just laughing because he's still chasing that high from 2021 when he was getting, you know, tons of new subscribers from that. But bro, that ship has sailed. And so that's the problem, to your point, Kyle, about it being, you know, short-term versus long-term. These people are trading, you know, short-term clicks and short-term success for at the expense of long-term like growth, because there really is value in being authentic and just saying what you believe regardless of the consequences. Like we're talking about politics. Every video that you put out is going to piss off somebody. So you should never self-censor. You should never cater to a particular audience. You always just need to stay the course and have a goal in mind and ask yourself with every video that I put out, is this in service of that long-term goal? And a lot of people don't do that. They just kind of like shit out whatever thoughts are on their head. And then eventually they go in one direction. I mean, it's happened so many times. Dave Rubin, Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, Jimmy Dore.
It's a weird phenomenon too. The ones who get stuck in a certain era. I've seen that.
Right.
Where like some people just stop, like it's almost like they stopped following the specific stories of politics post a certain year.
Yeah.
And they just get stuck in a rut
Jimmy
of
thing is
1
like,
year.
we're still bad about the vaccines, right, guys?
He is in 2020 forever. Like he's just stuck in 2020 forever.
But you know what's funny, even with that, is so as part of this big AI announcement, one of these dudes got up and was like, AI is going to enable us to make mRNA vaccines within 48 hours for everybody. And even on something that, you know, the right has made such a like core part of their political identity, even on that, they weren't like, wait, we hate vaccines. What's going on?
They're followers.
We don't like this.
They're all
They
followers.
just all, you know, they just all like, oh, if Trump's doing it, I guess it's going to be fine.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much
Jack me daddy.
rich stuff.
Yeah.
There's so much rich stuff to talk about. The whole AI scam, the fact that $500 billion basically given to tech oligarchs to set up a tech feudalist authoritarian society, and we don't have our basic needs met, but we're $500 billion towards AI, which will eventually take our jobs and replace us as they say it will.
Right.
It's like, why are we not talking about this? No, we got to talk about fucking Fauci. We got to talk about 2018, something that happened in 2018. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's so I see you're just as black-pilled as I am. You're just as radicalized as I am.
There's another layer to this too, which is we're just talking about the problem of audience capture, but I mean, most of these outlets, especially on, all of the right-wing outlets, they take tons of corporate money.
Oh yeah, that's a well-oiled machine.
And
That's a well-oiled machine
so
on the right.
Tell me how you're different from mainstream media.
They're not.
Like, you're not. In
How is
fact,
Rogan?
it's actually, it's worse because I worked at MSNBC and I can tell you, the hosts are not involved in soliciting, pharma executives or whatever. There is at least a theoretical wall between the on-air talent and the people who are selling the ads. In the quote-unquote new media world, there is none of that. You oftentimes are the person who are reading the ad. And so we're supposed to believe for some reason you have more integrity than they do when actually you're more directly compromised in terms of the financial interest. And, that's the other part of this is just like, I don't know. I guess I'm not even sure what the answer is because I think you just have to rely on some
Destroy
sort
them.
of like.
That's the answer. Destroy these lying
and
fucking
audiences
frauds.
have to be educated about the differences between the different business models and because you can create a business that has better incentives and tries to protect you against some of these corrupting influences. But and at this point there just needs to be a recognition that just because you're on YouTube or you have a podcast does not mean that you have any more integrity than any mainstream figure and is probably an indication that you have much less.
Rogan gives a hand job to a robber baron, a new one, every other week. And we're supposed to think like, oh, bro, you're really independent. It's really great how you keep having on asshole MAGA politicians and genocide supporters for Israel.
Or like Barry Weiss, fearless truth teller Barry Weiss, who hosted a Trump inauguration party in collaboration with Uber and had a bunch of, that's the other thing too. Is all these people pretend like they're fearless outsiders, and then it's like, there they are at Trump's inauguration, the little president of the United States,
and by the way,
most powerful person in the world.
Is Rogan now shitting on Trump for his fucking clear meme coin scam of his own supporters? Is he talking about that? Is he talking about the executive orders that raise drug prices? If Joe Biden signed the executive order that raised drug prices, Rogan would fucking talk about it. Rogan would talk about it. Everybody in that right-wing sphere would talk about it. With Trump, they won't say shit because they're all captured. They are MAGA regime media. That's what they are. And also, if you get a $250 million fucking contract or whatever the fuck it is from Spotify, it's like, spare me the fucking outsider campaigns, right?
Yeah.
Spare me the, and it's not just for him, it's for all the others as well.
And that's part of the problem, though, to your point, Kyle. If you are a 100 millionaire multiple times over, little by little, you're just going to naturally become detached from everyday people. I mean, Joe Rogan is not going to live a life that's even remotely similar to somebody else in Texas, right? He's never going to have to worry about healthcare costs. Perhaps, he was already insulated from that. But there are degrees of wealth that really make you a psychopath, I think, honestly. Not to psychoanalyze people, but when you just have $10 million, $50 million, you're doing really good, you're comfortable, but I think that you still maybe have the capacity to empathize. When you get into the 100 million, billion category, that's when I think you actually become a sociopath. And so you don't just become detached, you genuinely hate and are antagonistic towards working people, because then there's resentment because there's a lot of income and wealth inequality. So maybe he gets called, a rich person and gets accused of rich planning or whatever, and then he starts to fight back against them. So it's just, these people are not, they're not representative of the average human experience, right? So they can't pretend to speak for regular people when Joe Rogan has a fucking I don't know, he probably has a mansion with 20 rooms in it. That's not what the normal people are dealing with, so that also is part of the problem as well.
Yeah, as well as just, I've made this point 1,000 times about Rogan, but his environment, it's true. He went from LA to Texas, but he's surrounded 24/7 by edgy right-wing comedians who think comedy is just pissing off liberals. That's their whole view of what comedy is. I said the edgy thing. Oh, did you? You're such a bad boy. That's their whole fucking thing, right?
Yeah, but don't let him hear a Lady Bishop tell him to have compassion for people.
Oh, then they melt down. Then they melt down. Hearing in a Christian...
Whoa, that is too out there. How dare you?
Yeah, delivering the message of Jesus to the face of these supposed Christians is a fucking bridge too far. Right. And I saw Republican politicians deport her.
Yeah.
No, we should be deporting Elon Musk. That's who we should be deporting.
Sorry, not to digress.
Yes.
They brought on the crypto scam pastor to Laura Ingram's show.
Yeah,
to go after this lady and say she should never preach the gospel of Christ again or whatever. Oh my God.
Tell me about your morality, Mr. Crypto Scammer, who just crypto scammed fucking 24 hours ago. asshole.
You know, I
these
reached
people are
out to
ridiculous.
that guy on Twitter and I asked him, Pastor Lorenzo, you know, I was going to donate all this money that I have to my local church, but it seems like if I put it all into Lorenzo coin, that's going to be better. So I could do that and then donate it to the church. Like, if I do that, you're not going to rug pull on me, are you? Like,
Oh, man. Yeah.
these
A
people
man
are
of great integrity, Mike. How dare you
of course.
suggest?
Melania coin, Trump coin, Lorenzo coin. I mean, what the fuck is Barron going to do to us when that time rolls around? Thank God Trump Jr. is just out there doing cocaine off strippers'
Yeah,
assholes. Like, at
true.
least he's busy doing something that's more productive than scamming the entire fucking country.
Well,
you know?
I think him and Eric are involved in the whatever the crypto bullshit is that
Oh, of course.
Trump did.
Yeah,
so
of
I
course.
think they're
Of course.
partly responsible in that direction. So
Yeah. Hey guys, we had a great conversation with Mike of the Humanist Report, Mike Figueredo. Definitely check it out. It was very therapeutic, very fun, also very angry. You could sign up below on Substack.
Welcome to another episode of This Fucking Guy, the show where we choose one fucking guy making America worse and explore the reasons they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast. And this time, I'm delighted to be joined by Crooked Media's Julia Claire, co-writer of This Fucking Guy, who many of you will remember from our 3-part series on Donald Trump. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Erin. Thank you so much. I am a glutton for punishment.
This episode's subject is one that, as you can see, many of you have been clamoring for, much in the way that a mob of angry townsfolk would clamor for Dracula to emerge from his castle after he kidnapped and exsanguinated one too many of the town's preteens.
Well, put down those pitchforks because we're bringing out that MAGA Nosferatu this month, Stephen Miller.
A man who has never won an election in his life and has the charisma of a toilet rat, but nevertheless has been forced on us like male Instacart shoppers or Adam Levine.
The sight of him evokes the feeling of opening up the kitchen trash the day after somebody cleaned out the fridge, like a giant broccoli farted in the bin.
Face so punchable that he's not allowed to attend boxing matches lest he distract the fighters. Like many subjects of This Fucking Guy, Miller is a Trump gadfly, but unlike many previous subjects, Miller seems to actually believe what he's saying, or at least he wants us to believe that he believes what he's saying, because as he's alluded to in at least one interview, triggering the libs with his bad opinions is the only thing that gives his life meaning. But I cannot stress enough that despite the fact that he tries very hard to shock people, the overall effect is tiresome.
The story of Stephen Miller is one of an unremarkable man. Not good looking, medium smart, sexually repellent, not funny, who, like many others in Washington, wants to be interesting. And since he can't embody any of those other superlatives, he's chosen to be the most obnoxious.
Like Shakespeare's Iago, Miller's motivations are opaque. Are there lessons to be learned from his Hitler-light histrionics? I'm actually not sure. Miller seems like somebody who had every chance in life to turn out good, or at least normal, but just came out weird.
A defective dickhead on the conveyor belt of human souls.
Okay, so without further ado, let's talk about Stephen Wilhelmina Miller.
Wait, is that his middle name?
No, but wouldn't it be funny if it was?
Okay, moving on. Stephen Miller was born, or summoned from the underworld, on August 23rd, 1985. He grew up in Santa Monica, California
He's 5 years younger than me. I hate you, bro. I hope you fucking die in a fire. All of you, the whole fucking camp, fucking burning napalm.
a not particularly political Jewish family.
That's right, but little Stephen officially came out as a conservative in middle school when he began subscribing to Guns and Ammo magazine, the official magazine for feeling bad about your dick. God already laying the groundwork as an enormous loser.
A middle schooler interested in guns and ammo. Certainly no red flags there. Also, a preteen from Santa Monica getting really into guns as if he would ever have cause to use one is a particular kind of cowboy cosplay that in America more commonly leads suburbanites to buy enormous pickup trucks. We know you're just using that truck for Starbucks runs, Carl. Anyways, the young Miller was then fully radicalized after reading the former CEO of the NRA's manifesto titled Guns, Crimes, and Freedom, which stridently argued that America was under attack from outsiders.
A lot of you might be thinking that these political attitudes sit in stark contrast with the modern-day California of our collective understanding, but as journalist Jean Guerrero wrote in her 2020 book, Hate Monger, Stephen Miller came of age in the 90s when California was a hotbed of anti-immigrant sentiment.
Always a good reminder not to become such an absolute ghoul that a journalist one day writes a book about you called Hate Monger.
Oh my God.
California in the 90s was under the governorship of Republican Pete Wilson, who repeatedly railed against what he called, quote, an invasion at the border and blamed all of California's fiscal problems on immigrants. Sound familiar?
After beginning to marinate in this ferociously anti-immigrant rhetoric, Stephen Miller called up one of his few pals at school, Jason Islas, and informed him that they could no longer be friends because Jason's family was Latino.
Not a particularly wise decision considering that Miller was already cultivating his signature table for one vibes. One classmate recalls that even in a school where nerds were considered cool, he was still the guy that nobody liked.
Ouch. Sounds like a great example of how sometimes bullying can work too well, creating bullying-resistant super assholes in much the same way that overprescribing can lead to antibiotic-resistant superbacteria. He seems to really delight in being a heel and decided to double down on his villain persona in place of developing an actual personality. In 2017, a video of Miller's high school student government campaign speech emerged in which he argued that students shouldn't pick up their own trash because janitors exist.
Am I the only one who is sick and tired of being told to pick up my trash? And we have plenty of janitors.
That video perfectly encapsulates his bratty little prince.
I know.
He's just such a brat.
His classmates quickly booed him off stage. Saying truly horrible things without apology was, again, something Miller seemed to really enjoy. After 9/11, Miller took to his high school newspaper column and penned an article called, quote, A Time to Kill, in which he urged a violent response against radical Islamists, a catch-all category into which Miller appeared to suggest that most Muslims fell, and accused his classmates and administrator of inadequate patriotism.
Sorry, but Santa Monica High School, this one's on you for letting a minor publish an article called A Time to Kill, which is already the title of another thing that was very popular. Hack behavior.
Here's another clip of 17-year-old Miller joking about torturing Iraqis. Cool.
But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
And something so pussy about a guy being like, get him, boys.
Yeah.
Get him, boys. That's his whole tough guy vibe. Seize him. At least he showed a sliver of self-awareness here.
But something's just not going right. My hair is just receding. I look like I'm 35.
True.
And I'm
Absolutely.
balding,
I agree with
35-year-old at
Stephen
that.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, you gotta hand it to him there. He
does look 35.
He does.
Describing him as dead behind the eyes doesn't really do it justice. Miller's eyes are deader than anybody's eyes have ever been.
Miller kept falling deeper down the alt-right rabbit hole. Teenage Stephen Miller became a pious adherent of conservative talk radio, listening to Rush Limbaugh and local host Larry Elder. Miller began calling into Elder's show to rail against the administration at Santa Monica High School, who Miller complained were too tolerant of his Spanish-speaking classmates and too enthusiastic about multiculturalism. Elder was so impressed by Miller's, I don't know, articulate racism that he even began regularly inviting him on the show as a guest.
It's the only way that Larry Elder could get a young person to talk to him. In all, he appeared on Elder's show as a guest 69 times, which, nice.
Swish.
But second, given what we know about Stephen, it makes sense that all of that attention, both positive and negative, went right to young Stephen's shriveled little prefrontal cortex and encouraged him to press onward in his pursuit of right-wing stardom.
It was on the Larry Elder show that teenage Stephen Miller caught the attention of two men who would go on to shape the nightmare we know him to be today, Steve Bannon and David Horowitz.
Now, we all know Steve Bannon. David Horowitz was a member of the New Left in the 1960s before pivoting to arch conservatism and whetting his white nationalist curiosity. He took Stephen Miller under his wing and taught him that hope and fear are the two greatest weapons in politics, but fear is more compelling.
Horowitz eventually fed a strategy paper to Miller describing the need for the Republican Party to remake itself around the demonization of its political opponents and appeals to Americans' base instincts.
Hey, that's the exact plot of Wicked.
Oh.
Well, congratulations, David. Some 20 years later, we can definitely say the Republican Party is doing exactly what you wanted, and America is so much worse for it. According to Gene Guerrero's reporting, Horowitz also introduced the teenage Miller to even more explicitly white nationalist media, including websites like American Renaissance and VDare, both of which sound like gay hookup apps for college libertarians.
After high school, Stephen took his hateful little spirit across the country to Duke University, the Harvard of assholes, where he again wrote regular screeds in the school newspaper in a bi-weekly column called Miller Time.
The column was full of what you would expect from Miller by now, both because it was already the title for something else, and because both Miller brand beer and Miller's writing leave the consumer with a distinct piss aftertaste. In one article, Miller argued that laws requiring pay equity for men and women would hurt businesses and that the pay gap was mostly women's fault for not asking for raises, which, again, not original.
I just can't get over what a fun hang he must have been on the quad. One of his classmates, who was also an editor on the Duke Chronicle, said of Miller, quote, "I cannot remember a single person who was his friend, nor can anyone I know." Yes. Again, that sounds right.
Miller first entered the national spotlight during his senior year at Duke when 3 captains of the school's lacrosse team were falsely accused of raping a woman they hired as a stripper at one of their parties.
The case became a national lightning rod as the 3 players in question were white and their accuser was black. Stephen Miller distinguished himself with an immediate willingness to believe that the white players were innocent before any details about the case were known. To horrified reactions from fellow students and faculty, he showcased that he was predominantly concerned not that a woman might have been raped, but that young white men might have been wrongly accused. It's now all but the standard response to any accusations of sexual misconduct from the right.
Miller devoted more of his school newspaper column to the case than any other topic. For this, he was invited to be a talking head on CNN, as well as 2 of Fox News' most popular shows, respectively hosted by Bill O'Reilly and Nancy Grace.
Well, you have a situation here where, like a lot of college campuses, you have this segment of professors that's very powerful and very, very far to the left. And for the first time, a lot of students, and in a way the American public at large, saw the depths and the ferocity of that radicalism.
Despite the fact that the case fell apart within 6 months, all charges were dropped, the district attorney was disbarred, and each player received upwards of $20 million in settlements from both Duke and the city of Durham. The Duke lacrosse case is still invoked by American right-wingers 20 years later. I'm not saying what happened to those 3 players wasn't traumatic. It clearly was. But from modern conservative rhetoric, you would think that they received the same unimaginable cruelty as the 5 black teenagers wrongly accused of rape in 1989 who became known as the Central Park 5, now the exonerated 5. You know, the ones Donald Trump called to be executed by the state, who were forced to spend their entire young adulthoods behind bars.
Yeah, and any false accusation of a crime as serious as sexual assault is awful. But the fact that the right-wing media doesn't seem to make a peep when the accused aren't privileged white boys tells me that the issue they really care about isn't justice. It's something else. And Stephen Miller was a dutiful messenger of that something else.
The lacrosse case catapulted another young conservative firebrand who also happened to be a graduate student at Duke into the national spotlight. His name was Richard Spencer. Spencer and Miller met through the Duke Conservative Union, of which they were both members, and likely bonded over their love of, whiteness probably. In later years, while trying to increase his national profile, Miller would attempt to distance himself from Spencer and pretend that he was not also a white nationalist, as Spencer self-identified. But it was just never particularly convincing.
Richard Spencer also insisted Miller was not a white nationalist, but he said, "You can't be this passionate about the immigration issue and..."
Because he's Jewish. Period.
Translate that?
Sure. That is white nationalist grad student code for he's not technically in our club, but he hates brown people so much that we invite him to the Christmas party.
Okay, thank you so much.
Fucking stupid
After
white
college,
power
Miller
sons
headed
of
to Capitol
bitches.
Hill, where his
Stephen
old pal
Miller,
David Horowitz got him a job
Stephen Miller's
as press
so
secretary
fucking
for
beyond
then
stupid.
Minnesota Congresswoman
Evil,
Michelle Bachmann.
stupid fuck.
Jump
who's already
scare.
dead.
I haven't heard that name in years.
You remember Michelle Bachmann, don't you? The Tea Party psycho who claimed the HPV.
All right-wing fucking Zionist Jewish people. are probably the dumbest people on the fucking planet. Because the second these crackers get a chance to kill you, they will. Fucking believe me.
The vaccine causes mental retardation. I'm so sorry. Accused Huma Abedin of having ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and called Disney's The Lion King gay propaganda.
Like, Scar is definitely a bitchy queen. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
But The Lion King isn't even bi-coded to me.
It's hetero.
It's totally hetero.
In 2009, Miller met, in many ways, his nativist soulmate when he began working for Alabama Senator and living Confederate statue Jefferson Beauregard Sessions.
The senator whose actions and face demand that we ask the question, what would it look like if an elf on the shelf joined the KKK?
I'm sorry, I know. He always just seems to pop up like a ghost from the Battle of Gettysburg.
In the spring of 2013, a bipartisan group of 8 senators had drafted a bill that offered increased security at the U.S.-Mexico border in exchange for a path toward citizenship for undocumented immigrants living already in the U.S. The bill looked all but certain to pass.
To say that Stephen Miller and his boss were ripshit about this legislation was an understatement. The two men were completely incensed at the prospect of any compromise whatsoever on immigration. Miller called Hill reporters and other congressional offices round the clock to blunt the measure. Thanks in part to his relentless lobbying, the bill died.
By that point, Miller had an established reputation in the halls of Congress, known for his brazenness, his enormous forehead, and smoking like a chimney. Ugh, I bet he smelled like Joe Campbell's nutsack.
Not great for the old complexion either, Stephen. This guy is simply begging to age like milk.
Miller's myopic obsession with immigration carried him forward when Sessions became the first and only sitting U.S. senator to endorse Donald Trump in the 2016 Republican primary. We all know what happened next. Okay, dear God, how many times can we replay the 2016 Trump victory?
Miller continually denied being a white nationalist, but his presence on the Trump campaign and later in the Trump White House certainly set all the white nationalist bloggers clapping like dolphins. After Trump's win, Miller didn't want an agency nomination or position that would subject himself to too much legal and congressional scrutiny. Instead, he asked to head the amorphous internal group, the Domestic Policy Council.
There, he would try to do maximal damage with minimal oversight. Stephen Miller's most lasting legacy from the first Trump administration were 2 of its cruelest policies, the Muslim ban and a zero-tolerance border policy that separated children from their parents.
His very first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order engineered by Miller, barring all people from 7 Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States.
This immediately sparked a wave of outcries, protests, and legal challenges. And a court eventually struck the sloppily constructed order down on the grounds that it was, legally speaking, whack. But it still created shockwaves. Airports broke out into chaos with valid visa holders suddenly in limbo. University students from the 7 nations targeted were either stuck in the U.S., unable to return home, or stuck in their country of origin, unable to return to school.
All the while, Stephen Miller watched from his protected position with glee, like Nero watching Rome burn, if Nero were a man in his early 30s who looked 50.
This fucking guy is brought to you by Lumen. Today, I want to introduce you to an amazing tool that helps increase energy levels and stick to healthy habits this year. Did you know that 80% of resolutions fail by February? You can beat the odds with Lumen and improve your health. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It is a device that measures your metabolism through your breath, and on the app, it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. All you have to do is breathe into your Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fat or carbs. Then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on your measurements. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals so you know exactly what's going on in your body in real time. And Lumen will give you tips to keep you on top of your health game. Because your metabolism is at the center of everything your body does, optimal metabolic health translates to a bunch of benefits, including easier weight management, improved energy levels, better fitness results, better sleep, etc. My husband Josh is a huge fan of Lumen. He starts each morning with a quick check of his metabolism on the device, and within seconds gets a tailored nutrition plan for the day. It's making me excited to try it out when I am done feeding this baby. Come on, baby, grow up. So if you want to stick to healthy habits for good this year, go to lumen.me/guy to get 20% off your Lumen. That's lumen.me/guy for 20% off your purchase. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring this episode. Miller continued on and rewrote a narrower version of the ban that the courts ultimately upheld. Armed with the lessons of David Horowitz, he laundered white supremacist ideas through language about heritage, economics, and national security.
He quickly came to understand that the president's position accusations were largely based on the last person he had spoken to, because Donald Trump is a baby with no object permanence. And Miller used that to his advantage, laser focused on his immigration obsession. In 2017, he convinced Trump to cancel DACA, an Obama-era order that protected undocumented immigrants who were brought into the country as children. In an email to a Breitbart editor, he said that expanding the, quote, foreign-born share of the U.S. workforce was an instance of immigration being used to replace existing demographics. If that tinfoil hat rhetoric sounds familiar, it's because it's a well-known far-right conspiracy called the Great Replacement.
One of the first things Stephen Miller did in the White House was establish an office dedicated exclusively to the demonization of immigrants called the Victims of Immigration and Crime Engagement. Miller proposed almost verbatim immigration policies recommended by far-right think tanks like the Federation for American Immigration Reform, which was founded by noted eugenicist and white supremacist John Tanton.
Those white nationalist accusations were becoming increasingly difficult to evade. A 2019 report from the civil rights nonprofit, the Southern Poverty Law Center, exposed more than 900 emails Miller had sent to a Breitbart editor over a 15-month period between 2015 and 2017.
900 emails? Log off, my dude.
In the emails, Miller urged Breitbart writers to aggregate stories that highlighted crime committed by immigrants and non-white people and directed them to his favorite white supremacist journals like the aforementioned American Renaissance and V-Dare.
Other highlights from the leaked emails included Miller being pissy that Amazon removed Confederate flag merch from its marketplace after the 2015 Charleston, South Carolina shooting, where a white man went on an anti-black rampage and killed 9 parishioners at a black church.
Miller also promoted the racist French novel The Camp of Saints in the emails, another work popular among white nationalists about the destruction of the white world by non-white refugees.
But wait, there's more. In
Fuck
another
you,
email,
stupid
Miller
crackers.
approvingly
Hope you all
forwarded
die.
an article arguing
I'm
that the
willing
U.S.
to
should
die
deport
if all
immigrants
the other
on
crackers
trains,
fucking
quote,
die.
to scare out the people who want to undo our country. But don't call him racist. Don't you dare call him racist. Here he is, throwing a hissy fit over the allegation that he may be racist, lobbed by CNN's Jim Acosta.
Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
Jim, actually, I have to honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It reveals your cosmopolitan bias to a shocking degree.
Shut
that in
the
your
fuck
mind,
up,
No, this is an
you
amazing.
bald
This is an
Nazi
amazing
cunt.
moment. This is an amazing moment that you think only people from Great Britain.
The only thing worse than skinheads are skinheads that nature dictated that they would be. And they're probably bitter and fucking jerking off their fucking small dicks because they can't get fucking pussy. Fuck you.
Australia would speak.
I didn't really mean that part. That was anger. But Stephen Miller, if he does get pussy, he doesn't deserve it. Women should, or a woman should slice his fucking cock and balls off, and shove it down his throat so he chokes to death on it. Thank you. Fuck you, Stephen Miller.
Speak English is so insulting to millions of hardworking immigrants who do speak English from all over the world. Jim, have you honestly never met an immigrant
family is
from
from
another
Cuba.
country
I know.
who speaks English outside of Great Britain and Australia?
Okay,
Also, cosmopolitan bias, bitch, you're from Santa Monica.
Yeah.
The SPLC report spurred calls for his resignation, but only from Democrats. Stephen Miller went on to become one of the Trump administration's longest-serving soldiers, surviving the near-constant turmoil and turnover that came to characterize the Trump White House.
He's coming
Again,
in the next
Miller's
one.
nebulous position on the White House org chart shielded him from serious consequences. But it also allowed him to walk around like he owned the joint, which even his equally awful Trump admin colleagues found unbearable.
Miller had inserted himself into the Department of Homeland Security's policymaking so often that DHS officials literally started hiding their work from him. At one point, the head of the DHS ended up holding meetings in a classified security bunker just to keep Miller away, which then convinced Miller that there was a cabal of deep state actors trying to thwart Trump's agenda.
Wow.
I actually do love the idea that the deep state is just a group of people trying to avoid Stephen Miller. That's a conspiracy theory I can get behind.
Okay, let's take a quick break from Steven's endless barking to talk about his personal life. Sorry in advance. In college, he was rumored to have an on-again, off-again fling with a Latina classmate who was mean to him, which sounds like it could be part of his immigrant-hating supervillain origin story, except for the fact that he already made hating immigrants his entire personality before he got to college. But beyond that one relationship that was more like light bullying, Steven, a heavy smoker with a receding hairline and the bedroom eyes of a serial killer's minion, wasn't very popular with the ladies. Until that is, one very special lady came along. Cue the romantic music. That was the theme from Suspiria, a 1977 Italian cult classic about a coven of murderous witches that retain their power through horrifying human sacrifice.
I hope
which,
she sacrifices
even though I
that
had to stop
fucking
watching it at the
bald
razor
Nazi
wire
cunt.
scene, is actually a more heartwarming story than that of the courtship between Stephen Miller and his awful wife, Katie Waldman.
Either way, I'm sleeping with the lights on.
Okay, so Katie grew up in Weston, Florida, where, like her husband, she was completely unremarkable except for her willingness to be mean and annoying for attention. When she was in high school, she got into a feud with one of the only black teachers on her school's faculty over the teaching of Toni Morrison's Beloved. And after the dust settled on that, she tried to bully the teacher's kid, one of the few black students in her school.
Wow, she sounds amazing.
While involved in student government at the University of Florida, her greatest achievement was voting down a measure that would have sent condolences to the family of Trayvon Martin, an unarmed black teenager who was murdered by a neighborhood vigilante.
In a thorough profile of the couple's obnoxiousness, Vanity Fair found sources from throughout Katie's life that described her as sociopathic, horny for power, and friendless. Okay, maybe she and Stephen Miller are actually soulmates.
Anyway, one Thanksgiving early in his White House tenure, Stephen's parents asked him if he'd met any nice girls, and Stephen, in his typical normal and cool way, screamed at them that the topic was off limits. Something tells me that that's not the first Thanksgiving meal that Stephen Miller has stormed away from.
But little Stevie wouldn't be lonely for much longer. Katie and Stephen would meet doing their evil bidding for their evil bosses.
Katie and Stephen, who was a Santa Monica 0 and a DC 1, met shortly after she got a job working for the National Republican Senatorial Committee and then the Department of Homeland Security, where she played a role in convincing her bosses to adopt the family separation policy, aka the policy that led to that footage of migrant children in cages crying out for their mothers. Which I guess Katie found pretty hilarious. By the time Katie had made it to DHS, she was already well known for her shameless lack of scruples and for the unholy trinity of traits possessed by all the Trump comms minions: immaturity, arrogance, and utter incompetence.
So you can see why when she and Stephen Miller crossed paths, it was love. Each had met their craven, deranged other half.
Stephen had everything that Katie had ever wanted: proximity to power, a willingness to date her, and the rare Jewish Republican pedigree. Although it should be noted that many people close to Stephen, including many close relatives and his childhood rabbi, found him just as off-putting and awful as the rest of us and have disavowed him.
And as Stephen and Katie's relationship blossomed like a corpse flower, so too did Katie's career. She eventually worked her way up to Mike Pence's press secretary.
The pair were married at the Trump National Hotel in D.C. in February 2020. A few weeks later, the COVID-19 pandemic would lead to a series of events that would ultimately shut the hotel down for good. But was it the COVID or the curse of Katie and Stephen touching their wet little butthole-shaped mouths together that sunk the hotel?
Impossible to say, and I am so mad at you for conjuring that image.
You're welcome. After their wedding, they moved to Arlington, Virginia to mate and feed.
The pair have 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, or in the parlance of Trump's Supreme Court, 2 humans and 1 human minus.
But just because Trump and Mike Pence were voted out of office and suffered a now famous public breakup in the wake of that election loss, that doesn't mean Stephen hung back in Arlington to rest on his fascist laurels. In between getting his wife pregnant an upsetting number of times in quick succession, he was laying the groundwork for the next Trump administration.
During the hopeful ellipsis between Trump administrations, Miller was busy humping his favorite chicken, illegal immigration.
You'd think a guy would get bored with harping on the same scare phrase for literal decades. At this point, it's like seeing the same horror movie so many times you start noticing the shots that accidentally capture the boom mic. And so Stephen Miller basically built the modern version of the right-wing narrative around undocumented immigrants causing all the problems. And now we have to watch him wave it around in public over and over, like the guy I see on Melrose and Western with his butt crack out every morning on my drive through Hollywood.
It's a beautiful city. In addition to yammering on about immigration on every bad right-wing podcast you've heard of and some you haven't, Miller has been busy with an organization called America First Legal. America First Legal aims to fight against policies meant to be more inclusive of women, black and brown people, and LGBTQ people across American culture. He fights against what he describes as discrimination against whites, which is funny since for most of his life, he and his wife were discriminated against by whites who did not want to be friends with them.
Miller was also getting paid by the Save America PAC, which was a major proliferator of the mass delusion that the 2020 election was somehow stolen from Donald Trump.
Stephen's superpower has always been cockiness despite being surrounded by people who hate him. The self-assurance of a pro wrestling heel, except he's not in on the joke. And so, even before Trump emerged the victor in the 2024 presidential election, he was immediately ready to describe the administration's game plan over the next 4 years.
The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you re-implement Title 42, and then you also deploy the military to the southern border. You reassert the fundamental constitutional principle that you don't have a right to enter into our sovereign territory, to even request the asylum claim. The military has the right to establish a fortress position on the border and to say no one can cross here at all.
You know what? It's stunning how long he has been doing this without improving as a public speaker in any measurable way.
Take that, Malcolm Gladwell.
If the story of the first Trump administration was the story of a group of rabid chimpanzees taking over an airport but having no idea what buttons to push to get the planes to take off, Trump 2.0 promises to be characterized by those monkeys having a passing understanding of what buttons to push to at least get the planes to go back and forth.
Which means that going into Inauguration Day, Miller has what he claims is a concrete set of actionable steps to execute the plans he laid out, including internment camps, plans to deport up to 1 million people a year, a path for red state governors to deputize the National Guard to act as immigration enforcers, and other bullet points that would find themselves at home on the front page of a Stormfront forum in the early aughts.
Trump has announced that he plans to name Miller Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, a position that does not require Senate approval, which is great. Not that it would matter anyway, though. These particular GOP senators have the courage to stand up to Trump that a slug has to stand up to a salt shaker.
Which means that, trolling or not, things that Miller said during Trump's pre-election Madison Square Garden rally like this.
Who's going to stand up and say the cartels are gone, the criminal migrants are gone, the gangs are gone, America is for Americans and Americans only?
Are closer to becoming reality than they've ever been, even though they're not original or interesting or even popular.
As Margaret Atwood has said, fascism is not exciting. It's always the same plot. And despite the fact that Miller bleeds for a desire to trigger the libs, to be known as a provocateur, when history remembers him, it will be several lines down in a Wikipedia article about somebody who had more gravitas than he could ever muster. He'll be a footnote to a footnote, an answer to a triple bonus question to break a tie on a DC bar trivia night. Contemptible, but ultimately like stepping on dog shit, unpleasant, but unoriginal and utterly forgettable. Well, there you have it. Stephen Miller, America's Goebbels, the Satan of Santa Monica.
The Pol Pot of the Pacific, the Mussolini of Malibu.
God, don't do Malibu dirty like that. All right, Julia, on a scale of 1 to 5 weasels, where does Stephen fall for you?
You know, I'm honestly starting to feel bad for weasels. I feel like, what did they ever do to be compared to these?
Steal eggs, but that's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
And with the cost of eggs these days?
I mean, come on. In this economy? I think he's got to be 5 because he really believes what he says. And that's scary.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say this is a 5 weasel fire. And for the same reasons that you do. And also his new position in the incoming Trump administration is dangerously powerful and requires absolutely no oversight. So that's going to be great. Okay, time for us to sign off. If you like what you just saw, please like and subscribe and share with anybody you think might get a kick out of this. And a programming note, Alyssa is taking a much-deserved breather.
Chicago Public Schools officials initially reported the ICE agents were turned away. This is why instead of CPS, you don't start off with CPS. You say Chicago Public Schools, and then in parentheses, you bracket it as CPS. So then the rest of the article, when you say CPS, everyone knows you're referencing not Child Protective Services, but the Chicago Public Schools. That's what you're supposed to do editorially, for the record, if you're writing an article. There's a reason for why they do it that way, but they didn't do it this way.
Public school officials telling us federal agents showed up at the door today but were turned away, and now in the last few minutes a rather wild development. Let's bring in Sabrina Franza now. Sabrina, the story is changing minute by minute and a lot of questions remain.
Hi, Joe. We just received a statement from the Department of Homeland Security, who told us that there were no immigration enforcement actions at or near a school in the entire city of Chicago today. Very confusing after CPS came out and told us that ICE was here on campus trying to gain access to the school. And then we reached out to ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Federal Agency, who told us they were not here today. The principal of the school came out and told us that ICE was here at the school trying to gain access around 11:15 this morning, and they said they did not gain entry. They were stopped at the front by...
There's also another part of this story that I think is also kind of like indecent, by the way. Those of you who are paying attention, it's something that I didn't even consider until I saw a journalist talk about the responsibility in reporting these ICE agents or the ICE raids ahead of time. It's not impersonators. No, I think that right now they want to instill fear. One, for marketing to the base, to say like, see, we're doing it, so that people can say it's Trump's golden age. Finally, America's golden age is upon us. But it's also to create fear in the hearts of the undocumented migrants in general, that their apprehension will come one day, even if they're not going to do a raid. So basically, that's what they're considering this as like an additional deterrent, I guess. That, you know, anytime and anywhere that you're at, you are at fear of deportation. You are at fear. You should always be fearful of like the violent protocols of deportation. And I think that the media is, if they don't take it seriously, sometimes I think the media is also beefing up this paranoia. But it's a unique situation because like your job is to obviously cover this stuff. And I totally understand why you would cover this stuff, right? Because like, come on, if you're doing raids, like someone has to cover it, right? If raids are happening, it's the responsibility of the media to cover it. But also, if raids are not taking place, if ICE raids are not taking place, and you're actually covering it as though they might, then you are kind of creating fear and creating a sense of panic too. It's awful because there's not really, like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Take a week off, dude. We're already talking about, like, the American Gestapo, and this guy's doing memes in the chat about how his husband begged me to peg him or something 6 years ago, and I didn't respond. So, apparently, Secret Service responded to Chicago school agency said, mid reports of ICE encounter. A spokesperson for the Secret Service said the agency was investigating a threat to one of our protectees in reference to a TikTok ban. So maybe someone at the school made a threat or something to a politician. Oh my God. Okay, so here's what most likely happened. Someone at that school made a threat on social media. Someone at that school made a threat on social media against a politician. Okay. Because of the TikTok ban. Homophobanabi, yeah, that's me. Yeah, there it is. It was an 11-year-old. Child Protective Services officially initially said agents who identified themselves as ICE arrived at Hamline Elementary School in the back of the yard Friday, but it was actually Secret Service agents looking for an 11-year-old who posted an anti-Trump video, a CPS source said. U.S. Secret Service agents, not Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, arrived at a CPS elementary school in back of the yards Friday, but were turned away by school administrators, officials said. That's insane, bro. Brother, not that insane, okay? It's not. Oh, not Child Protective Services, Chicago Public Schools. My bad. Sorry, CPS. Chicago Public Schools. You're right. Dumbass, it's Chicago Public Schools. Yes. I apologize for being stupid. Chicago Public Schools officials initially reported the ice ages were turned away. This is why instead of CPS, you don't start off with CPS. You say Chicago Public Schools, and then in parentheses, you bracket it as CPS. So then the rest of the article, when you say CPS, everyone knows you're referencing not Child Protective Services, but the Chicago Public Schools. That's what you're supposed to do editorially, for the record, if you're writing an article. There's a reason for why they do it that way, but they didn't do it this way. They wrote CPS everywhere in the beginning, and then only after they wrote Chicago Public Schools right here. Anyone that's done anyone that's done any writing, professional writing, knows that that's what you're supposed to do. Anyway, whatever, it's fine. But I guess it's because of the Chicago Public. It's a Chicago publication. People understand. Like the context is baked into it for the readers. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's my fault regardless. A spokesman for ICE denied the agency visited the school Friday afternoon, according to the Sun Times. It was actually U.S. Secret Service agents who visited the school, CBS source said, and ABC 7 Chicago reported. Federal agents arrived in the school as they were searching for an 11-year-old who posted an anti-Trump video, according to a CPS source. Agents had visited a home and were told the person was a student at Hamline, the source said. The principal said school administrators followed protocols and did not allow the agents inside the school. ICE officials did not immediately respond to questions from Block Club. In an interview with MSNBC, Chicago Public School CEO Pedro Martinez said the officers presented credentials to school leaders and identified themselves as ICE. Students and staff inside the school were safe during the encounter, officials said. More than 90% of Hamline students are Latino, and about 2/3 are English learners, according to district data. They kept the agents outside of the school and contacted the CPS Law Department and CPS Office of Safety and Security for further guidance. To any of the students or staff, Fergie said. Teaching and learning continued throughout the day at Hamlin. Hamlin Elementary School Principal Natasha Ortega said the school's security and clerks followed the district's protocols. Due to that, we were able to ensure the safety of our school and all of our students. See, something isn't adding up here? No, something is absolutely adding up. Oh, because you're saying that they identify themselves as ICE instead of Secret Service. Is that what you're saying? I mean, they might have misunderstood the credentials and thought that they were saying ICE instead of Secret Service. Especially at this stage. One, ICE is not going to lie. I don't think. They have no reason to lie and be like, oh, no, we went to a school. Like, no, they want it. They want you to fear that schools are not safe either. So, I think that, I mean, ICE lies all the time, make no mistake, but I'm saying, like, they wouldn't lie against their better judgment, against their best interests here. I do, however, think that, like, at this stage in the deportations, they're probably only going to go after W's, like things that they can present as a victory to claim that, like, there is, you know, 1 million undocumented migrants that are violent criminals that have simply not been apprehended by law enforcement in this country right now, right? So I think at this stage they're gonna still like they'll go to some local businesses. They'll have like one guy with a bench warrant or something. You know what I mean? Anything in sanctuary cities. What? Hassan, are you cranky? You seem like it. Does your goat have her period? Why do you want rape to be able to stay in this country? Are you one yourself? No, I want rapists to go to jail, dumbass, instead of get a free ride. Like, that's the difference, I think, between you and I, is that I actually want rapists to be punished. You just want them to be free for some weird reason. Also, the notion, I love that we're back to, like, old school Islamophobia, where it's like, oh, you're a goat because you're you Muslim goat. That's funny. Good one, dude. Weird that you're calling your mom a goat. She is the goat at Dome. She's the goat at giving me head. Now you know. Townshed 55. The throat goat. Yeah. My man came in here with like Jeff Dunham memes, you know? Anyway. Hook, line, and sinker. Thanks for playing, Habibi. Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry, mate.
I don't know what we were playing. Your mom was playing with my balls last night. That's why she's the goat. A lot of moms fail on that front, where they just like forget that balls are important. I was simply pretending to say you're a goat. All right. Let's continue.
IPS staff, as is their protocol. Our
Why are they going after a literal child? That makes sense. Child or not, if someone has done like, if someone has said something threatening to a political figure, the Secret Service will investigate it 100%. It doesn't mean that you'll go to jail or something, but they absolutely will investigate it. Damn, this guy wasn't even trying. He's just straight insane.
Security clerk team followed the protocols that we've been trained and practiced and have discussed.
Wasn't it just the anti-Trump post? No, no. Secret Service doesn't have enough. Secret Service does not have enough resources to go after every anti-Trump poster, especially 11-year-olds. That 11-year-old probably said something like that he was gonna kill. Like I'm telling you, okay? I promise you. No, he it's a child, so it's obviously ridiculous. It's a ridiculous show of force, but the child probably made a very direct threat, so much so that they at least entertained a show of force. They just, you know, it's a part of the due diligence, I guess.
And due to that, we were able to ensure the safety of our school and all of our students.
Now, right now, it is not clear who those officers were, how many people were here, if they were looking for anyone in particular, or if they had a warrant to do so with them. We tried asking CPS those questions, and they have not told us those specifics. Coincidentally, the CEO of Chicago Public Schools, Pedro Martinez, sent out this letter to parents today, adding, quote, "As we've said many times, CPS does not ask for the immigration status of our students or families and will not cooperate with immigration and customs enforcement or ICE agents who come to our school unless they have a criminal judicial warrant signed by a federal judge. Even in that rare instance, we have a team of lawyers available at all times to review those warrants." Now, this is one community that has been particularly concerned about ICE's arrival.
Let's go Chicago.
Neighbors telling us
Fuck
they ran
off,
outside
everyone.
when they started
Fuck
to hear
off,
commotion
federal
in light of
government.
President
Fascist
Trump's
cunts.
immigration-related
Illinois
executive
fucking
orders,
stands with the
now
people.
allowing ICE agents into
The
schools
fucking
and churches
human
and
beings who
promises
live
of
here. That's
mass
who we stand with.
deportations.
Now you
The
fucking
president of
fascist,
Chicago's
fucking white
Teachers Union
supremacist
says
cunts.
this has never
Eat shit.
happened before.
Chicago, baby.
Look, this is unprecedented. This is something that none of us have ever dealt with. So we are.
Schools shouldn't announce this, but just do it. No, it's important for schools to announce it. Are you kidding me? You want to be able to continue sending your child to
100.
school.
Thank you,
and
Hassan.
not
Hassan,
fear that
dude.
like
Everyone who
the
should sign you should
adults
fucking just
that you are
fucking
giving
fuck
legal
themselves and fuck their
guardianship
mothers.
over to your
And
child
you should fuck their
are
mothers.
not
and
going to
so
give
every
up your child
fucking hater
to
has
the
a
authorities.
step sibling.
So no, it's good that the school is coming out
fathered
and
by
making
you.
a strong statement on this stuff. This is the same principle behind like sanctuary cities in general, right? When you think about it, on its face, you're like, why is there such a concept called sanctuary cities? Like, people don't understand it. Little do they know, sanctuary cities was initially advocated for and implemented by federal and local law enforcement agencies. This is often forgotten in, I guess, the modern political discourse. Sanctuary cities comes across as like the invention of wokes, but it's actually born out of necessity. Knowing that there are millions of undocumented migrants living inside of the U.S. borders, a lot of cities that have a high density of undocumented migrants had issues where undocumented migrants are oftentimes in poorer neighborhoods and are more likely to be victims of crime by other undocumented migrants in many instances, because you do crimes to your neighbors in general. You do violence to the people closest to you in most circumstances, just how crime works, right? So basically, there was it would interfere in any sort of detective work and any sort of real police work, and it ended up causing undocumented migrants to get away with crime, oftentimes crime committed against other undocumented migrants. So basically, federal and local law enforcement pushed for sanctuary cities so that they would give assurances to the victims that they would not be unfairly prosecuted and that there would be no cooperation with ICE, and that you could freely talk to the police without fear that you might be apprehended and deported, right? This is for both victims and witnesses, exactly. Do you understand? Because if you're fearful that if you talk to a cop and they find out that you're undocumented, even though you were a witness of a heinous crime, for example, right? You're just not, you're less likely to speak to the police. You're less likely to give evidence that might serve. What? Remember when Asmongold painted with a broad brush and got banned? I watch a variety of streamers, including Zachar Asmongold, and you, but I will never be a Nazi because of who I choose to watch. Watch your brushstroke, man. Lol. Dude, I said the nicest. I was the most careful in my statement. I said Asmongold is welcoming a lot of awful people into his community because he thinks he's like just being, you know, a little edgy, even if he doesn't fully subscribe to this ideology. And people still got mad at me for this. It's crazy. Like, that's crazy. I'm not saying if you watch Asmongold, you're a Nazi, dumbass. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that if you entertain those kinds of crowds, okay, by making edgy jokes or whatever, you're inevitably going to welcome those crowds into your community and say, like, no, you're welcome here. You can be in here. It's fine. And inevitably, the dynamic of your community will change, okay? I can be a smartass too, no worries. I'm just saying. That's it. It's the most charitable. It is probably the most charitable way to approach the situation. I'm using like, I'm trying to be as understanding as possible, knowing the environment that I'm in. Tell the Nazi bar story, Hassan. What, the Nazi bar story? As in, if you have 10 people sitting on a table at the bar and one of them is a Nazi, then you have 10 Nazis. Is that what you mean?
Creating systems and protocols as we need.
Yeah, you or what? The Nazi bar is like, you can operate a bar, but if you start letting in one Nazi, then it's going to become a Nazi bar. Is that what it is? I mean, that is how it works. People with that kind of ideology do exist. And there are varying degrees of different political opinions in this great landscape of American politics, okay? Not every single person is a card-carrying, ideologically invested white nationalist neo-Nazi. But there are people like that. And the people like that want to actively recruit. And that's all they care about. And they will do everything in their power to continuously recruit. They will lie, they will obfuscate, they will touch on, they will focus on shared opinions. And there's plenty of shared opinions on that side of the political equation, because a lot of right-wing opinions, when exhausted to its logical conclusion, do end up in the fascist ideology, in the realm of fascist ideology. And that's how it works. Prominent former neo-Nazis have written extensively about this process, about how they realized that it was incredibly easy to infiltrate Republican politics and Republican communities because of how many of the shared values that they have. This does not mean that every Republican is a card-carrying Nazi. As a matter of fact, many Americans hate Nazis, right? Or at least they think they hate Nazis. This is how it works. And the most effective way to stop that, like, think about it this way. I am an outspoken leftist, anti-fascist content creator, and yet plenty of Nazi dipshits find their way into this community. They do all the time. They're always in the chat, okay? But what do? When I identify one, I immediately call them out and I ban them. Because if I was operating a bar, let's say, it's like I have a sign that says no Nazis allowed, okay? People still could have the capacity to enter the bar, but once identified, I immediately dispose of them, okay? It's that simple. If you don't do that, and my expectation isn't that every single person is that careful and that knowledgeable on dog whistles or whatever and operate with the same care and consideration. But if you are, if you're operating a bar, let's say, and you let some of these dudes in and more of them come in and they start yucking it up with the locals, and then the locals find them to be cool and chill, yeah, you're going to have a problem. Eventually, you're going to have a Nazi bar. That's it.
Now, to reiterate, lots of confusion here on the ground. Department of Homeland Security again has said that there were no immigration actions at this school or in the entire city of Chicago at a school.
So far for the tolerant, So far with the tolerant left, that's so funny. We're firmly planted in 2016 again, permanently. It's not even so far.
School today. ICE says they were not here, but again, CPS and the principal of Hamline Elementary says they saw ICE agents here this morning. We're in the back of the Yards neighborhood. Sabrina Franza, CBS News, Chicago. Joe?
Sabrina, thank you very much.
Now, it's important to note it's important to take note that, like, while ICE said that they didn't do this, okay, this still goes along with the other thing that I was talking about, which is that even if it's not ICE doing it, it doesn't matter because it still benefits the purpose of the administration, which is to instill fear, right? So here's Stephen Miller, I believe, talking about this. Here it is. Fox, ICE agents were denied entry to an elementary school in Chicago. Let's take a look at what Stephen Miller had to say about this exact story that we just listened to.
Moments ago from ABC is reporting this, and that's all I've got on it so far. ICE agents denied entry to a Southside elementary school in the Chicago public school system, and they're saying that they followed protocols, the principal says, and did not allow the agents inside. Are you aware of that situation, and is that something that is acceptable? We've heard talk about schools and churches as sanctuary spots.
There's no sanctuary for criminal.
He's a Jew, bro. Yeah, Stephen Miller is Jewish, and Stephen Miller is also still very much a Nazi. I'm sorry. Stephen Miller has often credited what was the book that Stephen Miller talks about? Like he literally credits a very prominent white nationalist book. Was it Camp of the Saints? Yeah.
Domination.
Stephen Miller and the Camp of the Saints. Like, my man has stated, but last week Southern Poverty Law Center detailed leaked emails in which Miller encouraged far-right website Breitbart to promote white supremacist ideas. In one message, Miller references a book of fiction. Someone should point out the parallels to Camp of the Saints. Like, he literally is he's a Turner Diaries and Camp of the Saints stan. So yes, you can be Jewish and still be a straight-up Nazi. Stephen Miller is.
Aliens in this country, nor is there a sanctuary for child trafficking, for child smuggling, or for child endangerment. ICE officers will take the actions necessary to protect the lives and safety of our children and to identify individuals who are involved in the smuggling and trafficking of our children in order to conduct.
Like, I'll keep it at $150. You know, like how I talked a lot about like the real interests of corporations here, and how our bosses, corporate owners, like, they don't necessarily care about, like, they don't want all migrants to be deported from this country, right? And how their ultimate goal is profit. They want to keep migrants undocumented so they can have a steady pool of exploitable labor. Stephen Miller is not in that camp. He is in the camp of, I want every brown person to be violently stripped away of their rights and deported from this country. Like, if given the opportunity, I think if Stephen Miller had all power, I mean, he has a tremendous amount of power, obviously, already. But if he had a magic wand, I think he would 100% put every migrant that is brown and black into camps.
And to identify individuals who are involved in the smuggling and trafficking of our children. In order to
trafficking of our children.
Conduct these investigations.
We must secure a future for our children.
In order to protect the safety and security of children all across America, federal law enforcement needs unrestricted access to conduct basic investigations.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, that's my point. Like, he doesn't know the exact details. He doesn't know that it was ICE agents, but he's still taking credit over it. Why is he doing that? The Trump admin officially denying that the ICE raid ever took place to MSNBC, sending Stephen Miller to gloat over the attempted raid on Fox. There it is. Why is he doing that? This goes along with what I was saying. This goes along with what I was saying earlier, which is that even if it's not a real ICE raid, when the media reports an ICE raid that is imminent in a place like Chicago, for example, that actually still serves their purpose. They can instill fear in the undocumented migrant population. They can instill fear in the hearts of migrants and even just like other brown people that aren't migrants. You could be a documented immigrant. You could be just a regular old natural-born U.S. citizen who's also kind of Hispanic looking. Like, you're still gonna be fearful of your. You're still gonna be fearful that like ICE might come and you know, put you in this like involuntary hold, unjustifiable detention with complete denial of due process. It's already happened in New Jersey. Look to that U.S. veteran, obviously, as we talked about, right? But the goal is, even if the raids are not conducted, the fear that a raid could have happened creates a sense of unsafety, creates a sense of panic, right? And instability. And I mean, it's just terrorizing people. That's the goal. It also serves a propaganda purpose for your base, because your base demands this kind of violence. So then you can just take credit over it and say, see, we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. Social media has been flooded with posts about Navajo citizens being detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and questioned about their U.S. citizenship. Navajo Nation leaders address reports of ICE detaining tribal citizens. Now, make no mistake, when Operation WB was happening in America, something that Donald Trump actually positively covered over and over again, and routinely
So is Trump
said he wanted to
anti-native?
do when he was running for office. When he was running
That's some
for
white
president,
supremacist shit. I never heard of it.
that was also a gruesome process of deportation that led to 1.3 million Mexicans and Americans of Mexican descent being forcibly deported. And not just Mexicans, but like Latin Americans. And there was a ton of American citizens that were deported in the process too. They were just Hispanic.
If you
or Latino,
are
and the same is
against
happening here as well. Like these guys,
Native
seemingly
Americans
are not super invested in the
North
immigration
America,
status
South
of a
America.
person. Do you understand?
You're a cunt, and you should fucking fuck your mother and kill yourself. Fuck you.
They're
You know,
operating
if
not
you're
on the
not down with
basis of
indigenous
like
people
your immigration
in the
status.
West,
They're
you're a
simply
piece of
coming
shit.
after you
Like the
if you
royal
look the
piece of
part.
shit. Worse than shit.
That's it. And how do you figure out
Worse
when
than
someone
shit.
looks the part?
I
Well,
would
they're
rather
not
eat
white.
shit
That's the
than
reason
eat
why
your mother's
Navajo Nation
pussies.
leaders are getting
fucking
arrested
cunts.
and being detained.
Die.
Or
Die a
Navajo
thousand
Nation people are
deaths.
being detained.
Don't give a shit.
Of course,
If you're against
in the
fucking indigenous
process,
people,
everyone will say,
North
oh,
America or
well,
South America,
it's common sense. They will try to common sensify racial profile.
Die.
Okay? Even though it's supposed to be unconstitutional. Do you understand? I know this from personal experience. They did this with Islamophobia. Come on, man, it's common sense. Who is more responsible for terrorism? Muslims or random white people? And if you look at the actual data, the likelihood that an act of domestic terror is happening on U.S. soil is conducted by a white nationalist, anti-government extremist, or like someone who is, you know, a neo-Nazi, like infinitely, unimaginably higher than it being conducted in the hands of a Muslim. Okay? Like the NOLA terror attack was unique. Okay, I'll take it one step further. There was a school shooting that took place in Antioch, conducted by a black white supremacist. That sounds insane, right? This happened like 2 days ago, and it got
like
very
a,
little media coverage overall. That person was connected to the previous female school shooter, also in which state was it? The previous female school shooter. They operated in the same exact terrorgrams. Like they operated in the same Telegram channels. Okay? Where neo-Nazis straight up groom mentally ill American kids and mentally ill kids all around the globe, as a matter of fact, to do acts of terror. There was one act of terror that came from that terrorgram that happened in Turkey and Iskshid, okay? Nashville, Tennessee, Antioch is a suburb. Yeah, those are all still right-wing, far-right, anti-government, white nationalist instances of terror. Think about that. Just something to consider here. Trump administration has invoked a decades-old, never been before invoked legal authority that permits them to authorize willing state and local enforcement officers law enforcement officers to carry out any of the powers, privileges, or duties of an immigration officer, ICE, or Border Patrol, by the way. Are you going to cover the Antioch shooting? I did briefly yesterday. The femcel shooter was Wisconsin. Yeah. What is this? Oh, is this like... Yeah, the Antioch high school shooter, Solomon Henderson, made a bunch of references to other shooters taking photos of himself, imitating their poses, and even dressing up as them. Yeah. You look so bad, man. What do you mean? Why? Yeah. Do you think content creators like Jared contribute to his mental illness in politics? What? No. What are you talking about? No way the hog persona you were impersonating the other day came to life? Anyway. Yeah, I don't think Jared has any influence in American political discourse. What are you talking about? That's a ridiculous thing to put blame on a person who just does like political memes in general. We'll get to the Fetterman post in a second.
Team deathmatch. Use of deadly force has been approved.
Enemy eliminated. Hey, don't make me return fire. Tango down. TID, taking the lead. Stay on task.
Let's talk about much of this stuff that sort of like brings us up, is historical. But there are a couple of things that get touched on, and in the book that are very much in our future. And particularly in terms of our relationship with China. Give us a sense of what Chomsky's perspective is on this dynamic between Taiwan and mainland China.
Well, it's certainly not a defense of the authoritarianism of the Chinese government. But what he does point out over and over is that China is portrayed as a threat to the United States without much evidence for that. And a lot of things that are done in response to the perceived China threat, in fact, create the very threat that they're intended to guard against. There's been all this talk about the, quote, pivot to Asia that a lot of people in foreign policy circles believe is necessary, which consists a lot of kind of militarizing the region that is called the Indo-Pacific. This, in turn, makes China feel surrounded by U.S. military power and creates a military response, which in turn creates further evidence for supposed China threat. And again, this is a situation where we do to China things that we would perceive as aggression if they were done against us. Chomsky points to the Cuban Missile Crisis, the stationing of Soviet missiles in Cuba in 1962, this idea that by coming into our domain, that was an act of aggression. Well, we do similar things to China, but we don't expect them to interpret it as an act of aggression. We talk a lot about Chinese spying. There's a new thing just today in the paper this morning about Chinese hacking, but we don't talk about our spying in China, which is also extensive. We expect them to tolerate things that we would never tolerate ourselves. And what Chomsky points out is that to understand what the actual situation is, you have to understand what both sides are doing. And in fact, this is the situation with China is an example of what is classically referred to in foreign policy as the security dilemma, which is a name for a situation where each side takes actions that it perceives as defensive, but that the other side perceives as offensive. And one of the core arguments that Chomsky makes about why U.S. foreign policy endangers the world, as the subtitle of the book says, is that we don't ever analyze the things that we do, we always perceive as defensive, that are then perceived as aggressive by the other side, that then create a reaction that we perceive as aggression, requiring more things that we see as defense or security on our side, which creates further reaction on the other side. And that understanding, self-scrutiny, know thyself, he says, is crucial to keeping these conflicts from getting out of control. Like the conflict with China, he warns that if it gets out of control, I mean, this could be a nuclear war between great powers. I mean, it could be a massive arms race. It could be a real human catastrophe, the worst in our history.
But how much of that, like, I mean, some of that sounds a little bit like the bumbling empire theory, as opposed to this is our way of saying, like, look, we are setting our boundaries for some economic territory. Like, we want, and like so much of this was outlined in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is basically saying, like, we're going to have hegemony over the economic system of everything that surrounds you, so that our, whatever we produce is produced under, and the rules of essentially the world are our rules, our copyright, our trademark, our production flow, whatever it is. And the military part in there is go like, and if you don't like it, we're gonna do this brinksmanship. Like, where does that, I mean, it feels like, on some level, like, we don't know what we're doing in escalating, but I sort of feel like we do. We're playing chicken, and we're doing it because we want to have this economic control, and by we, I mean certain corporations want the economic control.
And right, we have like the infrastructure to actually have that threat of military dominance, which other countries don't, so we can back it up.
I mean, this is critically important because, again, you're going to see in all discussions about Taiwan, they're all framed in idealistic terms. Taiwan is a democracy. China poses a threat to this democracy. We have to protect this little democracy. Now, it's true that Taiwan is under threat from an authoritarian government in China. That's not false, but it is false that that's the reason why the United States is so committed to making sure that China does not absorb Taiwan. And if you look at U.S. national security documents, if you look at the national security strategy written under Trump or Biden, they're all pretty open about saying that what we're trying to do is contain China's rise and maintain American power in the Indo-Pacific. And that what we don't want is a competitor power. It's remarkable when you actually read documents written by the United States government, how openly they talk in these power terms, these power concepts about about containing the rise of China, and then all of the idealism kind of slips away, and we understand that what we're concerned with is our country's power relative to other countries' power.
Let's talk a little bit about like what we can do about this, because it is rare, it seems to me, that any of our foreign policy really makes a huge difference to Americans. Now, I would say, like, I'll put an asterisk and alongside that. I think, if you're under the age of 40 and are on social media, like, your awareness and I think disgust about what's happening in Gaza is really different than it's been since I think like Vietnam was televised, the first televised war. But of course in Vietnam there was the added sort of dynamic of a lot of U.S. Young people going to fight in this war, and I think there was an anti-war movement for the Iraq War, but it was largely ignored. And if anything, it impacted the outcome of elections for and against, equally, in terms of like. So, what is the solution? To the extent that there is one to this.
Yeah, well, the book, when people crack over the book, they'll see that it does in fact end on a kind of optimistic note, which I made sure of, because Chomsky doesn't always end on an optimistic note, but he does say here and there optimistic things about social movements and what they can accomplish and what they have accomplished, in fact, in his own lifetime. He was really impressed by the rising anti-war movement around Vietnam, because for the first few years there was no anti-war movement, and then anti-war sentiment developed, and it did constrain the actions of the United States government. I mean, not sufficiently, and the war dragged on, and you could say that there's arguments over the extent to which the anti-war movement actually made a difference. But one thing that he argues is clear that one of the respect to which it did make a difference was the Vietnam syndrome, which we have discussed, which is to say that after the Vietnam War, even if it didn't stop the Vietnam War, it created that public reluctance to support the use of force that then forced the United States government to rely more on small-scale and covert activities in Central America, for example. And in fact, in Central America, when Iran-Contra happened, it was Democrats who were kind of formed by the experience of the Vietnam War who were leading the opposition to Reagan, fairly mainstream Democrats. There was a healthy anti-war sentiment in the country that constrained the Reagan administration's ability to act. And I would argue that even though the Iraq War movement didn't stop the Iraq War, the fact that there was a huge movement and then that movement was completely vindicated by what actually happened in the war really established a baseline anti-war consensus in the United States that is enduring to this day. It
certainly helped Trump, I think, on some level. I mean, sadly enough.
Trump has to posture as anti-war, right? Trump understands that the public is anti-war. He promises, if you look at his speeches, he's constantly promising peace. He's saying, well, the Democrats are going to drag us into World War III. I'm going to prevent World War III. He's lamenting what happened in Gaza, saying never would have happened on his watch. I'm going to keep you out of war is basically like Trump's message. And in fact, it even got like a number of Muslim voters to support Trump. The Iraq War movement had a really positive long-term effect on public opinion in American politics. Like, yeah, it's true that Biden just announced another $8 billion in weapons aid to Israel, but I would also argue that the anti-war sentiment in the United States is part of why the Democrats just lost an election. And that, it's hard, it's very, very hard for the public to constrain the use of American power when the leaders of both parties are going to pursue similar policies, right? I don't think we're going to see that much difference between Trump and Biden and what they're doing in Gaza. So what the public can do is quite limited. But at the same time, like, what alternative is there but to scrutinize, to expose the myths, to expose what is actually happening, and do what you can to try and keep atrocities from continuing indefinitely.
All right. Lastly, let me ask you this. I mean, over the course, obviously, you're working on a book that is more focused on foreign policy and sort of the way that the U.S. Public is manipulated, or at least kept in the dark as to what the actual agendas are and where it's going. But over the course of the time that you were working on the book with Chomsky, and he's obviously very late in life and is not doing particularly well and largely incommunicado as far as I can tell. But over the course of the time that you were working with him, and even prior to that, what was your sense of his, like, where was he domestically in terms of optimism?
I notice there's no fascists coming in here challenging me because you're all pussies and should fucking fuck your mothers.
I mean, there's a quality of Chomsky where it's almost like he doesn't have optimism or pessimism. It's more like, this is the way it is and this is what needs to be done.
Yeah. I think that's an accurate characterization. I mean, he says, and we have at the end of the book, essentially there's one alternative is say, let's give up, which guarantees, he says, that the worst will happen, and the other is to say we want things to be better, so we're going to try to make them better. He quotes the old phrase, "Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will." I think it's fair to say that before. He had a major stroke in 2023 that left him, and he hasn't been doing interviews since then. But in the lead up to that, he was not feeling particularly hopeful about the state of the world. He'd been very inspired by the Bernie Sanders movement, and then very depressed by the rise of Donald Trump, who he consistently called the worst criminal in human history, and he included Hitler in that because he literally thinks Trump is worse than Hitler because of because of the long-term effects of the climate catastrophe. So not feeling particularly good, but never lost that sense that there is essential. I mean, a man who is at 95 doing constant interviews and writing. Trying
what the fuck is this? 3 voters? Let's get another vote here. Thank you.
That things can be different, right? Up until the point where he could no longer do the work he was doing, he has been an activist from the moment that the Vietnam War started.
So much better than Hacienda, you dumb cunts.
I
only call biological men cunts.
You
I would
get a
never
choice to
call a
believe in
biological
God or
woman
not. It's just
or anyone who identifies as a woman
You don't
as
really
a
have
cunt.
much other choice on some level. I'm not sure.
So
I
thanks for the
subscribe to
red
that,
card
but that
map.
is,
You cunts.
we got really basically 2 choices. One is give up, or one is to not give up. Again, congratulations on this book. It really. Oh, there we go.
There it is. Oh,
there we go.
What do they call that?
Mirror
Twinning?
image.
Or it's not
Nathan J.
2010.
Robinson, editor-in-chief of Current Affairs. The book is Myth of American Idealism, How U.S. Foreign Policy Endangers the World. Also, congrats again on Current Affairs' 50th
50 print issues. A print magazine making it to 50
still,
in 2024.
Still kicking around. 2025.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I made the same mistake today. We'll put a link both to the book and Current Affairs. Nathan, thanks so much for coming on.
Oh, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Emma. Nice to see you both.
Thanks, Nathan.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
In the days since Trump's inauguration, he has issued a flurry of presidential orders and proclamations aimed at enacting his campaign promises as quickly as possible, largely in line with the Project 2025 playbook and orchestrated behind the scenes by his many advisors and lackeys. My episode on Wednesday covered the first 48 hours, and a few more orders have happened since then. However, just as quickly in response to these presidential actions, numerous lawsuits have already been filed to attempt to halt the orders and protect the rights of millions of Americans, from government workers to immigrants. In a country led by a power-hungry fascist and his megalomaniac billionaire benefactors, and a spineless conservative Congress willing to sell their souls for a spot on Trump's good graces, it is, unfortunately, the courts that present the final barrier to the most illegal and atrocious of this administration's attempts to roll back civil rights and liberties that have stood for generations. But will these lawsuits be successful in a judiciary stocked with Trump appointees, including at the very top in the Supreme Court? Let's see if we can find some hope in the courts as draconian order after order comes down the pipe. Let's get into it. Thank you to my partner on today's video, Cook Unity. Cook Unity is a chef-to-table platform that delivers restaurant-quality meals straight to your doorstep, created by over 90 different chefs from top restaurants across the country. This means you can try high-quality meals using fresh, responsibly sourced ingredients, prioritizing whole foods and local suppliers without even leaving home. And listen, I live in Minnesota. It's like 3 degrees outside right now. The last thing that I want to do is leave my house. I also famously hate cooking. I want to let the people who actually enjoy doing this stuff work their magic, and then I will happily eat the results of that magic. And with Cook Unity, you get that without leaving your house and without any mess to clean up afterwards. There's nothing like going to the store, buying fresh ingredients, spending 2 hours preparing a dish, making a mess in the kitchen, only to be left with an incredibly mediocre meal at the end of it all. Let the pros do it for you. That's what I say. With Cook Unity, you get all of that without the hassle. And I love that Cook Unity offers a wide variety of meals from all over the world. The chicken and mole poblano I tried from Chef Jose Garces had rice and corn, as well as glazed Brussels sprouts. Yes, real vegetables. My body had forgotten about those over the holidays, and it was delicious. Win-win. It's fun to try dishes from around the world from the comfort of home, knowing that they were prepared by experienced chefs. Do yourself a favor, go to the link in the description now to try Cook Unity and get 50% off your first order of chef-made meals delivered fresh to your door. Clicking that link also helps this channel because you're telling Cook Unity I sent you. So for 50% off your first order, just for my viewers, click the link in the description below and use my code to try it out today. Thanks, Cook Unity. A note on sources, Democracy Forward has created a really helpful dashboard. It provides real-time analysis of Trump administration actions, as well as info about litigation related to each action. It's a hell of a lot more user-friendly than the whitehouse.gov press site where the presidential actions are being published, though you should always check there for the most up-to-date actions. The National Treasury Employees Union has sued on behalf of unionized employees in 37 different federal agencies to fight against the reinstatement of Schedule F employees, something that Trump created at the end of his first term, but Biden quickly did away with. It removes due process protections for thousands of government employees and allows for their dismissal at will depending on whether or not they sufficiently bend the knee. After they're fired, new employees loyal to Trump can be put into every level of every agency in the government. According to the lawsuit, Congress explicitly ensured that federal employees should have due process rights prior to termination. So Trump's order violates congressional laws and intent, and it also violates Office of Personnel Management regulations. So it is an overreach of his executive power and cannot stand. That lawsuit was just filed January 20th, so nothing has happened yet. It's all but certain that numerous more lawsuits will probably be filed by unions on behalf of government employees at both the federal and state levels as new orders and regulations roll out that trample on the rights of employees everywhere. Turns out, issuing sweeping orders creates a logistical hellscape that is often in direct violation of union contracts. Separately, 4 different lawsuits have been filed challenging the Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE, aka the U.S. DOGE Service, aka the USDS, which Trump created via executive order by renaming the U.S. Digital Service to the U.S. DOGE Service and moving it under the White House so they will report directly to the White House Chief of Staff, basically giving Elon Musk a direct line to Trump in the White House officially, and making it sound like DOGE is simply tasked with handling and improving federal data systems to increase efficiency. This despite the fact that for months, Trump and Musk have been promising that DOGE will create sweeping changes and cuts across all areas areas of the federal government, not just improve federal IT. The lawsuits against Doge all generally allege similar things, summed up well by the press release from Democracy Forward, which is serving as counsel for plaintiffs in the case titled American Public Health Association versus Office of Management and Budget. The press release says, according to the complaint, the Department of Government Efficiency is not a federal department. Elected representatives in Congress have not established, nor have they funded such an enterprise. Doge is instead a shadow operation led by unelected billionaires who stand to reap huge financial rewards from this influence and access. Despite these conflicts of interest, Doge is slated to dictate federal policy in ways that will affect millions of Americans, including those communities that plaintiffs represent. It is doing so under the shroud of secrecy with none of the transparency, oversight, or opportunity for public participation the law requires. The suit seeks a court order blocking the operation of Doge until it comes into compliance with the law. Those cases were filed on Inauguration Day, so nothing has quite happened with them yet. However, probably the most litigation activity has been seen around Trump's order to end birthright citizenship for babies born to undocumented parents or parents here temporarily, largely because this one is the more clear-cut, completely unconstitutional move Trump has made so far. Attorneys general in 22 states have sued in various lawsuits to stop Trump's birthright citizenship executive order from going into effect on February 19th. Numerous immigrants' rights groups, including the ACLU, filed a separate lawsuit as well. A total of at least 5 separate lawsuits were filed nearly immediately upon the announcement of the birthright citizenship order. Multiple attorneys general, as well as immigration and constitutional law experts, have confirmed that Trump does not have the constitutional authority to get rid of birthright citizenship, a concept that has been accepted and established law for 150 years and has been upheld by the Supreme Court twice. On Thursday, one of the lawsuits filed by 4 state attorneys general in Seattle was heard by Reagan-appointed Judge Coffenor, and in what is a rare moment wherein Reagan did not, in fact, ruin this one thing, his appointed judge temporarily barred the birthright citizenship order from taking effect, saying, according to ABC News, quote, "I have been on the bench for over 4 decades. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as it is here. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order." And listen, I love when judges get a little sassy as long as I agree with them. And this judge did. He asked the government's attorney incredulously whether he actually legitimately thought this order was constitutional, saying, "I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar can state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order. It boggles my mind. Where were the lawyers when this decision was being made?" An excellent question, because you know that there were definitely lawyers in the room. Perhaps they should be, I don't know, investigated for professional misconduct and barred from practicing law. Just a thought. Given the track record of the attorneys Trump surrounds himself with, I can't imagine you wouldn't find some pretty damning evidence of incompetence. And listen, I'll make it easy for you. Just go to project2025.com and check out their little policy manual. Lots of names in there to start taking a peek at. The temporary injunction issued by the judge only lasts until February 6th, which is when the judge will hear arguments over whether to order a preliminary injunction. These are procedural protections put in place that allow a party to request that a judge temporarily stop something from happening in order to allow the case to play out and not cause undue harm in the interim. Because we all know cases take fucking forever. So this one is just saying, hey, don't move. And then on February 6th, given his attitude in that first hearing, it's very likely he'll issue a preliminary injunction, which would remain in place, barring the implementation of the order until the constitutionality of the order is sussed out in the courts. That will, of course, be immediately appealed up to the Supreme Court, both the injunction and the eventual lower court ruling on whether or not it's constitutional. As to the injunction, typically the Supreme Court will look to the potential harms and benefits of the injunction and will usually stick with keeping things the status quo until the courts can suss out a larger constitutionality question. So allowing the injunction to remain in place instead of, upending 150 years of precedent. But this Supreme Court is fucking out of its mind. So fingers crossed they surprise us and at least allow the injunction to stand. As to how they'll rule on the constitutionality is another question, because it'll eventually get appealed up to them, and they are chomping at the bit to dismantle every single right given to us in the 14th Amendment, even the explicit ones, potentially. However, immigration law professor Sandra Rearson told CNN recently that in this case, the Supreme Court would actually be pretty unlikely to reverse the longstanding precedent, especially, quote, if what they're really concerned about is history and tradition in the United States, which is what they've claimed. The precedent was set in a case called United States versus Wong Kim Ark, decided in 1898, which confirmed the birthright citizenship of a man born to Chinese immigrant parents here illegally during a time of intense anti-Chinese sentiment. In my episode on Wednesday, we talked about this case and about how it did lay out incredibly narrow exceptions to birthright citizenship, specifically children of foreign diplomats born here and children of enemies within who are illegally occupying the territory. That is commonly understood to mean enemy combatants, like soldiers here occupying U.S. territory illegally during a war or something. While I'm sure the government would love to argue in favor of seeing illegal immigrants as enemies within illegally occupying the territory, the fact that Wong Kim Ark was decided at a time of intense anti-Chinese immigrant sentiment, when there were specific laws in place banning Chinese immigrants from getting citizenship, means they'd be hard-pressed to argue that today's immigrants coming in from Mexico are somehow different from the immigrants in that decision. As much as national security tends to win arguments in favor of doing awful shit, I think in this case the decision has already been made, the record is clear, and the text of the Constitution itself is clear. That being said, there is a Trump-appointed appellate judge, Judge Ho, that has written concerning opinions advancing the idea that the immigrants at the southern border could be construed as an invasion, and the Republican talking points in the last year have harped on the ideas of enemies from within and an invasion at the southern border. So while there is no Supreme Court precedent to uphold Trump's version of the 14th Amendment, there has been a fringe group of lunatics trying to make the argument against birthright citizenship sound legit, including John Eastman, a lawyer who actively pursued election fraud lawsuits on behalf of Donald Trump in the wake of the 2020 election. So again, he surrounds himself with lawyers willing to say and do a lot of questionable things. And I think it's worth also taking a moment to discuss the Supreme Court case that the 14th Amendment was explicitly written to overturn, because I've noticed a pattern in Trump's presidential actions so far, that of co-opting the history of civil rights in this country and rewriting it to the benefit of white people. That is some insidious propaganda that should not be overlooked. So we can't overlook that in his order, attempting to argue that the 14th Amendment didn't ever mean to grant birthright citizenship to illegal immigrants, he's attempting to rewrite the interpretation of a constitutional amendment meant to right the wrong of one of the most notorious decisions in U.S. Supreme Court history, Dred Scott v. Sanford, in which the U.S. Supreme Court held that people born in the U.S. of African ancestry were not citizens. The decision led directly to the Civil War, after which swift action was taken to outlaw not only slavery, but also the vestiges of slavery, the long-term consequences from enslavement. From this came the 14th Amendment, which explicitly stated that people born in the U.S. are citizens. Language that extended citizenship to not only African Americans, but also all others born on U.S. soil. The 14th Amendment is a direct acknowledgement of the wrongness of deeming a person born in the U.S. not a citizen simply because of the conditions of their birth, or the enslavement of their parents at the time of their birth, or the color of their skin, or where their ancestors are from. So for Trump and his cronies to come in and say, actually, this never applied to everyone and was only meant to right the wrong of the Dred Scott decision is a gross misinterpretation of history, flipping the advancement of civil rights on its head in order to serve the very rich white people who originally did the enslaving and denied civil rights to large swaths of the population. Similarly, Trump's order titled Ending Illegal Discrimination and Restoring Merit-Based Opportunity rolls back a 60-year-old LBJ-era civil rights executive order meant to decrease racism in federal hiring. And Trump's order claims to be undoing these civil rights protections in the name of civil rights. The quiet part he's barely just not saying out loud is that the racism is against whites now. The fear-mongering idea being that qualified white people are being discriminated against because of the color of their skin, and unqualified DEI hires, aka black and brown people and women, are taking what should rightfully be white male jobs because of racist and sexist policies. The order has the audacity to say, quote, long-standing federal civil rights laws protect individual Americans from discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. These civil rights protections serve as a bedrock supporting equality of opportunity for all Americans. As president, I have a solemn duty to ensure that these laws are enforced for the benefit of all Americans. He says this and in the same breath rolls back a civil rights era order that ensures diversity in hiring at the federal level in the name of ending discrimination. This is a commonly used tactic to try to justify ignoring long racist practices in this country. It's akin to legal reasoning that existed prior to the Supreme Court case that legalized interracial marriage that said banning interracial marriage is not discriminatory because it equally bans whites and blacks from marrying. It doesn't single out just black people, which, like, sure, but let's not pretend anti-miscegenation laws were passed to equally benefit black and white people. They were passed because black people were seen as inferior in order to control the purity of the white race and to ensure that white women remained the property of white men. Because you cannot take a law in isolation out of context. But if you do, then you can make convincing sounding arguments that everything is fine and well reasoned. So Trump can turn around, take the anti-discrimination laws of the 1960s completely out of the context of the 1960s and the 300 years prior and say, no, these have been distorted to allow for discrimination against white people, completely ignoring the 300 years of discrimination against people of color that necessitate an enforced righting of wrongs because of the inherent ingrained racism up to that point in hiring. Racism that continues to this day, as evidenced by studies that show candidates with black-sounding names get fewer interview offers, with one study even showing that black candidates with a clean record get fewer offers than white candidates with a felony on their record. So yeah, there's clearly some racism that needs to be controlled for to ensure that people actually have a fair shot. But Trump is co-opting the language of the oppressed to say, no, actually, we are oppressed by being forced to consider race and sex in hiring practices that disproportionately favors people who aren't white men. Our civil rights are under attack. We favor good, clean, equal opportunity, and the libs want equal outcomes, even if the candidates aren't qualified. Again, removing any historical context and saying the left is just obsessed with making sure quotas are met. Meanwhile, we're screaming that, no, we also just want to make sure everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed, something that is not available to people based on their race and sex because of deeply entrenched racism and sexism that still very much impacts whether people are given equal opportunities to succeed. I want a female pilot when I get on that plane because I know how much harder she had to work to get to that position, because there is inherent sexism that requires we be harder workers and more qualified than men to get the same job. History shows this. Study after study shows this. But by ignoring all of that and removing context, Trump and his cronies can co-opt laws and regulations put in place for black and brown people, for women, for trans people, and say, no, I'm a champion of civil rights, so these cannot stand. It's insidious, it's manipulative, and it's propaganda. And he knows he can get away with it because our schools have been stripped of the ability to teach the context necessary for the electorate to understand what he's doing. And at this time, it doesn't appear there is litigation aimed at this specific order, likely because it's within his right to rescind past executive orders, which is what this does. The court battles that will likely happen down the line as more individual people face race and sex-based discrimination in hiring, which is still illegal. It'll just become so widespread and accepted that being able to prove it's happening will be even harder. Oh, and the DOJ has suspended all activity in the civil rights divisions of every U.S. attorney's office in the country. That affects hundreds of federal attorneys and thousands of cases currently underway that ensure the enforcement and punish the violation of essential civil rights laws, everything from disability discrimination to discrimination in education, employment discrimination, and more. The laws are still on the books, but they can't really be enforced if there are no attorneys to enforce them. Okay, so those are the known lawsuits happening immediately in response to Trump's presidential actions. But the problem is that now that he's in office and has issued a slurry of directives, the agencies are now taking action in new and nefarious ways based on his directives, some of which will have widespread consequences that will muck up both federal and state agencies that rely on federal dollars for literally years to come. And some of the directives coming from agencies serving Trump's agenda are also getting hit with lawsuits. And while the best place to see presidential actions is via whitehouse.gov, the best place to see what federal agencies are doing is the Federal Register at federalregister.gov, where you can see that day's publication of all the actions published that day across the federal government, which, as you can guess, becomes immediately overwhelming. This is where picking a cause you care about and paying attention to that agency or to the watchdog organizations already keeping tabs on that agency can help reduce the overwhelm. Specifically, the ACLU and other immigrants' rights organizations have sued the Department of Homeland Security over a directive just issued that dramatically expands the scope of expedited removal across the United States. Expedited removal is a limited process under which DHS officers in ICE and the Border Patrol can immediately remove immigrants who are within 100 miles of the border, crossed it illegally, meaning not through an official port of entry, and have been here for fewer than 14 days. Basically, it denies due process to people who are here illegally and just got here. They can be detained and removed without a lawyer or a hearing. But the new ruling dramatically expands that to include anywhere in the United States, not just within 100 miles of the border, and to include any person who is an immigrant here illegally and cannot prove to the ICE officer that they have been in the U.S. continuously for the past 2 years. So anyone who's been here illegally for under 2 years can be forcibly removed without due process anywhere in the country. And if they cannot prove to the satisfaction of the ICE officer, whatever that means, that they are here legally or have continuously been here illegally for over 2 years, then they can also be forcibly removed without due process. Due process is a right protected by our Constitution to both citizens and non-citizens alike. It requires that anyone who is having their life, liberty, or property revoked by the state, say through forcible detention and removal, be given notice and a hearing before a judge. This is to ensure proper enforcement of the law, and because life, liberty, and property are protected things in this country that we care deeply about not allowing the state to be able to remove willy-nilly without legal justification. This expansion of expedited removal revokes due process requirements for millions of people who still deserve due process, whether or not they broke the law to get here. We give criminal defendants due process. We should give everyone due process, whether or not they are here legally. That is a long-held standard in this country, at least in theory. Under this new rule, according to the ACLU press release, immigrants, quote, would get less due process contesting their deportation than they would contesting a traffic ticket. And according to the complaint, the new rule, quote, disregards nearly 3 decades of experience showing that the expedited removal process, even when used at the border for new arrivals, is rife with errors and results in widespread violations of individuals' legal rights. That experience shows that the government has erroneously deported numerous individuals through expedited removal, including U.S. citizens and individuals with bona fide fears of persecution in their countries of origin. Numerous reports, including a comprehensive study commissioned by Congress, have extensively documented the widespread abuse and serious flaws in the expedited removal process at the border. And now they're expanding it nationwide to anyone here less than 2 years, giving low-level DHS officers carte blanche to determine, based certainly on racial profiling and a lack of much legal knowledge, who has sufficiently proven they're here legally or have been here for more than 2 years continuously. That ACLU complaint was just filed on the 22nd, so nothing has happened yet. And all these lawsuits I've just mentioned are just the beginning of a long, uphill battle against the slew of presidential actions and resulting agency actions that will lead to lawsuits in an attempt to safeguard the rights of millions and millions of Americans across the country. However, I wanted to highlight these lawsuits today, not only to keep you abreast of the latest updates, but also because it is a kernel of hope to hold on to. Yes, Trump made so many executive actions in his first 48 hours as president that it took me a full 12 hours of work just to put together an episode about all of them. But just as swiftly, numerous organizations were ready in the wings with complaints drafted, ready to file lawsuits the moment his orders came down. These organizations represent hundreds, if not thousands, of activists, organizers, lawyers, and everyday people, all acting in concert to try to protect our rights and privileges. You don't just draft a complaint in a day and file it. These organizations had the foresight to prepare for this day, and they have acted swiftly. The courts, of course, will not act as swiftly, but I take comfort in knowing the sheer number of people who are acting as watchdog and legal safeguards to try to prevent as much damage as possible. I was in law school during the first Trump administration, and I found comfort then in the law professors who were much smarter and more experienced than me, and doing incredible work to try to fight his policies or educate the next generation of lawyers that were going to fight the good fight. There are so many heinous people surrounding Trump and dedicating their lives to bigotry, hatred, and self-aggrandizement. But as Mr. Rogers always said, look for the helpers. You cannot let yourself get consumed by solely staring into the darkest parts of these moments. There are good, smart, deeply empathetic people doing tireless work to protect all of us. Will it be enough? I don't know. Unfortunately, this isn't a superhero movie where good triumphs over evil and everything is black and white. The good guys don't usually win in real life. Progress is a slow trudge against the ugliest parts of human nature. It's never linear. Success never looks like what you want it to, but you trudge on knowing that it's about something bigger than you. Something the soulless ghouls Trump surrounds himself with will never understand in their endless struggle to trot on as many people as possible in order to come out on top. I would rather lose every single time and be on this side of history than lose my humanity in order to be on theirs. Do not look away, but be sure to focus on what matters. Pick the cause you care most about so as not to drown in the onslaught of information. Focus your finite amount of time and attention on things that matter instead of doom scrolling on the very apps that are run by billionaires who, and pardon the reference, J.K. Rowling forever, but Harry Potter offers some apt comparisons to fascism, have Voldemorted their souls into oblivion in the name of power. Power they gain more of the more you give them your attention. Focus on the cause you care about most. Focus on improving your skills and education. Rent a book from the library, join a knitting circle, grow a little garden on your windowsill, and focus on the community you are directly a part of. Odds are are, it is full of helpers too. And you can join me over on my Patreon community, where I just launched the Why America Co-Learning Lab, a learning community having discussions and making connections along with a monthly syllabus curated by me. All year we'll be covering topics under the umbrella theme of Eat the Rich, building solidarity in the new Gilded Age. This month's topic is all about learning from history to fight for the future. We're looking at and discussing past movements to see where we can learn from history, because it does have a tendency to repeat itself. This is all hosted over on Patreon, which is linked down below. If you're interested, please join us, patreon.com/FreeDeMiller. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Art, David, RH, Latrinder Lucas, Joshua Cole, Thomas Johnson, and Kay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you like this episode, you'll like the one from Wednesday, where I cover all the presidential actions Trump took in his first 48 hours as president. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Losing Bravo. Securing Charlie. Losing A.
It really feels like we let the lab rat who designed a Hot or Not website to rank his female students based on attractiveness. I don't know, it feels like it got out of the meth lab.
Hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity. I'm Matt Bernstein. I'm so happy that you're here. And before we start this episode, I would like to let you know with full transparency that despite spending thousands of hours creating content and podcasts about how dangerous the right and their consolidation of power is, I too attended Donald Trump's inauguration on Monday. And some of you might say that I'm a sellout. Some of you might say that I'm a spineless hack who will do anything to stay in the good graces of power.
Were the snacks good?
That was... Donald Trump has spent the better part of the last decade campaigning as a populist. He's for the common folk, the farmer, the small business owner, the downtrodden among us. But his inauguration on Monday was attended almost exclusively by billionaires. Seated physically closer to him than many actual politicians were the following: Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, Facebook and Instagram, Elon Musk of Twitter. I'm still calling it Twitter on this podcast. It's a grudge that I hold. Jeff Bezos of Amazon, Xiao Chu of TikTok, Sundar Pichai of Google, Sam Altman of OpenAI, the ChatGPT guy, Tim Cook of Apple.
All oligarchs should be put in a vat of acid. Basically.
Losing A.
Fed to pigs. Rich cunts.
So many people, myself included, feel so overwhelmed right now by the rapid deterioration of federal institutions and what feels like the rapid wedding of the government, specifically the Trump administration and the tech industry. And I think most of us have questions like, what does this mean for the communication platforms we all rely on every day? What can we do? I want this episode to hopefully simplify the rise of the tech oligarchy for those of us who are confused and feel like everything is getting a little fucking out of control, to create at least, an hour of stillness and understanding, and hopefully, maybe, a path forward, at least for now. Joining us today to help us accomplish that is someone who has, I imagine, spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the weeds of these billionaires, their politics, their influence on all of our lives, whether we'd like to acknowledge it or not. Ed Ongweso, a tech journalist, is here on A Bit Fruity. Ed, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on.
How are you feeling right now about everything? Because I honestly, I think we can maybe start this episode by just acknowledging judging, like, it's not great lately.
No, it's not. I think some parts of it are to be expected, right? There has been a continual slide to the right in this country for a long time. And we are seeing some of the more enthusiastic elements come out. But, I didn't expect like a Nazi salute at the inauguration.
Yeah.
I didn't expect all of this to come to a head so quickly.
Speaking of the Nazi salute, are you familiar with Brianna Wu?
Yes.
Brianna Wu is like a trans woman who was really awfully victimized by Gamergate and who has in more recent years become sort of like a right-wing mouthpiece.
Yeah, I'm saying, a warrior for justice.
Well, right, that's what she would say,
Justice,
right. She is just every day wakes up and is like, I need to guarantee my float on the Bad Take Parade.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, she tweeted regarding the Elon Musk Nazi salute. Actually, I'm just going to read it.
Yeah, go.
I'm going to read it.
I'm excited to hear what it is.
This is my favorite Brianna Wu tweet of all time. She wrote, "You know what? Other people can decide if it's a Nazi salute. I'm not getting involved." That was her take.
You know what? Maybe. Yeah, why not? I've seen everything from, who amongst us doesn't get awkward and nervous and a little shy and throw up a salute?
Yeah.
In a crowded room.
Yes. I saw lots of autistic people being like, hi, I am autistic and my autism does not make me a Nazi.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say the guy who's turned Twitter into a safe space for Nazis.
Blackout, I miss you, Blackout. I wish I was there.
It was very unambiguous looking at it.
One take or theory I saw in it that I really liked was that there's a lot of right-wingers who do this, but try to do it subtly. And they try to do it in the midst of, there's like a clear intentional action, and then they obscure it. And then he's just too fucking awkward to actually pull that off. And so he got too excited at the prospect of trolling people with like a subtle salute and just did it.
That makes sense to me. One take that I saw about the Nazi salute that also made a lot of sense to me was that what people are so intensely pushing back on is not necessarily what they saw, which I think is like a very unambiguous Nazi salute twice, but what it means for the movement that they have committed themselves to, and people not wanting to acknowledge like what that means about what they're a part of and what they've been fighting for and what they voted for.
Yeah, people not wanting to realize they're the bad guy.
I love this Brianna Wu tweet. Other people can decide if it's a Nazi salute. I'm not getting involved. To be honest, I wish you would commit to this attitude on more issues.
Yeah. Listen,
Brianna, if you're listening to this, continue to not get involved. We love that. So, I wanted to start this episode with sort of a historical anecdote and see how you feel about it. Do you know about the Nazi radio?
Yes, during World War II?
Yeah. In the Weimar Republic in Germany, which was the period in Germany before Hitler rose to power, Germans just didn't really have personal radios unless they were really rich. Germany was behind on the technology, and so personal radios were too expensive, and the only people who had them were rich people. And then in the beginning of Hitler's rise to power, the German government collaborated with German radio manufacturers to develop a radio that was half the price of all the other radios available in Germany. And the Nazi propaganda ministry promoted the fuck out of these things. And within a year,
I didn't know this. Wow. Matt Bernstein, thank you. This is fucking fascinating. I love when I fucking hit some new history. Holy shit.
Became the top-selling radio in Germany. Everyone had it. The farmers could afford it. People in rural areas could afford it. And they used this radio to push out Nazi propaganda. And it was a hugely successful tool for them. That just felt like a timely anecdote.
You know, I think a lot of scholars, at least of right-wing movements, talk a bit about how, like, yeah, the creation of mass media, mass culture has lent itself or contributed to the rise of some of these more jingoistic movements and tendencies. And I feel that on some level it makes sense that communication platforms and technologies that we have today lend themselves to amplification of right-wingers, in part because these platforms, right, they want to be as ubiquitous as possible. so that they can maximize advertising revenue. And one way to do that is to remove a lot of the limitations on what kind of content is on them. And the people who are going to do that are not necessarily liberals, you know, and Democrats, right? It's going to be the right-wing nuts who also have funny ideas about people's skulls and, you know, who should be allowed to be in public and who should have power in the country or be able to vote or have political power, right?
So I talk a lot on this podcast in general. It's probably the most common theme is grifters. Grifting, basically the idea of following the money wherever that takes you, even and especially when that includes espousing beliefs that aren't authentic to your own. As I've been thinking a lot these past few weeks about people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and now Xiao Chu of TikTok, I'm looking at all of their histories, their relationships with Donald Trump, their relationships with politics in general, their relationships with the public. And to me, it just feels like one big grift circus. And it feels like that they're just grifting all the way to kind of like grift boss, like head boss grifter, which is Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump is like the grifter of all time.
There's a reason why a lot of the villains in movies in like the 80s were modeled after Donald Trump, you know? Like, I think there's this quote that's floating around, but it's like, you know, Donald Trump has connections to, you know, wrestling, to casinos and gambling and reality TV shows, to real estate, to a lot of fields and sectors of American life that are all about bluster, about fraud, about grift, about deception. And this says something about American culture, right? About the extent to which scammers and hustlers dominate everything.
He really is like the final boss of grifting. Like a type of grifter that I talk about a lot on this podcast and that I actually started the podcast to talk about is like gay conservative grifters. And I like to think that it's like, if you start making your little TikToks that are like, the pronoun people have gone too far. We as gays, we would find acceptance if you all just got a little more normal. And then you take that to like a podcast on like PragerU. And then you take your PragerU podcast to get a guest news on Fox News. And then they make you a primetime Fox News person. I like to think that if you grift your way all the way to the top, you end up at Trump's inauguration.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally kind of do. Like Riley Gaines, who I've talked about on this podcast, like she was at these like inaugural parties.
Logan Paul,
who was like a lib.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you know, we have a little bit of skepticism maybe around Logan Paul's liberalism, but
yeah, he was something.
he made that great Black Lives Matter video,
right?
Which like for an influencer of his size at the time was like, and now he's at the inauguration with Sam Altman. Taylor and I yelled about this on my podcast a couple months ago. we were like, if I just did a little right-wing pivot, I wouldn't be fucking editing this by myself.
Yeah, no.
I'd have an editor.
You would have an editor. You'd probably be bought with by one of these donors.
Dennis Prager would be paying for my marketing.
Yeah, enthusiastically.
The life. But so I mean,
too late.
It's not too, you might see some crazy things. If you see crazy things happening on this podcast in the next 4 years, mind your business. Some of these people, a lot of these people don't start out as right-wingers, or at least not as fervently right-wing as they become. I was like falling asleep last night, and I was thinking about like Ryan Gaines was supportive of Leah Thomas's transition at the beginning. The first interview she ever gave, she said, I wish Leah good luck in her transition. And 3 years later, and lots of, I would imagine, multi-million-dollar contracts later, she's on Bill Maher's podcast talking about Leah Thomas's genitals. Just like so radicalized, so horrible, so cruel. But I think also we can see that phenomenon taking place with someone like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
So can we talk about Mark Zuckerberg a little bit?
Yeah, you know, I think Mark Zuckerberg is in of himself a really interesting case, but also a great example of how the media's criticism and capacity to analyze tech people has been bad for a long time. And a lot of people really genuinely believed that Mark Zuckerberg's mythologies about why he started Facebook, he just wanted to connect people, how he viewed it as a walled garden or the garden for everyone in the planet to be connected to one another, how they were going to bring the internet to the developing world, how they were going to lift up the global south, how they were going to, build a much more harmonious world, when in reality, this is just like a guy who is interested in generating as much profit as possible and transforming that into political power and shoring up his own political power. And he's done this by shifting back and forth between liberals, conservatives, Democrats, Republicans, whoever he thinks will protect him.
It's so crazy because we did, like a month ago, an episode, a whole long form on Elon Musk, and everything you said describes Elon Musk.
Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk was talking about how climate change was real and we should not pull out of the climate accord, and then has become the shadow president of the guy who's pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord. I mean, Zuck especially, I think, is a particularly insidious one because, he'll do whatever he needs. And right now what he needs to do is placate Trump because there are a bunch of antitrust lawsuits up against him because they've been, laying seeds for the past 5 to 10 years about how there's going to be this Cold War with China and you can't break us up because they're not going to break up China's competitors to Facebook. A lot of efforts been made to present a liberal and a conservative version of himself. I'm going to be the defender of democracy. Don't regulate me into oblivion, or I'm going to free us with masculine energy and
yeah, whatever the fuck he's talking about now. I would like to talk about not only Mark. We're going to talk about a few of these people today, and my goal in doing that is to kind of demystify these sort of larger than life figures that feel like it's not that we feel like they have so much control over our lives. They do, especially now that they are getting in with government in a way that I don't think they ever have before. And so I want to just demystify them, their decision making, and hopefully increase everyone's knowledge levels a little bit about the situation so that we all feel like we have more agency in the decisions that we make and the way we interact with these platforms and the way we understand what content is being fed to us. And so I feel like maybe we should start by so what I put on my outline is like what did Facebook actually start as? Because I watched The Social Network. I know it was a hot or not website.
I mean, and that's what it was, right? Zuck at Harvard figuring out a way to get the entire directory of students so that he could make a hot or not.
Yeah, I have a screenshot of it here. I'm going to put it on the screen, but I'm going to blur out these women's faces. But it was called Face Mash. You went on this website and it just showed you 2 photos of 2 different classmates of his, like female classmates at Harvard. Blank white website with these 2 photos, and it says, were we let in for our looks? No. Will we be judged on them? Yes. Who's hotter? Click to choose. So evil.
Yeah.
So, like, honestly, traumatizing.
Yeah, I mean, and it is important to keep this in mind with Facebook. It has been something that's at the beginning been trying to figure out how do we lie to the public about what we are actually, right? How do we lie about the origin being face mesh? How do we lie about our desire to just maximize advertiser revenue? How do we lie about the negative effects that we have on our users? And, how can we present ourselves in a new light so that we get more users, more popular support, more integration? I mean, and this is also the model for tech in general, right? How do we get this product that people don't want, need, and would probably reject if they knew why we're doing it, but we want it so that we'd be able to get the profit, so that we'd be able to get the power that comes with the wealth.
If we were to track every stage of all of these people's careers, we'd be here for 8 hours. But I just included this as the origin of Facebook and the origin of Mark Zuckerberg's career. I'm curious how much of Mark Zuckerberg's, who he is now and the decisions that he's making now can fit sort of neatly into the Mark Zuckerberg who created Face Mash.
Yeah. I mean, I think that someone who made a hot or not site at a young age that then quickly became a social network that was desired in a lot of college campuses, a lot of workplaces, made a lot of money off that, and then realized they can make even more money off that, is not gonna be the most well-formed individual when they become one of the most powerful people on the planet. It becomes their billions and billions of users for a variety of reasons. But I think there's a core element of him that slots in nicely, which is that there's not really regard for the people that are being used the site, and that the people on the site, the users, are being used themselves by him to attract more users or to provide this or that service or to collect data on them, right? I think the core disregard for the user is there, and you can see that even today in how the platform is, right?
Yeah, you can say faggot now.
Yeah, and you can say anything you want. It's protected speech, right?
Which, can I just say, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go for it.
We're going to talk about the relaxed regulations on hate speech that he did to placate Trump. But as, a femme gay guy who has had sort of a following on Instagram for a number of years now, it's just so funny to me. This idea that everybody who wanted to spew hate has been wildly censored. I have reported so many death threats, so many I'm outside of your house faggot, so many I know where you get coffee, I'm coming with a baseball bat. I'm laughing at these, but it's crazy, and I have reported all of them, and they never get taken down.
No.
This was not a particularly protected website for marginalized people ever, I would argue.
No, and to be clear, right? Facebook, a lot of these social networks, cesspools for hate. You report them, they insist that you are applying some old censorious state of mind, and that if you're getting in the way of freedom of speech, you're getting in the way of freedom of expression. Also, the same site and social media ecosystem that has aided and abetted a genocide, destroyed the mental health of content moderators because of how much vile shit is on the website. Facilitated a slide to the right of the general population, mental health crises of young adults and children who use the site. I mean, this is a site that deals psychic damage to you, if you use it, but that the company is now, pretending we are, this is actually going to help us. This is actually going to help the community. This is actually, going to promote the values that we have. The values that they've had have always been we don't really care about the marginalized groups, right?
From the hot or not to now.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's always been you are a product. You don't really matter. And even the product that we're providing you doesn't matter. Facebook is full of AI slop now,
Yeah, I know we're kind of reaching in a number of directions, but I feel like that's important because AI slop. Can you explain what AI slop is?
Yeah.
Because I feel family members have sent me AI slop.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to be Mom, I love you, and that's AI slop.
Yeah, a picture of Donald Trump riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex, cloaked in a Catholic garb, and being if you believe in God, reshare if you prayed to God today. Something this is everywhere. This is everywhere, right? Do you think that would be everywhere if it was run by someone who cared about what was actually on the platform? Of course not. I mean, the AI slop is also not just the content this sort of nonsense with AI generated images. But, you know, as we saw recently, they have been trying to force AI with chatbots, with fake profiles, because they've been trying to normalize it so that they'll be able to push more policies, more products that affirm their investments into artificial intelligence. I think the core thing to think about is that the platform itself is in disrepair because Zuckerberg is not interested in anything other than how can we juice what we're extracting from it. You can let the apps fall into disrepair and people will still use it. As long as you still get the money, that's what matters, and it's not the same thing as having a good community.
I want to follow Mark Zuckerberg's political trajectory a little bit. And this is basically what I did in the episode that was about Elon Musk. We just like went through like all the times he signaled his politics and how that had changed over the years and trying to analyze what caused them to change. I think Elon really became a culture warrior for a number of like personal crises related reasons, so that by the time it was like Donald Trump's inauguration on Monday, like I think Elon Musk I personally think that he is like very much like an avowed Nazi.
Yeah.
I don't think the same necessarily of Mark Zuckerberg.
Right.
I think Mark Zuckerberg is kind of a little bit more transparent of a grifter. That's my 2 cents. But let's look at the evidence and decide. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg has never said a lot outright about his own, you know, for example, like voting record, not until recently. My understanding is that he aligned himself with a number of socially liberal causes. He attended San Francisco Pride in 2013, which was significant because it was after they defeated the Defense of Marriage Act. And he's like on a float, like wearing a rainbow lei. Like I was looking at these photos the other day and I was like, another one bites the dust. Right. with allies like these, who needs enemies? In 2016 at then the Facebook office, because it wasn't Meta, someone had written like Black Lives Matter on a wall somewhere, and then someone else had crossed it out. Mark Zuckerberg sent out a company-wide memo, and he admonished the person who crossed out Black Lives Matter and wrote All Lives Matter. He wrote, quote, "Black Lives Matter doesn't mean other lives don't. It's simply asking that the Black community also achieves the justice they deserve." Which, like, first of all, is a very far cry from what Mark Zuckerberg is espousing now.
Right.
But also, like, I mean, that shows like a pretty solid understanding of like the Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, like debate that was happening at the time. So you could tell that on some level he was like personally invested.
Yeah, I think that, you know, in the early years, right, a lot of companies were making these really ridiculous and clunky-ass statements in support of Black Lives Matter. And so Facebook and one of the other tech companies being like concise and like straight to the point shows, one, like there's an understanding of what's going on, but also two, I think highlights even more just how like empty and cynical a lot of them are, right? Because of how easily they'll walk that back when they sense any sort of change in the direction that the wind is going. Right? You know, it's only a few years later that you see him basically walking this back, starting to censor, you know, progressive and leftist political activity and comments on the platform. You know, when it's not like he suddenly lost all the information or his team lost all the information. I think it's like you said, there's an understanding, but it's an understanding of a fact that they don't really care too much for. You know, if it's useful, they'll demonstrate the knowledge. If it's not, they'll pretend that, you know, they're retooling their company's woke culture or something like this, you know.
Enter Trump in Mark Zuckerberg's life. In the wake of January 6th, Meta, which is still Facebook, bans Trump, which that obviously wouldn't last.
Right.
But they ban him from posting and they take some of his content down. Earlier this year, so now, you know, 3 years later, Trump releases yet another book where in the book, he threatened Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you know,
it happens.
It's a little threat, and in speeches too. If I recall correctly, he threatened this in speeches as well.
Trump wins the election November 5th. November 27th, Mark Zuckerberg and Donald Trump have dinner at Mar-a-Lago. December, now last month, Mark Zuckerberg donates $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund, which when I posted about this, some people had a question that I also have, which is, what is an inaugural fund and why do you donate to it?
Well, It is a little, you know, the American political system is beautiful. Things that would be corrupt in almost every other country are encouraged here because you speak with your dollars. And so the inaugural fund, think of it as like a little bit of a slush fund that you can use for other activities, ostensibly re-election campaign, because presumably you're raising these funds for your first term. But if you're a second-term president and you're doing an inaugural fund, big question mark.
Well, and he had already won.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing. So Sam Altman, OpenAI, Mark Zuckerberg, all of these other people, they all donated millions of dollars to the
just
inaugural
showing
fund.
how much they care.
But he'd already won.
Right. Yeah.
So where does the money go?
So, you know...
Feel free to comment. I genuinely don't know. It's just going towards making sure that you can say faggot more.
Right.
On Instagram now.
And getting a little gold star when you go to the White House and having dinner. That's it. I think that also, you know, one thing that is interesting with the money that they threw this way in the meetings that they've been having, I think the speed with which they did the about face to support Trump was interesting, but they also seem to have done it in a different way than 2016, where 2016 it felt like begrudging, or maybe, you know, it was telegraphed to seem like, oh, we're begrudgingly going to the tower and we're only talking with him because we forced him to have a clear vision for what tech is going to look like in this country, or for issues that specifically affect us.
This is AI slop right here, I can
just
tell.
aligning themselves with Trump, with Vance, with the ascendant, I think, tech right movement, and the desire to, like, you know, allow for artificial intelligence to push through without any regulation, crypto to push through without any regulation. I think you're on to the right point, which is like, okay, they donated this money to an inaugural fund to a president who just won for the second term. So he's not running again, presumably, right? So where's it going to go? You know, probably going to be sucked up into the apparatus to like support other candidates who are part of this movement. And so just investing in future connections, consolidation, and control and access.
I mean, it's also always important to remind people, because it's like kind of a flashy headline of like, oh, each of these men donates $1 million, but like $1 million to each of them is like less than pennies to us.
That's also the other thing, right? That's how cheap it is to buy a politician in this country.
Which is, yeah, god damn it. So on January 7th, just a couple weeks ago, Mark Zuckerberg, via a video shot in his living room, it looked like, announced all of these new policies to Instagram and Facebook. And the main ones were that we are no longer fact-checking. Nice. Nice. Because misinformation was famously not already thriving on these platforms.
Right.
And you can spew more hate speech. And notably, like, you can do that if it's couched in religion, because it specifically highlighted, and this was so like Anita Bryant era homophobic language, and who listen to this podcast know that I cannot get through an episode without mentioning Anita Bryant. Rest in peace. But it was the specific policy that Meta put forth was like, you can now accuse queer people of being mentally ill due to ongoing religious discussions regarding homosexuality and transgenderism, which was just so 1970s to me. Right. But these just seemed like a very transparent result of his kind of cuddling up with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And it's also so funny, and a lot of people pointed this out, but it's like, theoretically, misinformation and truth versus fiction is not partisan, but it is.
Yeah, it is always important to remember how much of what comes out of Zuck's mouths and the mouths of his executives is just like PR, lawyerified bullshit, right? You know, from the interviews where he's talking about changing the culture and it being too woke and feminine at a company where it's like 2/3 men, to him coming around and saying that we've been getting away from, we've let woke values or a focus on them distract from just a free balling attitude that will lead to innovation, right? I mean, all these suggestions are bullshit. They're the flip side of what he was saying just a few years ago. And they're very clearly, like you said, calibrated to the president to be like, hey, look, like we're not your enemy. We would never censor you. We won't censor your allies. We're good for the American people. We're good in the Cold War against China. Please don't throw me in jail. break up my company or investigate what we're doing or block us from buying smaller companies again. You know, we're your friends. We're your friends here.
The last thing I had on my little Zuck, I know because we need to move on from the episode, but the last thing that I had here was, if you look at my laptop over here.
Yeah.
I'll put it on the screen, don't you worry, is a side-by-side of Mark Zuckerberg, mid-2010s, looking kind of nerdy, receding hairline. I don't know. He kind of just looks like a thumb a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Right.
Like Channing Tatum also looks like a thumb, and Channing Tatum was one of my gay awakenings. And now, and I've been trying to raise hell about this on Twitter, and it never catches fire. And I just want to talk about how ridiculous this style transformation has been. He looks like he's in the hype house.
Yes.
He looks like he's like a 14-year-old TikToker in the body of a 40-year-old man.
Yeah.
Permed hair. He's wearing these gold chains every day with the oversized, like, streetwear t-shirts. What is the angle here? He looks ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm like... I'm not one to play fashion police. Like, that's not the essence of this podcast.
This is an extra in 8 Mile, like this is, I haven't seen
an extra in 8 Mile.
Like, I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this in years. I mean, I feel like if I go back home, I can see people who are dressing like this. But I think also, again, another signal of just like how there's really so much of that public persona bullshit. They're just like, oh, well, we need more young users, so we need to make him look younger. How do young people dress,
But he doesn't. It's not working for me.
Yeah, no.
Because it's giving like aging twink who's hanging on to being a twink.
But
like you at some point, it's like, just let it go.
No, I mean, a guy who used to have a Julius Caesar haircut because of how much he loved Julius Caesar is someone who his appearance has to be managed, right? It's because if it doesn't, then he's going to do things like that. But also the fact that it's managed, like you said, even though it doesn't do anything for us, one of the many attempts to try to cultivate this image of someone who, like, I'm just like you, I do MMA, I rap, I have a gold chain.
Yeah.
It doesn't work for me and for people who are, I think discerning about it, but there also, like, a lot of people aren't. And you'll see, like, some of the coverage of this, just like, wow, like, Zuck's looking great.
Yeah. To me, it just reads as someone who, like, I don't know, he like went to the Barstool website and scrolled for 45 seconds, and he was like, gold chain, check. Permed hair, check. Like,
just
extra
out
large.
Of frame is some Zen, Like, not at all.
I learned what Zen was on this podcast. Taylor Lorenz was explaining to me Zen because she was like, you don't know about Zen, but I was like, I don't know straight men.
It's it has its own universe, and that's part of their audience.
That's Mark now. I don't know.
Our glorious leader, he'll be president in 25 years.
Do you think that's his goal?
I hope not.
Because you say that. But each day.
Hold your positions.
I would like to take a quick break from the show to shout out Factor for making this episode possible. Listen, if you are all about trad living, if you watch Nara Smith wake up in the morning and spend 6 hours cooking a bowl of cereal from scratch and are like, I'm going to do that, this one might not be for you. But if, like me, you find yourself on the opposite end of that spectrum, where you love good food but rarely have time to prepare it yourself, Factor might be for you. Factor is a meal delivery service with chef-made gourmet meals that make eating well easy. The best part is they are ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes. There are a bunch of different Factor menus that you can try. Personally, I go for Protein Plus. I know, not so dainty, but I admittedly do love going to the gym. And I don't love eating unseasoned grilled chicken 7 days a week. Sorry. Some of the Factor meals that I've personally loved are the mushroom chicken with wild rice, the cavatappi with meatballs, and the smoothies. The smoothies are great. If you'd like to try Factor, you can get started at factormeals.com/fruity50off and use the code fruity50off to get 50% off your first box and free shipping. That's factormeals.com/fruity50off with the code fruity50off. Thank you so much to Factor Meals for making my dinner last night and for sponsoring this episode. Now, let's get back to the show. I had Elon in here. We have talked about Elon pretty extensively on this podcast, so I'm not going to rehash his entire life, but I do specifically want to talk about what I haven't talked about on here before, which is his years-long tenuous relationship with Donald Trump. Because I believe that even though, yes, I think that Elon is an incel culture warrior authentically, I think he has brainworms authentically. I also think that he has done some grifty maneuvers around specifically his relationship to Donald Trump.
Right. I think they play each other a lot. I'm very curious how this is going to go. I could see him. I could see, it was very funny when Trump got elected. You could see there was an attempt to be like, how do we break this up? Or covering how annoying one of them might be to the other, or, reporting on rifts in the camps,
Yeah.
Didn't work.
There have been some reports, and, who knows about the merit of them, but that are report Donald Trump annoyed by Elon Musk. And
I believe it.
I believe it.
Annoyed by
Bitch, me too. But so this goes back, I have a little timeline. 2016, Elon describes Trump in an interview as, he doesn't seem to have the sort of character that reflects well on the United States. In 2017, Elon was part of one of Trump's business councils, like you mentioned, and when Trump, in his first term, pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, Elon, whose whole thing with Tesla is going green, or theoretically that's his whole thing. Elon quits the business council because he's like, this is bad for the environment. Later on, in January 2022, Trump describes Elon as a genius, but then later in that year, he pivots. And this is while Elon is basically threatening to buy Twitter. Trump is essentially calling his bluff. He calls him a bullshit artist. He calls him a fake Republican. And this was kind of the height of their feud, was mid-2022. Elon replied, "It's time for Trump to hang up his hat and sail into the sunset."
They were fighting,
The girls were fighting, and I wish they had continued to fight.
Me too. I mean, what do you remember that? Get to that. I was just about to, I was like, do you remember this?
His next, you saw it come up on my laptop screen. Okay, I hate that Donald Trump wrote this.
I know.
Because this is one of the posts of all time.
Yeah.
Donald Trump writes, amidst this feud, he posts on Truth Social a picture of him and Elon Musk in the Oval Office from Trump's first term. And he wrote, this is like an Azealia Banks level read.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. So good.
There's an alternate reality where he's just the best shit poster. He's just queening out in Queens or maybe in Manhattan. No politics. And we just get posts like this from him every day.
Okay, I'm leaving the listener hanging. Let's read. It's not a tweet. It's a Truth Social post. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me to help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and a Republican, I could have said, quote, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it.
And then posting a picture.
And then posting a picture of the two of them.
There. Oh my God.
It's so good. It's so good. And everything he wrote is true.
Yeah.
Without subsidies from the government, Elon's businesses would not be what they are.
Yeah. And that's also, that's also the recipe for success for so many of the tech oligarchs we have now. They rely on lifelines from the government, whether it's subsidies outright, whether it's protection from competitors, whether it's a leg up in other markets. But Elon Musk especially, every single major venture has given him a lifeline that he then grows into success and then borrows against to get more money.
All of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere.
It's crisp.
It
really is.
Oh.
Oh my God, it's really. He should have let Azalea Banks post that.
You're right. No, the note that I had next to this on my outline was amazing post I wish anyone else had written.
Yeah, I mean, Musk is in line with what you've been saying, like a grifter and a bullshit artist of the highest degree, right? He has been able to bolster his way into public prominence as a genius, despite most of the things him promising and insisting on being revealed to be false. And also turning out to run some of the most racist workplaces on earth, which is not a surprise given background in apartheid South Africa.
Fork found in kitchen.
Right.
Moving right along, November 22nd, 2023, Elon buys Twitter. Well, is that right? Oh, no. Sorry, not November 22nd, November 2022.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I was like, why do I have the day that Elon bought Twitter? That's kind of weird. November 2022, Elon buys Twitter, and Elon submits a poll to the general public of Twitter and asks if they want Trump to be reinstated on the platform, which he had been banned from by Jack, previous owner of Twitter, post January 6th. And the public votes yes. And as you might recall, if you were on Twitter at the time, a ton of very, very far right-wing kind of Nazi-esque people who had been previously banned were let back on Twitter. And if you were on Twitter at the time, like this was felt. It's like these kind of prolific, really far right-wing, Nazi, racist, homophobic, transphobic voices were suddenly back in your timelines. We're going to return to that. But bottom line is he lets Trump back on the platform. And as we talked about in the Elon episode, Elon from 2022 till now has kind of been really radicalized in his culture warriorness and has become like an avowed transphobe, anti-immigrant, oftentimes anti-Semitic. So it came as less of a shock come time for the election that Elon really did ally himself with Donald Trump. Immediately following Trump's assassination attempt number one, Elon donated $45 million to a pro-Trump super PAC, which is just so funny. I mean, it's not. Like, he did end up purchasing this election, but just the idea that it's like, I felt really sorry for someone and I felt like they were wronged. So I'm going to give them $45 million.
Right. You know what? I'm going to give them the presidency. I think that'll let them know.
And ultimately, Elon spent more than $250 million on this election, which is why you'll hear people say he bought the election.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, in this country, elections are bought. You know, there's multi-billion-dollar spends when you throw in both sides, right? There are a lot of ways to talk about it and lie to ourselves about it, but at the end of the day, elections are being bought, right? It's corporations and donors spending in some, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to get their candidate across the finishing line. And then a secondary grifting operation where a bunch of consultants and politicos, fleece the campaigns for all this money. No other way to describe it than just buying it.
Pretty dismal.
Yeah.
Pretty dismal.
Greatest country in the world,
Greatest fucking country in the world. And so that's my little bit about Elon Musk that I had here.
He feels like an evil person I would run into like a warehouse party in Bushwick, like he's just like, just like someone who does way too much fucking ketamine. And has way too much fucking money and doesn't really know what to do with it. But anything they focus their vision on, they destroy. They make worse and they ruin, which is, we have to deal with him now. Richest man on earth. Anything he focuses on, he's going to make his own, which is, going to be the lesson of the next 4 years, I guess.
Yeah. No shade on too much ketamine. Like, we live in New York. But the thing is, you can't have that much money and do too much ketamine.
Yeah, you can't be evil, rich, and do too much ketamine. You can only do two of the three.
Yeah, exactly. So the other person I had in here was Xiaochu, who is he's Singaporean?
Yes, yeah. Chief executive of TikTok.
And this is something that's obviously really in the news right now with the TikTok ban, but what can you tell us about Xiaochu and Donald Trump? Because he too was at the inauguration.
Right. I think it's, important to also step back and see, TikTok, of course, Trump tried to ban in 2020, right? Failed, but still seemed like he was interested in doing so until there was a meeting with Jeff Yass, who's this billionaire investor, mega donor for the Republicans in March 2024, who invested in ByteDance, which is the parent company of TikTok.
No conflict of interest.
Yeah,
there.
none whatsoever. This is like the decisive factor that gets Trump to abandon the desire to ban TikTok. Right?
Was Jeff Yass.
Yeah.
I have heard of Jeff Yass because I've consumed some media about this whole debacle that we're in. And every time, I just imagine his last name being spelled Y-A-S-S-S. Like Jeff Yass.
Yeah. You know, it's almost there.
and I haven't looked it up because I don't want to learn that that's not how it's spelled.
It's really almost there.
But who is Jeff Yass and what's his significance in all of this?
He's just an investor who he invested in the parent company and the technology that allowed TikTok to really ascend to commanding heights early on, and it would have been a loss for him if it was allowed to be banned. So he stepped in, intervened, and was able to save it. And I think also there are a few other factors at play here, right? The chief executive himself has tried to do a media tour to try to convince Congress to not unleash the ban. But the grifting, I think, more so comes in two elements, which is that I don't think Americans actually really understand what TikTok is, and the TikTok kind of exploits that. You know, I think there's this really great series of pieces on TikTok in Garbage Day, which is this newsletter, and one of them was talking about how TikTok is not a social media app per se the way that ours are, where they're focused on advertiser revenue and gleaning as much insight for you for that. It's an e-commerce platform, and its competitors are not Meta and Facebook. Fuck, you know, they got to me.
Yeah, they got you, girl.
Facebook, you know, Twitter, Google. They're more so Temu and Shein and, you know, other apps that are trying to get people to spend as much money as possible and learn as much about them. But because we don't really have infrastructure for these shopping apps the way that they do in China, we don't read it as such. But that algorithm is very powerful in recommendation for social media. And TikTok has been able to exploit the ignorance that Americans have about this, as well as, you know, lawmakers. Their ignorance about this has led them to insist, okay, well, you know, we should divest, we should force a sale. And TikTok has been able to pretend, or might be able to pretend, that it's going to entertain a sale, but there's no reason to do a sale, right? You know, in Garbage Day, they were talking about how, America's not even one of the largest markets for TikTok, right? There are multiple markets that are larger than it, and it wouldn't even be the largest one that they got banned from. They got banned from India, 200 million users. We have about the same size as Brazil, which is 100 million. The market would be a large, you know, it's a lot of users to lose, but it would not make or break the platform. But, you know, that's enough for them to not want to sell, but they can entertain delusions of, hey, we'll do a joint venture, or maybe we'll look for a buyer, you know, and as part of their effort to stay open, cultivate closer ties with Trump, and then close the door on the sale.
Are you saying that you think it ultimately won't survive here?
I think ultimately there's no reason for them to do a sale, and what they're gonna do, I would presume, is pretend that they would do a sale.
What's the reason in cozying up to Trump?
So if you just cozy up to Trump, you know, you can buy time and you can pretend that you are going to do a sale, or that you'll entertain a 50% joint owned venture, which is one of the things Trump floated. But as you're growing closer to Trump, as you're cultivating more ties, whispering more in his ear, having your investors pressure him more in the back end, you can get to the point, presumably, where he just chooses not to enforce the ban.
And do you think that's the ultimate goal of Xiaochu in this situation?
Yeah, I would say that's a good outcome for them. I mean, even if it's like, if you just try to think about who they sell to, why would they sell to any of the companies that be able to take it off their hand? If you're TikTok, if you're ByteDance, there's no reason why you'd let an American firm buy off any segment of your business. So what? They can then go into other markets and compete with you? It would be a nightmare scenario with them, especially when, if you're beating them in the United States, which is their home domain, you know, you don't want to deal with the competition elsewhere. And so I think, like, there's not really much of a reason to sell. It's interesting to think about who they might sell to, but they have all the cards here, I think.
They should sell it to, I don't know, who's someone that, Azealia Banks.
Yeah,
just keeping her in the mix constantly here.
You know, let's give it to Azealia Banks. Maybe Grimes can come in as CTO. I would support that.
So what I've tried to
paint here is sort of a pattern of behavior from these CEOs who all want something. They have all, you know, in the case of Xiao Chu, Trump was extremely antagonistic towards him for years. The same goes for Mark Zuckerberg. The same goes for Elon Musk. And they all find a way to sit down in the same room together and celebrate one another. Because what? Money and power?
Yeah, I think so. I think it comes down to that. I mean, I think they all stand to make a lot of money. One, they stand to make a lot of money. Two, they stand to be able to position themselves such that they can dominate the minds and hearts of generations that are reliant on these platforms, right? And so there's a lot of interest in like figuring out something that works, that makes everybody a little bit more richer, enables them to have a little bit more political power without eating each other's lunch, which, you know, they're able to do. I think they might be able to do and pull off.
I mean, even these other people, which we're not going to get into detail with all of them, but like Jeff Bezos and Trump have a history of antagonizing each other. Bill Gates obviously was like never sort of aligned with Trump's worldview. And then, although he wasn't at the inauguration, they did have apparently a 3-hour dinner together shortly before the inauguration, which like I could say is disappointing, but like, I think if you always expect billionaires to do the worst thing, no matter how good you think they are, then you won't be disappointed.
And I think also one thing that's important to think about too is we just had an administration that, you know, regardless of whether someone may think antitrust is the way to rein in these tech companies, we just had an administration that was seriously entertaining the idea that the major tech companies can be broken up, banned, spun off, regulated in a real way.
And that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, and that's what they're afraid of. And, you know, that's a threat that Republican administrations didn't have in their toolkit before until Trump, who started some of the antitrust trials that Facebook and Google are now facing. So, you know, one thing I think that is always going to be present is trying to figure out how to flood the zone with enough love so that these threats go back in the box and no one ever thinks about them again.
That's why I'm going to the administration, so they don't break up my podcast.
Right.
They're threatening to regulate a bit fruity. We've mentioned Sam Altman. He was another one at the inauguration. He is the OpenAI guy, the ChatGPT guy. He's gay. He donated millions of dollars to Democratic campaigns, but still found his way to donating $1 million to the Trump inaugural fund. I texted you before you came over that I had a funny story about Sam Altman. And I would like to inject that here before we move on with our conversation. I was a couple years ago in San Francisco, and I attended a house party at Sam Altman's house. And I would like to say right up front, I did not know who he was. I did not know whose house I was at, but a friend and I were just invited to a house party one night. It was the weekend, and you know, it was just like a bunch of gay guys.
Was it fun?
No. And this is the thing. So Sam wasn't there. The house was the most memorable part for me. You can Google Sam Altman's house. It's like a $40 million like compound in San Francisco. It really was beautiful. Like sometimes these huge houses are very ugly, but it was beautiful. It was so strange. It was so strange. He wasn't there. It was like someone he knew at the time was throwing this party in his house with his permission while he was away. And I remember it was like a lot of like younger, you know, adult, but like, you know, gay men in their 20s sort of running around. And it just felt, how much do I want to divulge here? It just felt like everyone was so, you know, these were all San Francisco people. A lot of them worked in tech, were in like these junior roles at tech companies. And it felt like everyone there was so enamored with the fact that they were at Sam Altman's house. And I remember there was one person who I was talking to at one point. And, you know, in fairness, everyone was like drunk and music was playing and whatnot. But he was like taking me around and telling me how, like, he knew the price of different pieces of furniture. And he was like, this table is $80,000.
Oh, no, I don't like that.
And I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
Yeah.
But then I went home and I read the Wikipedia page for Y Combinator, and I still don't know what it is. But that's my story about Sam.
We're gonna have a world where no one knows what it is, and that's what I want.
Yeah.
We all have to at one point in our lives go to a party where someone's like, and this costs that, and this costs that, and you kind of reflect, like, how did I get here?
It was kind of radicalizing for me because I was like, I don't care about this.
Yeah.
But they clearly do. Right. And I was like, I need to figure out what's important for me, because it's easy in a country where you are told constantly that the most important thing is money to make that your most important thing. I'm not trying to shit on anyone, right? But it's like you meet people who have definitively prioritized like luxury as the most important thing in their life, and the aspiration to that is their primary goal in every situation. And you realize like how kind of sad and empty that is.
Yeah.
And that's how I felt at Sam Altman's house party. Quick break from the show to give a shout out to Incogni for making this episode possible. Have you ever wondered why you get so many emails for shit you never signed up for, never bought? Maybe you don't even know what it is. That's because of a little thing called data brokers. Data brokers are these devious little operations that scrape the internet for your personal data. Information like your political leanings, where you live, your employment history, your interests, and they sell that information, oftentimes to companies who want to sell you stuff or just annoy the shit out of you via email. Incogni is a wonderful little service that will contact hundreds of different data brokers on your behalf and demand that your data is removed from their inventories, which is something that you legally have the right to do, but that if you tried to do all by yourself would become a full-time job. Incogni provides you with a whole interface, including a dashboard where you get kept up to date on their progress with taking your information down from all the different data brokers. And Incogni continually stays in contact with data brokers to make sure that your public profile online remains as diminished as possible. If you would like to try Incogni, listeners of A Bit Fruity can head to incogni.com/fruity for a discount on an annual plan. That's incogni.com/fruity. Thanks so much to Incogni, and now let's get back to the show. So I want to pivot a little bit into what it means for all of these communication platform CEOs to be pivoting right. I think a lot of people hear about this stuff and they're like, oh yeah, well, Mark Zuckerberg's a piece of shit. True. But also they don't understand or necessarily think about the impact that this has on their experience as a user of social media.
Right.
I think a lot of people are lulled into a sense of thinking that the platforms that we use are neutral, and they're not. And I think that an experience personally that I and millions of other people had, where you're really woken up to the fact that these platforms are not neutral, is that the experience of being on Twitter before and after Elon Musk's takeover is extreme and noticeable. And it's just a result of a series of policy changes, where before you could go on Twitter without like constantly seeing like the N-word and have all of this content by white supremacists be at the top of every thread. And now that's not the case. Now you go on Twitter and it's like going on 4chan.
Yeah.
And I was so distraught by the Mark Zuckerberg of it all when those policy changes came out. Because again, I think people see like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg is dining with Donald Trump. Like, yeah, what a piece of shit. But I'm like, no, the policy implementations on these platforms that we all rely on to communicate with each other, the experiences of those platforms can change. Instagram can also become a Nazi playground.
If we think about what happened with Twitter, right? It's not just that they were also, like you said, there were policy changes, but there's also like intentional amplification. And I think we can expect, I mean, that has already been documented with Facebook and Instagram, right? I think it was Kevin Roos who documented how, like maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the most consistently amplified, visited, followed pages, engaged with pages were just like, you know, largely right-wing noise. And Facebook has refused to really give any real insight into why it is. I mean, it's very obvious why. It's like, you know, amplification of this feeds into the political patterns that we were talking about. And I think now that as they're trying to orient more, be more useful to Donald Trump and to the right wing, we're going to see this sort of amplification that will also have a knockdown effect of radicalizing people and pushing it even further. And that's been documented, you know, like I think about how my younger brothers, how much time I had to spend in their early years when they were learning how to use the internet, constantly intervening and deprogramming them. Because even if they weren't watching these sorts of videos, they'd be bombarded with videos from red pill, manosphere spaces.
Totally.
And it's like, you know, leave them alone with these devices and with these sites for a week or two or a month or two and come back and they are spouting some of the nonsense in these videos. You know, they're children. Why are they repeating right-wing talking points in addition to not even being their radar? And it's because of how aggressively it is pushed, right? And I think that in the coming years, you know, as we see amplification, relaxation, my concern is, you know, this is also going to feed into a pretty successful attempt to normalize and kind of beautify nasty far right-wing and reactionary viewpoints about how our society should be run, that we should be more bigoted, we should be more violent, we should be more discriminatory. That in of itself has so much momentum. And then we also have to deal with all the other ideologues who have like aspirations for something more fascist or something more outrightly destructive and violent.
And again, it's just like, you know, Mark Zuckerberg announced these policy changes. He's talking about how, like, you know, these apps that he runs were far too censored before and censorship had run amok. And it was like, I have been in meetings with Meta executives, with other creators belonging to, you know, various marginalized identity groups. And I have begged these people to, for example, remove libs of TikTok, right? If TikTok, I saw someone say if TikTok doesn't exist anymore, it's going to become like libs of Zhao Hongshu, libs of Red Note. but like I had to beg these people and be like, look at this bomb threat. Look at this bomb threat. I'll read you all the bomb threats. I will read you the messages that their followers have sent me after I've been posted or whatever. And they wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care. And they didn't care before these two. So it's just like the idea that we were like heavily censored. You couldn't even say anything before. Free speech. It's just not true. Yeah. It's just not true. And anyone who has any sort of following and is marginalized in any sort of way could have told you that.
Yeah.
Like, we had these meetings and like queer people, black people, like we would just go around the circle and basically I had one meeting in person at the time it was Facebook office, it was like 5 years ago, where we were all like a room full of 20 creators and Adam Missouri was sitting there. And we were all just like basically reciting the worst things that had been said to us on their platform, and where no reports ever went anywhere with the company. They just kind of nodded and nothing came of those meetings. And they'd be like, well, you know, sorry, but
tough shit.
Feel free to come to like the Meta Pride event or whatever the fuck. You know, it's like, okay.
You know, the platforms at best don't care because they're prioritizing profit, and at worst believe that it doesn't really matter what kind of political order they're meshed in, and that actually one that leans to the right or is even far right is better for them because it will prioritize their importance and profit making.
And now, and AOC just, you know, posted a great rant about this to her Instagram stories, but she was basically like, all of the major social apps are now in bed with the right.
Now, I want you all to put all the pieces together, because what this effectively means is that every social media platform, mass social media platform in the United States has been taken over by the right wing, with the exception of BlueSky, but BlueSky is still very small. When I say put the pieces together, Elon Musk took over Twitter, and there's open reporting. It's pretty obvious as well that they have manipulated the algorithms. They've artificially manipulated the algorithms to boost right-wing content on X and to amplify harassment. Then you have Meta. So you have Mark Zuckerberg saying that they're basically also bending the knee to Trump with their changes to fact-checking, regardless on how effective that was in the first place. It's an open signal. And now TikTok is now saying, we are agreeing, we will use our push notification system for all 170 million American users to promote Donald Trump. Just understand that government announcements like this with companies, they never name politicians. They will usually name law or policy. TikTok is making an explicit agreement to do this. And if I were a betting person, they probably are making a deal with Donald Trump to not just use these push notifications. They probably would consider algorithmic changes, which is ironic because the time when people voted for the TikTok ban, there was a lot, it was in the environment was because there was a lot of pro-Palestinian content, and that argument was being used as being somehow anti-American.
Twitter, obviously, like Elon loves his little Nazi playground. You have Facebook and Instagram, which clearly now at risk of becoming Nazi playgrounds. You have TikTok. And my hot take with TikTok is that if it survives in the US, somehow, we don't know, right, what that could look like yet. I don't think it'll be the same TikTok that's existed.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think, because TikTok by and large is where a lot of like young, marginalized, progressive voices have found a lot of success since 2020, right? You have Black trans creators on there accruing millions of followers talking about, you know, like things like socialism or Palestine. When TikTok was having this whole like flippy floppy ban situation where it went dark for 12 hours and then it came back, the pop-ups that they gave both were like, we applaud the efforts of President Donald Trump.
Right.
We all saw those pop-ups. Donald Trump was not in office yet. So they were calling him President Trump and they were congratulating him on his efforts to save TikTok, but that was 2 days and 1 day before he was even inaugurated. So he was a private citizen. He had no federal lawmaking power when what a lot of people are calling a stunt was happening, which means that they were working together privately. And so my thing is like, if TikTok does make it into the Trump era, which we still don't know, one of the things that Trump and his allies were so outspokenly opposed to was this idea that TikTok can be used as a propaganda tool by the CCP. In what world would they not just make it a propaganda tool for themselves?
Yeah, right.
In the way that Elon has with Twitter.
No, there's no reason why they shouldn't. And I think that this is an avenue of thought that has been discouraged, partly because some of the commentary wants to focus on and drum up the idea that, you know, hey, look, Chinese-owned app, we're in a Cold War with China. They are going to use this to destabilize the United States or to undermine the United States or introduce irritants to the United States. But the reality is, like, if the terms of engagement for it to continue access and dominance of the U.S. market are maybe it lends itself to boosting and amplifying right-wing content and right-wing politics in this country, that's something that it would almost certainly do, right? That's not a tall ask, and that's something that all the other tech firms are going to line up to do, to try to curry favor with Donald Trump, insulate themselves from regulatory pressure, and to gain more power as they go about pursuing new modes of profit generation.
My goal with this episode was to sort of start very specific with some of these men and their relationships with Donald Trump, and then like get broader and broader into like, what is the philosophy of these people's worldview? What do they want? What is this new sort of like oligarchy of like people who run apps and also now are government? One thing that comes up a lot when you talk about tech CEOs, who have become unbelievably wealthy, is that they're not just like inventors or heads of companies, but they really position themselves as like philosophers. When you read what people, you know, like Mark Zuckerberg or Sam Altman or Peter Thiel, like they're not just talking about their product when you read, you know, their tweets or their interviews. They're talking about like the meaning of life. Why? Like, what is the worldview of these people, and why do they all speak like gods?
Part of it is the PR side of when you are trying to convince people to let you upend a core part of their life, when you're trying to convince people to commit a lot more resources towards you, to integrate you into their daily lives, to onboard this product that you've been pushing out, and to organize things around you. You do have to talk about all these other things to kind of weave together some bullshit narrative, you know? You have to, you know, Zuck has done, you know, talk about community and the future and saving the planet and values. And you have to come up with some story that's going to be believable, to rationalize it to people who might otherwise be opposed to it. And sometimes that makes a difference in adoption. But also a good chunk of it is because these people have so much money and so much wealth and so much influence that they get a big head about their ideas and believe that these in one way or another is how the world should or must work, right? And also because some of them are influenced by people who actually do think of themselves as philosophers, as
influencers.
Yeah, as influencers.
Some of them really are, at the end of the day, influenced by Bryce Hall.
Right. And they're doing get ready with me's in the morning.
I love to think about like the influence of Jacqueline Hill on Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah. Get ready with me as I do my perm in the morning.
Yeah.
Put on the gold chain.
No, but what you're saying rings so true though, because I think we can all, right? Like most people are aware, maybe it's a celebrity, maybe it's someone that they knew in real life who becomes really rich. Mm-hmm. Where you stop thinking about the things that affect normal people, like the price of groceries, or like, I don't know, the weather, or interests that normal people have, and like whatever, music or art. And they start taking up these like really big, like, I don't know, I feel like that's when people stop taking vaccines.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I don't need to take a vaccine, I got all this money. I'll probably have some alternative treatment to help me out with that. Having all this money, the scale, this reach, really does something to people's brains, and especially in the Silicon Valley. I mean, a lot of these guys are reading the most racist people you've ever heard who believe that we're at the precipice of a moment where we can save human civilization by, getting rid of democracy, or getting rid of the right to vote, or getting rid of, all these sorts of reforms that liberals have dragged us towards, and they get in the way of good old capitalism. And so I think also we're starting to see an encroaching influence. I mean, but this is also a key part of Silicon Valley over the past few centuries. These are people who have always thought that they know what's best for the future of the society. And it's also a function of like how things have been decaying and collapsing. There's this writer I really like, John Gans, who wrote about how one way to think about the United States is as just like Vichy regime, right? This Nazi collaborator state where it's like, yeah, it's a little fascist, but there's also a group of people who like to think of themselves as modernizers, as technocratic reformers. These oligarchs, I think, to a great extent, are like, hey, look, there's some reactionaries around. Maybe I'm a reactionary, but the ideas that we have about how the state should be run, about how resources should be allocated, about the types of products we should prioritize, these are not just because we want to make money, of course we do, but because we have a vision about what life should look like. And you guys don't understand it. You're getting in the way of it in one way or another. I would say not every single tech executive has some like political theory, but the ones who do are the most dangerous, because these theories are usually ones that are like, everyone is in the way of the future, whether it's giving birth to some AI god, whether it's prioritizing innovation, whether it's destroying China's capacity to do technological innovation. These are the people who are the most motivated to bring about the worst possible world.
It really feels like we let the lab rat who designed a Hot or Not website to rank his female students based on attractiveness. I don't know. It feels like it got out of the meth lab.
Yeah, I mean, it did.
Yeah.
It literally did. And it ran out. It got, and just imagine like, I don't even know, what is it? What would be an extension to that? Like Stuart Little, become, imagine if just Stuart
Leave
Little.
Stuart alone.
Just became
Stuart
obsessed with Julius Caesar and had billions of dollars.
Stuart Little in 2024 made an app.
Right.
And now Stuart Little is in government.
Yeah, I mean, just, Stuart Little, Clifford the Big Red Dog, SpongeBob SquarePants, just like all of these, imagine their brains rotted.
Yeah.
On Facebook, giving billions of dollars, some drugs to help them out, and you get what we have today.
Yeah. And I feel like this is all sort of epitomized in the apocalypse bunkers, which a lot of people don't know about. I did not know about the apocalypse bunkers.
Yeah.
So could you explain the apocalypse bunkers?
I first learned about this. I think this writer, Douglas Ruskoff, he did this article and then a book about it where he was invited to some talk where they were like, hey, look, let's say you have a bunker. How do you prevent the workers in the bunker in an apocalypse from taking control of the bunker and the food and the weapons and revolting against you. Here's one way: you put collars around them that, you know, or prevent them from acting up, or else they might die. Or you enforce some biometric RFID system so that only certain people related to you or certain people in the system already can get into certain areas, right? So just like that was the intro to the bunker, where it's people imagining, okay, I'm going to be in a future where a lot of people have guns around me to protect me, and I'll have a lot of resources, a lot of food, a lot of stuff to write out for end days. How do I prevent them from turning against me?
I started this podcast to talk about gay culture. What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, I know. It's, isn't it a wonderful world?
But so a lot of these billionaires have, over the last 10 years, been building doomsday bunkers overseas.
I mean, Altman has a bunch of land in California, and he brags about having like a plane, land, biotics, and weapons. You know, not a good thing to hear if the guy trying to say, I'm pushing the most important invention in human history. I also have a bunker and an escape plan in case it goes wrong. But, you know, well, these there's a long history, I think, in societies, especially societies that are decaying, of people trying to escape. I think this is like a symptom of that. People realizing they've squeezed everything they can out of it, and it might be too much.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg has invested over $100 million into like this compound in Hawaii. Peter Thiel has like a 500-acre thing going on in New Zealand where he also got citizenship. A lot of them are building these like doomsday apocalypse bunkers, and I want to be a little earnest for a second, and I got emotional. I hate to admit it. Credibility points docked. Gay guy got emotional. But I was in LA during the wildfires, and I was like watching smoke roll in past my window, and I was in Hollywood, so one night there was a fire 4 blocks from the house that I was staying in. And there's been so much debate about, you know, the immediate cause of the wildfires, and was it an arsonist, and was it, but the bottom line is the conditions, the environmental conditions in California, the dryness, made it possible for the fires to get as big as they did, as quickly as they did. And while I was sitting there watching the smoke roll in and watching the air become unbreathable, I was reading about Peter Thiel's apocalypse bunker in New Zealand. And I got so angry because these people who are, you know, building AI data centers that are just sucking up water from communities, you know, these people who are just building their empires with reckless abandon. Oh, and a million people are going to jump into the comments and be like, well, AI is not the only thing that's bad for the planet. I know. But the private jets, the everything. I mean, the environmental impact of billionaires is not a new revelation, and they know it. And they're building these sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars price tagged apocalypse bunkers to leave the world that they're leaving us rotting in, that they caused the rot. I know this has not been the most uplifting episode of A Bit Fruity. If you want something lighter, we did an episode about Hawk Tua a few months ago. You can listen to that one. But like, when I said I wanted to start specific and then get out to like the bigger picture, like to me that's the bigger picture. Is like, this is a handful of men who are destroying the planet, and while they're destroying the planet, they're destroying the ability for people belonging to all sorts of marginalized groups to live free and happy lives, and they know it, and they have an escape plan that we cannot afford.
I mean, I think you are absolutely right. I mean, the world is run by these arsonists, right? These guys are the ones who are destroying the planet, like you said. They're accelerating conditions of its collapse. You know, people can quibble and yell and scream about AI data centers. What do you think the environmental impact of having Microsoft do $70 billion deals with fossil fuel companies to maximize their production is going to be? You know, it's going to be the continual degradation and collapse of our ecology. What do you think the predictable consequences of having these sprawling data centers, right, not only pop up in places, but successfully pop up in places and negotiate deals so that they can steal the energy, steal the water, steal all, as many resources as they can to run their thing. You may say it's not one-to-one, but it lends itself to building the conditions for the faster decline of our ecological niche, right? Because there's the success of this business model, or success of these negotiation tactics where you come in, you get a prime piece of land, you overbear on the power grid, you force the reallocation of resources to the data center, to the tech firms, take a good chunk of water that's in the area so that you can continue to run this thing. And this proliferates over and over and over and over again. For what? So that they can offer services to other firms that are collapsing the ecology, so that they can be powered by coal fire or natural gas run plants. This is all feeding into itself over and over and over again. I think a lot of people freak out about it because they're personally implicated in it to a variety of degrees. It's both the fact that artificial intelligence is being forced upon us, as much as people are not pushing against it, that contributes to it. But it's also the fact that, again, the society is just run by arsonists who have no interest in preserving the environment if that gets in the way of them making money.
And that's why they have these apocalypse bunkers.
Yeah. And I personally think those bunkers are not going to save them. When the time comes, if things get really bad, I don't think the bunkers are going to be, I don't think they'll be able to retreat. At least most of them, I don't think will be able to successfully retreat.
Is that the redeeming message here? Is that if we all die, like Kelsey Ballerini, if you go down, I'm going down too.
Right, yeah. The redeeming message here is that we are all together in this.
We found bipartisan unity. Yay! On the Even Pretty podcast. To conclude, this has been dark because I think that we are just experiencing a dark reality right now. Yeah. And some people, after coming away from these conversations, they're like, well, I want to withdraw from any of, social media that's controlled by these men. And I understand that impulse. I am wary of giving that as a directive to people for a few reasons. One of which is that I'm still going to be on those apps, and so I'd be a hypocrite if I told people to leave. Two is that these platforms bring people joy and do connect people in ways that I think have, net positive effects. That's been my experience, not just because my job revolves around being online, but because I've witnessed the way that it's connected people. I mean, some of my earliest memories with social media were watching coming out videos on YouTube that made me feel like I wasn't alone in my community. And also because in general, I'm wary of placing responsibility on individuals, on normal everyday people, on on fixing these huge structural issues. And so part of this has just been to I hope give anyone who's listened to this a bigger picture of everything that's going on so that they have agency to make their own decisions. But as someone who spends so much time in this and reading and writing about all these figures and their futures and our futures, which are so intertwined, what do you see as the way forward for the everyday person? I mean, besides the fact that we're all going to die together.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot, and it's kind of shifted, and my mind shifts on this a lot, because, I really, of course, you want to say organized protest, but these companies, as they grow more powerful, they grow more insulated from traditional means of opposition. So I don't know. If you work at one of these companies, get a bunch of your friends, leave your phone at home, and walk into the woods and talk about, things you can do at the company. If you are someone who's, doesn't work at one of these companies, maybe work at the company and figure out a way that you can, get in there and gum up the works. I feel like part of the thing that needs to happen, there's an emphasis on nonviolent resistance, of course, right? And there needs to be a continued of that. But part of the core plank of it in the civil rights movement was you would occupy a space to disrupt its ability to do commerce, or for people to patronize it, right? So that you could bring a little economic pain to business as usual. There's not really an equivalent for that in the modern day, unless it's maybe figuring out ways you can undermine the, block the construction of some data center, go to some workplace and gum up the works internally so that they're not able to do this or that product that advances the cause of perpetual AI integration into everything. There has to be a way to figure out how to make it more expensive to do business as usual. And, property damage, economic disruption, boycott, you have to figure out ways to expand these tactics, because otherwise, they have been pretty successful in taking control of the state. Been pretty successful in seizing a great deal of public imagination. Pretty successful in insulating themselves from consequences. Think of it in those sorts of terms as they might have in the 60s, where it's like if you're going up against something that it's in everyone's interest except ours for things to continue as usual, you know, what are the vulnerable places where you can block business as usual, convince people to join you, and move on from there. But I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of work that's being done to try to do this. There are people in all these tech companies that are trying to organize, and disrupt, and occupy, and walk out. I think, you know, as these companies become more and more central to daily life, figuring out how to constantly escalate that and make the pain of it unbearable so that you can, you know, stop it is important, because I have little faith that they're not going to be in control of the driving seat when it comes to policy for a long time. We're looking at the beginning of a political order that's going to be dominated increasingly by tech and by the elements that align with tech, whether they're financial, whether they're energy. You know, the only language in which these guys really care about is the money and the dollars and the capital and the cost of like investment. So figuring out a way to raise the cost of investment, I think, is one of the only paths that's going to be available to us in the coming years, you know.
And if you don't work at any of these companies,
get a job at them. Or maybe not.
I was just going to say there's always BlueSky.
Oh yeah. You know,
There's BlueSky.
Yeah, posting is great. You know, it's a good release and catharsis.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
I just keep on posting through it.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do I end this in a lighthearted way, in the a bit fruity fashion?
Hey, you know, the next 4 years we're going to get new Trump quotes. You know, we already got one in the inauguration when he was like, when he was giving a speech, he was like, you know, a lot of our richest Americans, they lost their homes in the fires and they're here right now. And then he stopped and he looked around. He's like, that's interesting.
Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting.
We're going to get,
we'll get more of that.
Maybe we'll get I don't know, Hawk Tua just did a rug pull crypto scam.
I loved it.
She should be in the White House pretty soon. It's so dark. It's so dark. Ed, thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
I live in kind of an information ecosystem that's dark in its own way, but I feel like you really are up against a lot trying to do critical reporting against the powers that be in the tech world, and I really commend you for it.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's not fun. And my contempt of how things are is what helps me stay you know,
but it's important.
On the track. Right.
It's important. It's important. Where can people find you?
I got a newsletter, The Tech Bubble, on Substack. I got a podcast, This Machine Kills. We talk about technology and the political economy of it. I'm on Twitter, Big Black Jacobin. I'm on BlueSky with my name, Edward Angueso Jr.
Thank you so much. I know this was a long one. Well, they're all long ones. I appreciate you being here. I know there is a lot to digest right now, and I just hope that you are doing whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. And you don't need to read every single little thing. You don't even need to listen to this podcast in one sitting. I don't care. You don't even need to listen to this podcast at all. But I'm realizing I'm giving this advice at the end of a 2-hour-long recording, which means that you have. In which case, I'm sorry. Go take a nap. I love you. And until next time, stay fruity.
All targets declared hostile. Happy hunting, Crimson.
Chucking Molotov.
Ban Xbox, ban Intellect Gaming, ban Jake the Loser, ban Hall, ban Zone X, ban Jack Johnson, ban Sister Grafter, ban Crasco, please, ban Mean Loser, ban Rachel stuff as well. You're just getting banned. Ban Xbox Nuance, ban Jason Smith, I just get banned. Ban JC Jackson, ban King George DMA, please, ban Fire Breaky as well, ban Harrow the Myth, ban Surfboard Charlie, please, ban Unapologetic Richard as well, ban Snap Back to Reality, ban Wings of Congress, come on mods, ban anybody who just said White Run Music, please, ban everybody who just said LOL.
Say my name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
Let's try Adam Warlock. I don't even know what he fucking looks like. God, he looks terrible. I don't even know what that is.
I am born anew.
Ban Xbox Nuance. Is that all it bans you for 5 minutes? Is everybody can block this shit? I'm gonna put it out there. If you ever send me an invite, I'm never going to play with you ever, off of principle. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm trying to get perma-banned off the game so I don't have to play it no more. So when people ask me to play it, I'm like, oh, I can't play it, I'm banned from it. I didn't overcomplicate. I told people I didn't want to play it to begin with. I put it as a donation goal. I gave it a shot. Like, it's whatever. It's some little cheap-ass anime game. My name, Wingo Bingo. Like, if you guys can, report me for like leaving early or something. Doesn't even have deaths. Does it not keep track of your deaths at all? At any point? Even less reason to play this fucking shit game. Go and ban Intellect Gaming.
Before you attack, get ready.
Yes, thank goodness it's going up. Will they eventually ban me? Because I'm going for that at this point. Ban Jake the Loser. Unless you're a member and you constantly sit here complaining like Jake the Loser's complaining, you will be banned. Yeah, please report my characters. Say I leave too much. I don't care. I can't play the game. I'm banned for like 15 minutes. Yeah, 12 minutes, 59 seconds. Well, I want to get banned from the game so I never have to touch this shit again. Let's see. Let's look it up. Marvel Rivals. Okay, so it only maxes out at 5 hours. You get 2 5-minute warnings, then a 15, then a 30, then an hour, and then a 5 hour. So there's no way to get banned from leaving the games. It's just temporary bans. Nah, I don't want to play. I can't play Rainbow. You gotta have a full squad to play that. I can't play Rainbow. That's why I play it offline, because like I have to have 5 people to play it, or I get team killed or stream sniped. It's not worth playing online. Pop-Tarts eventually, yeah. So next time I bring this up, I can just be like, yo, I'm banned from the game. I'm about to be in a 30-minute penalty here in about 9 minutes. On the top right, like all of them are terrible. My issue tonight is I didn't want to play this shit. Why is it constantly putting me on the Asia server? I'm not behaving like anything. Like, why am I lagging so badly? Go ahead and ban Halbert, please. I don't like any superhero stuff. No superhero, no cartoons, no anime, none of that mess. Why am I not getting rid of the game? Because I need to get it to at least an hour of ban. So every time I'm forced to get on this game, I can just play a little bit, quit, and be like, oh, I'm banned for an hour. Time to get off. Ban anybody who just said Whiterun music, please. Now ban everybody who just said LOL. I don't really like Call of Duty either, to be perfectly honest. So which character should I try next? I tried to play Jeff. Nobody wanted to watch me play Jeff. I'll play with people, but you got to be a member, and you can't be a member of this stream. So if you're a member and you want to play, I'll play with you. I know this, and I don't even follow like these cartoons. Like Batman's DC, not Marvel. What? All right, where's this Moon Knight person? So I'm assuming these are all tanks. These are all DPS.
I'm not afraid of your death. I'm not afraid of your death.
Double kill!
shoot.
How is Groot out DPS to the DPS guy? Go and ban Zone X, please.
You needed it.
Well, you can't expect to do them all.
Again, all criticizers need to be on the back of a $10 bill. If you want to say I suck at the game, that costs $10. If you don't do that, you get banned. Go and ban Jack Johnson, please. Is it not let me play Moon Knight because somebody else picked him? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate Iron Man. Banned 15 minutes again. I didn't leave. The game kicked me. No, I'm not playing Path of Exile. Like, it's got no trophies. Winter Soldier has a gun. Maybe. Go play a gunfight or two. Oh, Paul, I don't give a shit. I tell people to report me. I'm hoping I get banned. I mean, I could have just sat there for 15 minutes. I figured you guys rather watch me play a couple matches of gunfight than sit there for 15 minutes.
So they knocked you on your ass. Round's almost up. Don't let 'em-
How did you get out of the flashbang that quick, bud? Hero Ben Myth. I'd beat you in Call of Duty. I could come at this game cold and beat most people in the lobby in Call of Duty. Dude, why did it start lagging like that? Like I wasn't getting hit reg right there. Dre, no, I told you got to be a member if you want to play Rivals. No members want to play Rivals.
Find them.
I'm terrible though. I'd beat you. If I'm terrible, that means you're absolutely brutally you shouldn't even play video games if I'm terrible. I still beat you 1v1. Step up to the plate, bud. You see me afraid of you? I got 2,000 nuclears. Okay, you also got a reverse boosted account, motherfucker. That's the only way you got 2,000 nuclears. Ban Sister Grafted, please.
It's better. Hand sometimes.
Thanks.
Go ahead and ban Crasco, please.
Isn't over yet.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
My
Better stop that vehicle. Chaos. Oh.
I always come back.
Go ahead and ban meme loser, please. Go ahead and ban Rachel's stuff as well.
Sometimes I wish I could go back into the deep freeze for a few more decades.
Control lost. Great trap worked. No coming back.
This game is boring as long. Oh hell, man! You're just getting banned. Ban Xbox Nuance, please.
The battle starts in 5.
We've got a spider their power. Needed that.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Back where I started.
Ban Jason Smith.
Control
Still
lost.
not dead.
This shit ain't fun at all, dude. Yay, I get to fight a tank. Why not?
Second chance is over.
Hell unleashed.
I fucking hate video games. Like this shit, I don't know. I just hate video games.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Have your strength.
Well, I'm probably just gonna end the stream here soon. Like the donations have pretty much stopped, and like all the people who donated big have left. I know why I'm still playing this shit. JC Jackson, donate money, dog. Matter of fact, just get banned. Ban JC Jackson.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, is Jeffy saving me? What is this? My going ban King George DMA, please. Ban Fire Breaky as well. Ban Hero, the Myth. Yeah, I already played Fallout Antisocialite. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. Simon, I've only been in for donations for a long motherfucking time. I'm just doing this shit for money. I've never pretended and like gave people the wrong idea, like I'm over here pretending that I'm not. I'd much rather be playing my Diablo 2 character right now. Ban Surfboard Charlie, please. Ban Unapologetic Richard as well. Ban Snap Back to Reality. Man, Wings of Congress. Come on, mods. Like, what's the fucking point of Venom? Like, you take half his health and he just gets another fucking health bar. Only pick up members. Nobody's been a member tonight. Jeff, heal me. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Dude, the Punisher is so much easier than every other DPS in the game. Like, how can you say this guy's not meta? Like, this game becomes easy mode once you play the Punisher. Like, everything he does just does so much damage. Really, the only thing the Punisher struggles with is like tanks, and even then, if like you got somebody else, if the tank's looking at anybody else besides you, you can melt them. Leave me the fuck alone, Venom.
Yeah, just for the record, this is all like, these aren't undocumented migrants, right? These are documented migrants that went through the process of documentation with the Customs and Border Patrol. Like, they did the proper, they went through the proper protocols.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate the enemy. Take them out.
First wave of U.S. troops arriving at the southern border. Part of President Trump's plan to crack down on immigration. Chief White House correspondent Mary.
Good morning, George. While immigration was central to President Trump's campaign, and this morning, his administration is eager to show he is following through, signing a flurry of executive orders, sending troops to the southern border and highlighting ICE raids. Along the southern border this morning, signs of President Trump's long-promised crackdown on immigration.
Unironically, having ospreys anywhere near the southern border is infinitely more dangerous than a million Guatemalan migrants with AR-15s coming through, okay? Having multiple ospreys at the southern border, oh my lord, you're gonna kill so many goddamn soldiers, dude. That's crazy. Ospreys go one way, baby. And that's boom, okay? That's down. I'm literally in the country right now where famously one of them was downed like a couple months ago, okay? Ospreys are even worse than Black Hawks. No disrespect to Boeing, okay? It is a very cool looking craft, okay? It's a very cool looking aircraft. The reality of the matter is it has too many points of failure, okay? It is far too complicated to maintain, and it is far too complicated for upkeep, and therefore, because of its like insane design, they constantly fall and constantly kill soldiers. Okay, they're incredibly expensive, and they kill soldiers all the time. Okay, it does look cool. It's literally, I mean, look, I'm telling you, it is worse than the Blackhawks. Blackhawks, in many instances, fail due to user error. Okay, they have issues as well. But the Osprey is notorious. Like, I mean, dude, look at this. Look at this list, dude. Like, dude, like that is a completely unacceptable number of incidents. Yeah, Ospreys escort Air Force One, I know. Yeah, when you get on an Osprey, you gotta pray, baby. It killed 31 people while in prototype stage. Feels bad, man. It can't auto-rotate like a helicopter. It can't glide like a plane. Yeah, it is the worst of both worlds, right? Helicopters are very dangerous and very scary, but at least they can auto-rotate. Planes are relatively safe and also can glide. Ospreys can't do either. And also, their design is so complicated that the maintenance and the upkeep is impossible. It is such a cooked aircraft. I do not understand why they still use it. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, other than somewhere along the way, Boeing got this contract. They made this design. I don't know if someone thought it looked cool or not. I don't know what the deal was there, because it does look cool. And we, the American military has just been using it in perpetuity. It's Bell. Boeing is technically the sub. A buddy of mine was killed in one, like in the earlier testing. It's still notoriously scary to be on. Yeah. November 2023, a CV-22B Osprey assigned to the U.S. Air Force's 353rd Special Operations Wing crashed in the East China Sea about 1 kilometer off Yukushima Island, Japan. On 29th of November 2023, killing all 8 airmen aboard. The Osprey, based in the Yokota Air Base in Western Tokyo, was flying from the Marine Corps A Station in Iwakuni in Yamaguchi Prefecture to the Kadena Air Base in Okinawa. Okay? Clear weather and light winds. Witnesses reported seeing the aircraft flying inverted, with flames engulfing the aircraft's left nacelle before an explosion occurred, and the aircraft subsequently crashed in the waters. And I think there was another crash, literally, yeah, here it is. Months before, an MV-22B Osprey belonging to the 1st Marine Aircraft Wing crashed on Melville Island, Australia on 27th August, killing 3 Marines. Nacelle, not nasal, nacelle. Wait, hold on, where is it? Bro, watch Star Trek? I have not watched Star Trek. Nacelle. You should watch Deep Space Nine. Okay, stop. Oh my God. I know Star Trek is socialist. I know. I just haven't watched it. I just don't know. They got the rotor thing down and went not complicated enough. It should fold up like a Transformer too. It looks sick. Like I will give the American military credit for making a very cool looking aircraft. Okay? But it is a Marine killer through and through. Responsible for I mean, I guess like Black Hawks are more common, and even then Ospreys are per capita. I feel like Ospreys probably fall and have more accidents. Maybe I just have a selection bias.
As the 1,500 troops sent to the border begin their new mission. In the air and on the ground. Marines from California's Camp Pendleton now at the border wall with heavy trucks and concertina wire. ABC's Matt Rivers on the scene for their arrival.
So right there, part of the very first steps of the U.S. military being deployed down here, those taking off from Camp Pendleton, making their way down here to the U.S.-Mexico border.
The troops deployed to address what Trump has declared is a national emergency.
What exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure and that criminals don't come into our country.
The surge in forces comes as the situation on the border has improved steadily since former President Biden announced new asylum restrictions last spring. Encounters between Border Patrol and migrants down 60%. Immigration a top issue in Trump's campaign. The White House now eager to show they're delivering. Across the country in major cities like Boston, New York, and Newark, some communities rattled by ICE raids. The Newark mayor saying he will not stand by idly while people are being unlawfully terrorized. Trump has promised the largest mass deportations in American history. But sources tell ABC News these appear to be routine immigration raids that have been customary for years. Trump has also signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship, even though it's protected by the 14th Amendment.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
But yesterday, a federal judge in Washington temporarily halted the order. Judge John Kuhnauer, appointed by President Reagan, calling it blatantly unconstitutional.
Obviously, we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
And President Trump is getting a boost from Congress for his immigration agenda, passing